Chapter 77 Uncle Inu. As much as he knew he needed to get back to work, Naruto found that it had become rather difficult to focus. He was on a team now. After all this time, he hadn't even considered his shinobi career, figuring he'd remain a shinobi doing the occasional mission with Enko until he was just too busy. It wasn't like he actually needed the money. Nami no Kuni was already generating plenty of revenue, even with most of the country's profits being reinvested into it. Unless something happened, he shouldn't be hurting for money anytime soon. So why was he still a shinobi? Well, other than the obvious answer of never having gone to the administration office of the Hokage Tower and filing for retired status, he supposed it was because despite holding other positions he couldn't imagine not being a shinobi. It was as much a part of him as being the father of the wolves. Now, however, that may have come back to bite him in the ass. A team would drastically cut into the precious little time he had to accomplish everything he needed to do for the House of Wolves and Nami no Kuni, which he had to admit he sometimes forgot were technically separate. Which mean they had to find a way to leave the team. The next Chunin exam was 5 months off, or he needed to reduce his workload. Considering he didn't even know all this work had existed, and it quite obviously did, then he was going to have to reduce it a lot more than he thought was a reasonable goal. As much delegation as that would take, he'd more or less be a figurehead. He wanted to put off that inevitable change for as long as possible. Now that he thought about it, becoming a figurehead would more or less be his retirement, wouldn't it? It didn't sound so bad like that. Naruto couldn't actually picture himself as retired, but assuming a position where he didn't do much of the work was the closest he could pull off. Now he just had to wonder how long it would be until Mai pushed him to retire because she thought he was working too hard. The thought of his favorite wolf brought a soft smile to his face. She really did work herself too hard trying to keep him from doing the same. Mastering that Kage Bunshin would really help relieve a lot of the pressure on her. It was also the only way he was going to be able to both get his work done and be part of Team 7. He supposed he should be thankful it was Team 7 under Kakashi rather than replacing Niji on Team 3 under Mado Guy. He was sure Kakashi would make allowances that would help him balance being both shinobi and daimyo, whereas Guy would simply declare it a youthful challenge and push him even harder. That's where he had heard that word before. He wondered when exactly his wolves had found themselves exposed to Guy. Then again, sooner or later everyone found them experiencing Guy because the taijutsu master was always pushing himself with ridiculous challenges that took him all over Konohagakure. He was most definitely someone to be respected and admired, and if you're against him, someone to be feared, but he probably wasn't someone to emulate. Trying to do the things that man did would probably kill a regular person. Or drive them crazy. Death would be a mercy. But even with Kakashi's laid-back attitude, and any allowances made for Naruto's convenience, he still had to master or at least be able to perform the Kage Bunshin. Which left Naruto with quite the quandary. Did he spend the rest of the day trying to get the jutsu done and simply leave one of his clones here tomorrow to catch up on work while he met the team tomorrow, or did he just try his damnedest to catch up on the work he already had and simply work on the jutsu when he was done, so if he didn't manage it he didn't have to worry about wasting time when there was so much work to be done? Taking a look at the work he had yet to complete, the decision wasn't very hard. He was due for a break anyway, wasn't he? Sai frowned down at the report in his hands. He knew he was bad at numbers and finance, but there was no way they had made a mistake here. Not on something so important. 5 injured and 3 dead against unknown rebel forces, but none of the rebels' few Jonin-level shinobi had been seen. There had to be some sort of mix-up here, otherwise they had missed something major. The fact that the latest base Yugura's forces managed to take after a surprisingly grueling battle had been filled with fresh supplies that the rebels shouldn't have access to only added to Sai's suspicion. He briefly considered sending word to Naruto but thought better of it. Tsukiyomi was in charge of the wolves Nami no Kuni the Hyuga and was an active Konoha shinobi. He had enough on his plate for now. Sai didn't need to add to it before looking into the matter himself. Besides, it was probably just a mistake. Kakashi was ecstatic. Beyond ecstatic even. There were no words to properly convey just how goddamn pleased he was to hear that at long last he would be his little brother's sensei. Oh, he couldn't wait to start training him. They would start light with some low jonin activities, but after that it was straight into the Umbu requalification regime. Normally used by Umbu operatives to get their asses back into shape, ARR was both the fastest way to get Umbu ready and also a sound you'd make a lot throughout it. What better way to get ready for Umbu than to throw yourself head first into the fire, and start doing the same training they did. The only training more intensive was locked deep within the archives, never to see the light of day. Designed by Madogai after an Umbu agent tasked with revising the training regime passed the task on to the Taijutsu master, it had only been used once to punish that same Umbu. He died 34 hours into the regime, having accomplished almost half of it. According to Guy, who was soon thereafter brought to the Yamanaka to ensure it could not be created again, the regime had been intended to serve as a warm-up, and he hadn't even started designing the regime proper. Kakashi would never subject his little brother to something so cruel, but that wouldn't stop him from using it to taunt the rest of his team. It wouldn't be as fun without Sasuke there to scowl every time he talked about Naruto, but having the real Naruto on the team was a more than fair trade. He'd say he got the better deal actually. Idly Kakashi wondered just how large his team was going to end up being. He knew the wolves were very fond of him and expected there to be at least one of them following the team, but he wondered if it would really be just one or if he was about to have a full platoon to perform D-rank missions with. That was actually kind of funny because there's no way he was going to be having his little brother doing such chores when they could instead be training. C ranks it was. Those clients had no idea what kind of deal they were going to be getting. It was like a buy 4 get 6 free deal. Hell of a bargain when Kakashi was sure the wolves were all Jonin level. It was going to be an easy month before they started going on B ranks. Genin weren't supposed to go on those, but he was sure he could call in a few favors to fix that. No point in hindering his brother's progress with missions too far below him. Kakashi was sure he could have Naruto up to Jonin level within 4 months if everything went to plan. Now all he needed to do was start a war to increase the number of combat missions and give him the ability to grant legitimate battlefield promotions. Couldn't be too hard. Now which country did he want his genin to be facing? He thought he had hurt the other day, but that was nothing compared to the way his entire body screamed in agony now. Every tenketsu in his body seemed to throb angrily, shooting hot knives deep into his muscles. His skin could no longer feel the texture of anything around him, instead it felt as though an army of ants were constantly marching up and down every inch of his skin and taking every opportunity to bite him. Naruto paused only a moment, it was all he could afford, before moving his fingers into position and calling on what little chakra he had. There wasn't much left, which almost guaranteed another failure, but he knew it should be possible to use a fraction of the chakra if he controlled it well enough. He could barely control his legs at this point, so something as volatile as chakra was unlikely, but he was determined to try until he collapsed. It wasn't going to be long now, he thought wryly. The wolves had tried to get him to stop earlier, but unlike last time he had remained firm. He needed to get this down tonight, and if that meant spending the entire night trying, then he would. When they started growling every time he made the seal, he just growled back. He only had to do so once, for none of them would dare challenge him. Which was good. Last thing he needed at the moment was to deal with insubordinate wolves, even if he knew he really should have retired for the evening some hours ago. A quick peek at the sky showed that night had begun long ago. In fact, it was probably closer to morning than it was to evening. He shouldn't be at this still, it was likely doing more harm than good at this point, but he was so close, he could almost taste it. Tasted like copper, honestly, but that could have been the blood in his mouth. His body had not taken the stress to his chakra system well. Considering his body had made use of chakra since birth, that was understandable. Those rare few shinobi who lost their ability to form chakra in their bodies often died within months, their bodies simply unable to adjust after a lifetime of support from a system no longer there. Luckily his had never gotten quite so bad. He probably should go in for a checkup though. Better safe than sorry and all that. Maybe when he had more time. That probably wouldn't be any time soon if he was honest. Now that he thought about it, it was kind of surprising Mai hadn't said anything about it either. He guessed she had just forgotten too, and it didn't feel right to ask her to start. She already did far too much for him as it was. Orochimaru had sent Tayuya to make sure he was cared for. In her words, at least the wolves took very good care of him, so maybe that was something he could ask her to keep track of for him. Gods above know he had too many things to keep track of something as unimportant as his health. Putting it like that, why bother her with it? He dismissed the notion entirely. If he thought it was unimportant, why would he make someone else waste their time on it? He'd just write it down somewhere, and if he didn't lose it, he might eventually find the time to ensure his chakra system was fine. Well, not getting worse at least. He knew it wasn't fine in any way other than the fact that it did function still. Like a dull knife, it could still stab, just not very well. Usable though and better than nothing. At the same time, one normally didn't start caring for a worn blade. It was usually just time to replace it, and if you'd learned from your mistakes you would take proper care of the new one from the beginning. Unfortunately, that wasn't exactly an option for his chakra system. Not as far as he was aware anyway. He'd add it to the list of things to look into when he found the time. The first thing on that list, most ironically, was to find enough time to make the list. He'd make a mental note, and hope he didn't lose that too. Such thoughts, however, were better explored at a later time. He had one last chance to get this right before he had to call it a night. Digging for every scrap of chakra he could, he began weaving it together, tightly connecting every tenketsu with a braided rope of chakra in a way he imagined was very much like his chains, and perhaps that was where he was making mistakes so that he could push it all out in a shape roughly similar to his own. If done correctly, the chakra lost in pushing it from his body should be drawn to the likeness, and add substance in his form. If the Bunshin's chakra system wasn't properly formed, it would collapse instantly. If it didn't have enough chakra to take on his appearance, it would quickly leak away as smoke, a potential use he noted, and if he overloaded it, not that he had enough chakra for that, the construct would be too dense to function, and would just sit there as a solid lump of chakra until its integrity was compromised and it turned into smoke. Honestly, he expected this attempt to end in smoke, but he was also prepared for the possibility that he didn't even have enough to create the Bunshin's chakra system. Only one way to find out. Chakra bound, he pulled it gently to the surface, and checking once more to ensure it was tightly woven together, he pushed it from his abused tenketsu. He could have sworn he saw flickers of red and gold, but that was probably just his vision failing him. Surrounded by the smoke of yet another failure, he fell swiftly into the sweet embrace of unconsciousness. The door was thrown open with a loud bang, but before she had fully opened her eyes, hands had already grabbed her and started dragging her out of bed. She panicked, naturally striking out with chakra scalpels that came to her almost as naturally as breathing at this point. One of her captors went down, but it felt like two more pounced on her. Arms pulled behind her, the rest of her body was brought from her personal quarters, and judging by the direction, she thought they were going into her team's shared workspace. It had only taken a moment, and with growing awareness she realized that the people around her were wolves and that the table in the center of the room was no longer empty. Instead, Naruto lay on it in nothing more than his pants. She was cognitive enough at this point to realize she had been awakened at Odark 30 in her capacity of head physician to the House of Wolves, and that they themselves were simply too panicked to retain any sense of professionalism. Yet another clue as to how high in the hierarchy Naruto actually was. They brought her all the way to the table despite the fact that she was perfectly capable of getting there on her own at this point, and she set about performing the standard diagnostic jutsu automatically. From the corner of her eye she could see Rusted dragged into the room the same way she had. One of the wolves dragging him and seemed to have an actual scalpel sticking out of his shoulder, but didn't seem to pay it any mind. Rusted seemed to calm a bit when he saw her there leaning over someone with obvious Iryo jutsu glowing green in her hand. He looked to either side of him to the two wolves that had grabbed him by the shoulders and dragged him out before his eyes landed on his scalpel. Sorry. He shrugged weakly, as much as his position would allow anyway, and seemed genuinely apologetic. You boys caught me off guard. Curling his abdomen, he brought his legs from dragging behind him to stepping ahead, where he quickly matched pace with the wolves. Now who's our patient, Kato-sensei? As serious as the situation was, she couldn't help the small smile that tugged at the corner of her lips. Rusted was Rusted, and she didn't think there was anything that could keep that man's spirit down. The wolves, recognizing Rusted's intention to continue walking towards his new patient, lowered his shoulders slightly, and allowed his arms to move back down to his sides. Both wolves still kept a single hand on his shoulder, but like the wolf, the Suna native didn't seem to mind. It was less intrusive than a scalpel, Shizen thought. It's Naruto. She spared a quick glance at the wolves and went for it. Sama. The wolves all seemed to stand just a little straighter at hearing him addressed more properly, and Shizen once again had her suspicions confirmed that Naruto wasn't anywhere near the bottom of the hierarchy. She was starting to believe she had been wrong about my being Tsukiyomi's right hand, because it looked like that honor belonged to Naruto. Rusted hesitated a little at that, which the wolves noticed. They showed their displeasure with two low growls. He raised his hands before his chest in placating surrender, but continued to walk towards the table. Shizen understood. Rusted was likely also aware that Naruto was a very important person among the House of Wolves, and they had just failed him not long ago. When Rusted was beside her at the table, he looked to the wolves still next to him, and cocked a brow. With his hands still up, he asked, "Are you sure you want me to be a part of this? I heard Tsunade should be here in Konoha, and I'm pretty sure she's much more qualified than I am." The wolf with the scalpel jabbed a finger towards him and flicked it to point to Shizen. "Assist her." Yep, no problem. Assisting Kato-sensei. His hands had raised a little as if to remind the wolves that he had already surrendered and was willing to comply. They didn't seem to care. "So Kato-sensei, anything I can help you with? How much do you know about chakra systems?" I can tell when they aren't working?" Suna medics were more focused on the flesh than anything else, and while the chakra system was a physical presence within the body, it was much more complex than most Suna medics cared to deal with. Back when they were allies with Konoha, they would either ship patients that had damaged chakra systems to Konoha, would request a medic come to Suna, or would go to a hospital in Hai no Kuni's capital where the best medics were kept on hand in case the daimyo ever got a cold. Which naturally meant every medic in Hai no Kuni that thought they had a chance at a position in the palace could be found within the city practicing their trade and hoping one of their patients was high-ranking enough to have the daimyo's ear. They didn't, but Suna certainly didn't mind taking advantage of the surplus of quality medics all looking to make rent. "Good enough, I just wanted a second opinion." She gestured towards Naruto in a way that was clearly an invitation for him to perform his own diagnostic jutsu. Suna didn't actually have that technique. If something was bleeding, they could usually find it well enough, but one of the benefits Rusted got to enjoy in this arrangement was training from Kato Shizen, the graduated apprentice of Senju Tsunade herself. Doing as he'd been taught, his hands took on the characteristic green glow, and his brows immediately furrowed. After a moment or two of moving his hands over the patient with the same result, he shot his boss a confused look. "Am I doing the technique properly, Kato-sensei?" Shizen gave a slow nod. "Yes, your execution was flawless." "You feel it too then?" "Yeah, it's working, but the system is definitely damaged." His eyes narrowed in concentration. "Damaged but repaired?" Shizen gave another nod. "Treatment for chakra withdrawal of some kind. Not perfect, but far better than losing your ability to use it permanently." "I see." Rusted returned to his observations. "It's not a relapse," he noted. "But the system is strained. He'd been using it too much. I can barely feel anything, not enough to be used, so this isn't his normal amount." He looked up to Shizen for confirmation. "He's just collapsed from chakra exhaustion, hasn't he?" "Very good." Shizen shot him a proud smile. She suspected this is what it was like to have an apprentice of her own. "Now look here." She pointed to several points on Naruto's body, locations of the major tenketsu. It wasn't hard to tell where they were, considering the skin was an angry red around them. Shizen grabbed the Suna medic's hand and pressed two of his fingers to their patient's skin. "It's inflamed," he noted. He was really pushing himself if he's managed to irritate his tenketsu this much. Indeed, the normally hidden points of the chakra system were hard to the touch, protruding slightly from the skin as if 2 or 3 grains of uncooked rice had been pushed under it. The skin around it was also slightly warmer than the rest of the body. With that and the red in color, the answer of chakra burns was obvious. It was a mild case, considering chakra burns were usually caused by opening the 8 gates or from contact with high levels of concentrated chakra such as Biju or Taki's hero water. Shizen turned her attention from her apprentice. She liked the sound of that, and her patient to one of the wolves. Idly, she noted the scalpel was still sticking out of one of the wolves' shoulders. She had to wonder if he was even aware. "Do we have any of his medical records?" The wolves just shrugged. She was his physician, that was something she should have had. "All right, what about other doctors?" "He's seen someone if he had therapy for withdrawal." The wolves in the room all shared a look before the one with the scalpel spoke up. "Yakushi Kabuto is the one who treated him for chakra withdrawal, but he's currently in Nami no Kuni." She gave an irritated sigh but nodded in acceptance. "Is there any way we can request the records from him? I can't determine much without knowing where he was at previously." "We can have those to you by 0900 hours. Shizen shot the man a suspicious glare. While not terribly far, Nami no Kuni wasn't right down the street either. The clock on the wall also told her that they were going to try to get her the records within 7 hours. No, that was doable. It was the fact that they were getting the records and bringing them back in that time that had her inner medic on high alert. "Without killing yourselves, thank you," she ordered. Almost on instinct, they snapped into salutes. Someone had trained them well. Considering they reacted that way to her order, she had a feeling it was my good. She gave them an approving nod. Naruto should be fine with a bit of rest, but he shouldn't be pushing himself until I can determine if he's causing additional damage. It's possible that the stress has improved his system, but unlikely. Next time try to stop him. Again the wolves shared a look. We did, he wouldn't listen. Then next time don't try to stop him. They looked at her as if she had grown a second head. For whatever reason they couldn't fathom the idea of forcing him to do something even if it was for his own good. Gods above, he really had to be just below Tsukiyomi himself. She gave them an exasperated look but shook her head. If they wouldn't, maybe I would. The young woman was also over the wolves, so maybe she had more pull over the young man, and could keep him from training to death. Beyond that, the only things she could really try were giving him an order as the head physician of the House of Wolves or keeping him in a medically induced coma until he healed. He wasn't sure if the wolves would permit something like that, but might. She'd try my first, then giving the young man orders, and she'd save the coma option for last. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. Now Shizen rested her hands on her hips. Where exactly were you planning on keeping him? This workshop was designed for working on a puppet, not to serve as a medical center. Once more the wolves shared a look before shrugging simultaneously, which was a little unnerving, and moving to pick him up. From the corner of her eye she could see Clicky lean out from her own bedroom to see what was going on. She briefly wondered where on earth the woman had obtained the large red shirt with Hai no Kuni's stylized flame emblem on it in black. It was big enough to serve as a nightgown, and struck the medic as something one would find in a gift shop, so where on earth had she gotten it? Dismissing the thought, Clicky wasn't talkative anyway, so she'd probably never know. She turned back to the wolves just in time to see them disappear through her own bedroom door. She stared for a moment, trying to determine if that really had just happened, and eventually just gave a defeated sigh. It looks like she was up for the day. She turned back to Clicky, but the woman was quick to vanish back into her room. Nope, wasn't going to be bunking with the puppeteer, it seemed. She only considered asking Rusted to bunk with him for a second before discarding it. That wasn't appropriate for her not quite apprentice. Plus he still hadn't washed the blood off his face. Giving another sigh, she switched off the light and headed to the kitchen to start brewing some coffee. She had a feeling she was going to need it today. Naruto and Sakura watched warily as Kakashi practically bounced in excitement. Not only had he been only an hour late, but he hadn't said anything to them. It was like he was in his own little world, eagerly anticipating some event they didn't have the slightest clue about. As time dragged on, he seemed to only grow more excited. Naruto could have sworn she saw a tear in the corner of his eyes at the 2-hour mark. 3 hours after Kakashi had shown up and 4 hours later than the team was scheduled to meet, they finally learned what had the Jonin so excited. Flanked by 2 wolves, Jen and Naruto entered Training Ground 7. My apologies for my tardiness, he spoke after a moment of silence. My doctor gave me orders to rest after last night, and I found it difficult to leave her bed this morning. Mostly because of the wolves piled around him on the bed who wouldn't let him get up until they were sure he had gotten enough rest to go to the team meeting. It was partially his fault for humoring them, because he could have ordered them off at any time, but no one needed to know that. Kakashi actually cried at that, manly tears rolling down the sides of his mask. He had never been more proud of the boy than he was right now. Naruto and Sakura were stuck between, irritated at his lateness, exasperation at hearing a Kakashi-level excuse, and embarrassment from thoughts about what his words implied. Regardless of which feeling won out, both of their faces turned rather red. Naruto, Kakashi sniffled. Sakura, I'd like to introduce your new teammate. Hatake Naruto. Everyone in the training grounds shot him an odd look, none more so than Naruto himself, and Kakashi raised his hands in apologetic surrender. Sorry. For a second there I couldn't help but feel like he was my son. The kunoichi groaned, but Naruto gained an amused smile. I'm not calling you two-san Inani. That caught the attention of the wolves, who instantly made note of their new uncle. Naruto could practically hear the gears turning in their heads and was already regretting his comment. His family just kept getting weirder and weirder, didn't it? He turned to his 2 new teammates and gave a shallow bow. Good morning, Jen and Uzumaki, Jen and Haruno. It looks like we'll be working together from here on. I hope we work well together. Naruto shot him a grin and a thumbs up that didn't give a youthful vibe to hide the disappointment she felt at such a formal greeting. They still had a long way to go if they were ever to have the relationship they once did. Sakura gave a hesitant smile, still shaken up about Sasuke's abduction, and the fact that she'd be working with the young man her teacher always went on about, and offered a quiet hello. Kakashi was still sniffling in pride but didn't let that stop him from continuing. Now I know you're used to working with Tokubetsu Jonin Mitarashi on missions, so this will probably be pretty different for you. The two kunoichi turned from their sensei to their new teammate. What kind of missions had he been doing with a Jonin-level kunoichi? Kakashi either didn't notice or didn't care. We'll do some teamwork exercises for a week or so to get into the rhythm, and then we'll stop by the mission office for AC rank. Naruto gave a nod of acceptance. It sounded reasonable to him, and the two kunoichi perked up at the mention of a higher-level mission. It was moments later that Naruto realized something vital and pointed an accusatory finger at her brother. Hey! You've never had to do D ranks, have you? Naruto blinked in surprise before asking blankly. There are D-ranked missions? He was aware of them, but the expressions on his teammates' faces were well worth pretending otherwise. Perhaps the wolves were rubbing off on him. He had been rather playful as of late. He kind of liked it. Chapter 78. Did you say something? She spared one last glance over her men, noting how well they had managed to blend in with the rebel forces. If one didn't know them, and considering many of them spent the majority of their time in a mass, there was no way to tell they were really Konoha Anbu. Those damn wolves certainly hadn't. Of course, that was likely to be the only time that worked, because they'd be much more cautious now. They had been wising up even during the initial scuffle, realizing that these were not the Chunin they expected to face. Yagura's forces hadn't picked up that detail soon enough and had suffered heavy losses for it. Unfortunately, most of Yagura's forces and nearly all the wolves had managed to get out. Reinforcements were likely, but that was fine. The goal wasn't to eliminate the wolves, it was to drive them off and topple Yagura's regime. Not nearly enough to satisfy her, but if this was all she could get at the moment, she'd be patient. They'd pay for allowing her hate to die. She had some good men here. They'd see to it that the wolves were at least sent back to their master with their tails between their legs. In the meantime, she needed to get back to Konoha. She was still a high-ranking member of Anbu, and her lack of presence for too long would be noted. She also needed to train some more with Naruto. Despite associating with these dogs, he seemed to trust her, perhaps bad decision-making on his part for both, and was likely to let something else slip about their operations. She'd be more than happy to use that against them. And who knows, maybe if the wolves were beaten down enough, he'd leave them, and she could start grooming him for an Anbu position. He certainly had the mentality already. Burning the orders from the Godame, Yuzuki Yugao turned from her men and started back to Konoha. She had work to do. At first, Naruto was a bit underwhelmed. With all Kakashi went on about her brother, she had thought some of it must be true, some tiny grain the man used to grow his stories from. As it turns out, her brother was not some chakra powerhouse throwing around earth-shattering jutsu and taking hits that would kill lesser men. In all honesty, she really should have realized that first. She had fought against him for fuck's sake. She knew his preferred style of combat, and that he was skilled enough to negate a larger attack using as little force as possible. So why on earth would he be some sort of godly titan on the battlefield? He wasn't, if that hadn't been clear. Naruto tended to hang back during their team-building exercises, observing the battleground and barking the occasional order or warning to his teammates. There were a couple times he had used a single chain to block an attack or to pull them out of harm's way, but for the most part he didn't take much action. From a young man who apparently threw himself into a war against an established clan, she found that to be kind of odd. A few hours after they had started, Kakashi held up a hand for them to stop dispelling the clones that had been throughout the training ground and the trees around it. Naruto and Sakura had been through this often enough, and simply headed towards the center of the clearing where the original Kakashi stood with his masked nose in a book. Naruto, however, usually trained with women such as Yuzuki Yugao and Mitarashi Anko. He was only more on guard. Slinking from his tree, he disappeared into the surrounding forest and circled around so that he had to cross as little open field as possible. Unseen to the kunoichi but known by Kakashi, Naruto also took the presented opportunity to send the two wolves that were with him to ensure the rest of the forest was clear. He'd been attacked by one too many of Anko's mud clones 3 hours after their session ended to fall for that. As soon as he received the all clear from the wolves, he carefully moved from the forest and made his way to his waiting team. The girls looked a little annoyed, but Kakashi bobbed his head approvingly. Definitely been training with Mitarashi then, haven't you? Before Naruto could answer should he be so inclined, Kakashi continued. So what did you think? Naruto was silent for a moment, looking critically at his new teammates before turning back to Kakashi with his thoughts. They've been with you for a while, but they're not very cautious. Naruto's eyes narrowed suspiciously. Have you been going easy on them? The kunoichi looked a bit insulted at the idea that all the pain they had gone through in their training wasn't anywhere close to what it should have been. When Kakashi just gave a lazy shrug, however, they quickly blanched. It also brought up the question, what kind of training had Naruto been doing? In all honesty, it wasn't so much of training as having learned to get used to Anko and her antics, but that itself could probably be considered survival training. And mental endurance testing, but most were wise enough not to make that comment around the woman. How many kills do they have? Whatever color had returned to their faces left again, and Naruto's follow-up question, and Kakashi shrugged once again. None on missions, if that's what you're asking. No idea what they may have been doing in their personal lives, but it's probably not stabbing people in the neck to rob them. You saw that, did you? Again Kakashi gave a shrug. Saw what? Did you say something? Kakashi's eye froze on the page, his head slowly rising to stare at his unofficial brother. He blinked once, twice as thoughts raced through his head, and finally he put his book away. Walking up to his newest student, he placed his hands on his shoulders. Naruto, you have learned everything I had to teach you. I can call myself your sensei no longer. Sakura stared on, not quite sure what to make of the scene, but Naruto was getting increasingly irritated at her sensei's antics. By the power accidentally vested upon me by Konohagaku no Sato, I hereby promote you to Joe. Whatever it was he was going to say was interrupted as Kakashi dodged the multitude of chains Naruto shot at him. Baka-sensei, she shouted. You can't just promote him to Jonin because he's so much like you. As soon as she said that, she froze, a horrified realization coming over her expression. Hatake Naruto no! Without warning, she bolted, desperate to get as far away as possible, and her team stared after her. And Naruto? Sakura was the only one really worried for the Uzumaki princess, but she knew there was no way she could possibly catch up. She still needed a lot more training until she was to the level she should be. So I suppose Kushina never talked to you two about your father? That was enough for Sakura to reach the same conclusion Naruto had. With a look of horror on her face, she shot Naruto a look of pity before running after Naruto. She might not catch up for a while, but the girl was in desperate need of support. Naruto just gave an amused snort, watching as the girls fled the training ground. We're done for the day then? Kakashi gave yet another of his shrugs. I guess so. The two stood there in silence for a bit, Kakashi eventually pulling out his book again before Naruto spoke up. You wouldn't happen to know the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, would you? Kakashi looked at him shrewdly. That's an S-ranked kenjutsu, he commented, to which Naruto shrugged. Does that mean you don't? The clearing was silent again, only briefly interrupted by the turning of pages. It's possible someone like the Yonde might have used it before around me, he eventually said. Did your Sharingan just happen to be out? Could have been. He may have known too. Perfect, because my clones keep dispelling and I need to figure out what I'm doing wrong. Kakashi looked up from his book and stared at his most interesting student. You already know it? Did you say something? A manly tear of pride trailed down his mask again. He owed Asuma a drink for these new team arrangements. The wolves, when not on duty, got up to all sorts of things, and Naruto had grown used to their antics. He usually wasn't too surprised when he walked in on them doing something strange. He had not, however, expected to find Anko, Rusted, Clicky, Tayuya, and 3 wolves sitting on his sitting room floor playing cards. Kurenai sat in one of the couches above them, book in hand, and gave him a small wave when he walked in. Naruto wasn't sure what exactly they were playing, but Anko and Tayuya seemed to be getting along smashingly. He had a feeling the thought may be very true in a literal sense as well, and made a mental note not to let the two of them be together unsupervised. While seeing them all sitting around together wasn't too strange, he had most definitely not been expecting to run into a scowling Shizen, her fists resting on her hips. He explained why Clicky and Rusted were here. You! Shizen jabbed a finger towards him accusingly. I gave explicit orders that you were to rest. Team training is not resting. Naruto spent a moment staring at her in thought. He recognized that she was saying this as a medical professional worried for their patient, which was heartening, but at the same time he wasn't exactly pleased with her and her team at the moment. No, I suppose it's not. He stepped around her easily enough and moved through the sitting room towards his office. But ignoring instructions seems to be the theme as of late, so I thought I'd give it a try. It's been most productive. In a single second, Shizen went from irate medical professional to an employee who very much would like to avoid their boss until someone else fucked up more. The group playing cards had looked up at Naruto's voice, both clicky and rusted, paling slightly at them. Yeah, he was still displeased. Should any of you need me, I'll be in my office, otherwise enjoy your game. He paused in the doorway, sending a nod to Kurenai. And your book. With that, he disappeared down the hallway, his steps measured but relaxed. Someone looking on without being able to hear his words might have assumed he had simply offered a casual greeting on his way through the room. The room was silent for almost a minute afterwards, the only sound coming from Kurenai's book as she turned the pages calmly. When they were certain he was out of earshot, both Anko and Taiya shared a look before letting out loud, drawn-out whistles. "Hoo boy, you guys must have done something big to get him that pissed off. He just rolled his eyes the last time I crawled into his bed covered in blood." Taiya cocked a brow at the older woman, earning a shrug in response. "What? I was tired and didn't have the energy to take a shower." The redhead's look became pointed. "And I thought it would be more enticing than it ended up being. Happy?" Taiya gave a satisfied nod before looking back to her hand and throwing down a card. Other than Anko, no one else seemed all that interested in continuing the game. A heavy silence grew in the room until Kurenai decided to ask a question of her own. "Did you apologize?" "What?" Clicky looked over to the woman, wondering if she was crazy. "Whatever you did to earn his ire, did you apologize for it?" The puppeteer snorted. "You think I'm going anywhere near him when he's pissed at me?" The genjutsu mistress rose a brow over the top of her book, looking at the Suna native as if she were an academy student talking about all the jutsu they already knew before their first class. "Do you think he's ever going to be less angry if you don't apologize?" Kurenai turned back to her book. "I was fortunate that he didn't hold my absence against me and that I had been with Anko when she came to visit him. He can hold a grudge for a very long time, and I don't think that's something you want from the person keeping you from Marino Ibiki's hospitality." Clicky and Rusted both shuddered at the mere mention of the man. There was a reason he was infamous across the world. One did not mess with Marino Ibiki. While Shizen had never met the man or had the pleasure of enjoying his particular brand of hospitality, she knew that most of the other villages gave their shinobi strict orders that they were to kill themselves rather than fall into the hands of Konoha and her top interrogator. Most of them considered that order a mercy too. She also noted that Kurenai had just confirmed her suspicions about her Suna subordinates. "They don't need to," spoke the medic. "I made the final call not to use his seals when Clicky couldn't see how they could possibly work. The responsibility is mine." "And you intend to apologize?" Shizen stared at the place Naruto had last been for a few moments before shaking her head. "Maybe after he's had some time to rest." It sounded better than calm down or forget, but the idea was the same. From her spot on the couch, Kurenai just shrugged. "Suit yourself, I suppose." Her book closed with a snap. "But if you're not going to be in the office with him, I think I'll take my reading there for a bit." Rising from the couch, she left the room after the young daimyo. The room fell silent again before Shizen gave a sigh. "I suppose I'll head back to the workshop and start on dinner." Rusted gave a wave, turning back to his cards with a contemplative frown, but Clicky rose from her spot on the floor. "I think I'd rather not be in the same building as him, honestly." "I'll join you." Other than her rants, that was probably the most Clicky had ever said to her. "Make sure he rests this time," Shizen ordered the wolves as she left. She wasn't sure how well they would listen, but she felt better making sure those around him were aware that he shouldn't be stressing himself. Who knows, maybe one of them would actually take his well-being seriously enough to do so. She knocked twice, opened the door, and stopped short. That was a lot of paperwork. Naruto looked up from his desk and gave her a small smile before returning to his work. "Hello, Kurenai, finished with your book already? I thought I'd read in here to give you some company, actually, if you don't mind." "Not at all," he gestured to the seats across from him. "Make yourself at home." "I'll do my best." She took one of the seats, careful not to hit any of the paperwork on the desk. Another small stack of papers was settled in the chair next to her. Picking up the stack, she raised a brow at the young daimyo. "A bit behind, are we?" "Maybe just a little." Her brow rose even more. "Okay, I'm really far behind. I can tell." She didn't want to be nosy, everyone deserved their privacy, but there was also a burning curiosity that led to her taking a peek at the stack of papers in her hand. What is all this anyway? From what she could see, they seemed to be reports for the most part. The top paper in her stack was covered in no small amount of red ink and seemed to be a financial report submitted by someone named Sai. By the red ink and copious notes that had been scribbled in the margin, it was immediately obvious that there were quite a few issues with it. Such as the total expenses for the past month. Gods above, that was not a small amount of money. Honestly, I'm not even sure. Naruto gave a sigh and reached for the next piece of paper. There's usually no so much work, so I'm not sure where this came from. I'm thinking someone had been delivering it to my office in the den, but a lot of it is pretty recent. Wherever it came from, it needs to be done. By you? One of his brows rose. Well, I can't exactly ask others to do my work for me. Yes, you could. She gave him a flat stare. It's called delegation. I'm working on it. The flat stare turned suspicious. Working on delegating it or working on getting it done? Yes. Her look said she was less than pleased with his response, but he carefully avoided it by keeping his gaze down at the paperwork before him. After a few moments of quiet, when he was certain she had given up glaring at him, he looked back up. So how's your book? Kurenai crossed her arms over her chest, the book in question dangling almost carelessly from one of her hands. Do you really think you can change the topic so easily? He gave a shrug. Usually works with Mai, but I think she's come to accept the fact that I'm too stubborn for her to change my mind. He paused, frowning. She's usually pretty good about making changes that get around whatever I've been doing, though. Maybe it would just be easier to listen to her. The sooner you realize that, the better. Kurenai grinned. You two are close enough that you should know the woman is always right by now. Don't think that's true, he commented as he turned back to his work. But it probably makes things a lot easier, doesn't it? See? Learning already? She picked the papers off the chair again and moved them to a free, relatively anyway space on his desk. Turning the chairs towards each other, she took a seat and placed her feet on the other, opening her book to resume her reading. Naruto gave a small snort of amusement but returned to his work with a small shake of his head. Comfy? He asked. Very. You know, you'd probably be more comfortable back on that couch, right? But then I wouldn't be spending time with you. He paused at that, looking up at the Genjutsu mistress, who met his gaze with her own. Neither spoke for a moment until Naruto broke the silence. Thank you, Kurenai. She shot him a brilliant smile. It's no problem, Naruto. He fell silent again before offering, if you'd like, I can have someone drag one of the couches in here. That would be fantastic, these chairs are horrid. Despite her initial panic, Naruto had quickly calmed down after fleeing the training ground. The thought of Kakashi being her father, however, continued to haunt her. Even with his white hair, she was certain he was much younger than her mother, but the possibility that her mother had in fact gone for a younger man was still present. That said, Naruto couldn't really think of any plausible reasons for him to be kept secret all these years if it was just Kakashi. Unless her mother had been married to someone else, she supposed. That was not a good train of thought for her to follow. Hopefully her mother would be back from her mission soon so she could get some answers or just confirmation that Kakashi wasn't her father. She would be very satisfied and much relieved knowing only that much. If he was her father, however, by whatever cruel design of the gods, then she had over a dozen years of missed presence and absence for the bastard to make up for. Jonin or not, she'd kick his ass for not being there. Still, it probably wouldn't hurt to make some offering to the gods in hopes that it wouldn't be so. Naruto wasn't sure she could recover from such horrible news. Kurenai had left some hours prior to get some sleep before her own team meeting. Apparently Team 7 was not the only one going through changes the next morning. Ino, she had told him, seemed to be adapting to her new teammates Shino and Kiba well enough. Kiba was still a little hesitant to take orders from the young woman, but the Aburame heir was quite relieved to have someone other than Kiba willing to take the position. He definitely didn't want it, and fighting Kiba for the lead of the team was more trouble than it was worth. Ino, having grown used to giving orders to the fully grown men and women of her clan, had no problems calling the shots during training. Kurenai wasn't sure if she would be able to pass on her craft to the Yamanaka heiress, but she'd be able to turn her into a fine kunoichi nonetheless. In the time since Kurenai's departure, Naruto thought he had made pretty decent progress through the piles that had been on his desk, cutting them down into small stacks that seemed much less daunting. He was acutely aware that there would be more coming in, though. There had always been a decent flow of paperwork to him, much to Mai's displeasure, but now he'd have to work on that, and catching up on all of this. Fortunately, he should be able to spend a good chunk of tomorrow's meeting practicing his Kage Bunshin with the advice Kakashi had given. It might not decrease his workload any, but it would sure as hell relieve him of stressing over not getting it all done in a timely manner. Apparently one was not supposed to be braiding the chakra of their clone together because while it would make a chakra system for them it would be well braided. He supposed that made quite a bit of sense, and would blame his oversight on being so used to forming his own chains that way. And that was probably the first thing to work on once he got the Kage Bunshin down. He could still form and control his chains easily enough, but the technique had so much more potential he never had the time or excess chakra to explore. He'd have to fix that. He hadn't visited Yugao in a while either, so he was definitely due for a visit with her. Seeing just how much he had regressed, however, was not going to be fun, especially when she had spent so much of her own time teaching him. Still, he'd have to face the music eventually. He'd been neglecting his training in favor of seeing to the needs of his wolves, and his skills would have suffered for it. The sooner he owned up to the fact and corrected it, the better. A quick glance over to the clock on his wall told him he'd have to get up for his team meeting in an hour or so, and a peek out his window showed that the sun had indeed already greeted the world. He entertained the idea of an hour nap but dismissed it with a shake of his head. Looks like it was going to be coffee then, because there was no way he could manage to sleep for just an hour, and he didn't want to be late. Sleeping soundly in his bed, a great shudder ran down Kakashi's spine and his eye opened in panic. There's been a disturbance in the hip. Naruto wasn't power, he was control. As links of chain caught kunai from the air and sent them darting back towards the Kakashi clone that had thrown it, Naruto was reminded of that fact. When those kunai ended up ripping through the surprise clone, she was reminded that there was a certain power and control too. She also realized that she had quite a ways to go to master her chains. Unlike Naruto, who seemed to have focused on them, Naruto had spread her training while Kushina had spread her training across various shinobi skills. It was good to be well versed in many aspects, but she could also see the benefit of always having a skill you could fall back on if the others didn't work. Naruto's control, however, could only do so much without the chakra to support it. 6 hours into the training session, he was looking exhausted. His blade was out ready to make use of his lesser kenjutsu ability, and his chest heaved noticeably. 2 chains remained coiled tightly around him like armor, all the chakra he had left from the looks of it, and Naruto had to wonder what had happened that had reduced his reserves so drastically. Another thing to ask her mother when she got back. Uzumaki were well known for their monstrous chakra capacity. After all, so an Uzumaki without was most definitely abnormal. Then again, what about Naruto was normal anyway? Despite his evident exhaustion, he didn't look like he was going to stop anytime soon. That was Uzumaki's stubbornness, all right. She was willing to bet he'd push himself until he collapsed unconscious unless someone stopped him. She'd know, considering how many times her mother had to drag her back to wherever they were staying when Naruto had taken it too far. Some part of her also reminded her that open combat wasn't Naruto's preferred style, and that if he had been forced into open combat for more than 6 hours he was already in some serious trouble. Actually, most shinobi would have trouble with 6 hours of combat, but as this was training and Kakashi wasn't trying to kill them or Naruto, at least it was probably more equivalent to an hour or 2 of true combat. Still not too bad when clashes between shinobi didn't often extend for longer than 12 minutes. Well, there had been a battle between 2 genjutsu users that took 4 days and ended up drawing a crowd of hunter-nin passing shinobi and a few bandits, but that was most definitely not the standard. She was not the only one who had noticed how tired he was either, because after Naruto stabbed another clone through the kidney, Kakashi held up a hand to call the session to a close. Naruto's chains immediately shot into the ground beneath him, and from the new holes spilled the smoke of a dispelled Kage Bunshin. Kakashi frowned behind his mask. Maybe Kage Bunshin weren't the best idea, but with Naruto trying to learn the technique, he figured he might as well provided the young man with plenty of chances to observe it, and Naruto shot her sensei a glare. Usually the man made use of earth clones, and the occasional water clone which didn't have as much free will. Ever since he had made use of these new clones, however, their training sessions had become much more dangerous. One Kakashi trying to kill you by making it look like a training accident was bad enough, but having up to 5 of the fuckers all plotting separately? It was a good thing Naruto seemed so paranoid, and she never thought she'd say that, because otherwise the clones would have got them quite a few times. Sakura had been fortunate enough to wear herself out before the Kage Bunshin had come into play, and had spent the last few hours sitting next to a tree watching them. Well, she was supposed to be practicing the leaf-clinging exercises because it took almost no chakra, but after an hour had grown bored of it, and proceeded to just sit there. Naruto felt for her that sort of training was exceedingly dull. On the other hand, it was obvious that some more physical training would do the girl some good. Couldn't have her collapsing on them out in the field after all. Alright, good session today everyone. Kakashi's frown disappeared in an instant, replaced by his trademark I smile. I'll see you all again bright and early tomorrow, so make sure you get plenty of rest. The first two statements were bold-faced lies, and the third was directed towards an embarrassed Sakura. See you tomorrow, Naruto-san, Naruto-san. Sakura gave a quick wave and scurried away. Naruto opted to just collapse into the grass where she had been standing. It was a pretty nice day, maybe she'd take a nap in the sun before heading home. Naruto, on the other hand, turned towards the forest and gave a sharp whistle. From the corner of her eye, Naruto could see a man in a wolf mask slink from the forest carrying a towel and a bottle of water. Naruto accepted them both, gratefully patting the man on the head much to Naruto's confusion before wiping off the sweat and draining a good half of the bottle in one draw. He capped the bottle and tossed it over towards Naruto, nearly hitting her, and proceeded to shed the clothing from his upper body. It wasn't that hot out, but she supposed it probably felt better than a sweat-soaked shirt clinging to him. You can have the rest of that, he commented as he started to towel down his torso. I can't drink much more on an empty stomach. The towel was handed back to the wolf, and Naruto ruffled the man's hair, which really was an odd sight, before clasping him on the shoulder. Stop that, you did well. As the wolf perked up, Naruto realized the man's shoulders had been slumped forward, almost as if he was beating himself up over not bringing Naruto something to eat. Naruto knew her brother worked closely with them, and that when she last visited she had been served tea by one of them, but this was just weird. I don't like to eat when I'm training, Naruto continued. I'll grab something at home. The wolf seemed to perk up even more, like he had just had some great idea. Naruto had a feeling the idea involved dinner. Kakashi, who had already buried his nose into his favorite literature, spoke up without looking from his book. Ma, Naruto, are you sure you should be pushing yourself like this? You seem pretty exhausted to me. Naruto rolled both his eyes and his shoulders. It's fine, Inu. He moved his hands into a position Naruto had become pretty familiar with throughout the day. The sooner I get this down, the better. Kakashi gave a shrug, but Naruto noticed that he was looking over his book to focus entirely on her brother. It was evident that the man was concerned but wasn't going to do anything to stop it. She had to wonder if that was some sort of teaching method, or if Kakashi simply didn't think he'd be able to stop him from trying it anyway. Uzumaki were known for being stubborn, so that last option wasn't too far-fetched. Naruto's first announcement of Kage Bunshin no Jutsu was met with nothing except smoke, but that didn't seem to deter him any. In fact, with every failure he seemed to square his shoulders more, like he was preparing himself to take some great burden. Well, that, or he was trying to keep himself standing. Naruto figured both were equally as likely. Kakashi's book also seemed to get closer to his pouch with every attempt, but Naruto wasn't sure if the man actually noticed. Naruto seemed like he would collapse any second, but he also didn't look like he would be stopping any time soon. Uzumaki stubbornness at its finest. Briefly she contemplated leaving the field or actually taking a nice little lap, but she kind of wanted to see him succeed. As another burst of smoke answered his call, she thought it might be quite a while before she got that chance. Chapter 79. And they would Tsutsum frowned at the back of her couch, knowing that just on the other side Mai was curled up in a blanket as she had been for the last few days. When Mai had first crawled into her bed, she thought they might cuddle for a few hours, but when she had to leave for a council meeting and return to find the young woman still hiding from the world, she realized there was more to it than that. Unfortunately, she still hadn't managed to drag any information out of the girl. She had managed to get her to eat, however, and some considered that a victory by itself. Mai seemed so preoccupied by whatever thoughts she was having that Tsum was sure she would have forgotten on her own. What Tsum found most curious was the fact that none of the wolves had come to check on her. She could understand if they trusted her, but even so, surely there was something that would require the young woman's attention. Evidently not. It did beg the question of why she worked so hard if she obviously didn't need to. Maybe when Mai was out of this funk she could mention it, and hope the girl reduced her workload. From what she had heard, it was only matched by Naruto, but of the two she saw one of them out and about. Part of her wondered who made sure the young man didn't overwork himself if he was always locked away in that office of his, but she also realized it was probably Mai herself. Both of them needed a vacation. Some? She almost didn't hear Mai, her voice soft and hesitant in a way that simply wasn't her. Am I attractive? The Inuzuka matriarch blinked in surprise before her frown deepened. She didn't know what would have her doubting her looks, but she already didn't like it. Mai was a beautiful young woman, and had no reason to believe otherwise. Of course you are. Who said otherwise? Some moved around the couch just in time to see the young woman shake her head. No one. Mai fell silent once again, as she had been for most of her extended visit, but spoke up again a few minutes later. Would you sleep with me if you had the opportunity? It took Some a moment to realize what she meant, because they had been sharing a bed frequently for some time now. The surprise must have been evident on her face as Mai's shoulders slumped further. Taking a seat next to Mai on the couch, Some rested her hand on the girl's thigh. What brought this on, Mai? What happened? Talk to me, please. I didn't really know what it was I had wanted, but he was being playful, so I became more suggestive. He never came to bed though. Instead, I found him in bed the next morning with her. That's all. Some really needed to get a good picture of what happened, but the floodgates had been opened and Mai had more to get off her chest. They were so beautiful, both of them, and I finally realized what I wanted. Mai turned more fully to Some, meeting her eyes. I wanted that to be me. I wanted to be her, but now it's too late. She's taken him, and even after she left, she's made arrangements for others to see to his needs. How can I possibly fit into that? Okay, so maybe Some hadn't had as good a grasp on the situation as she thought. This other woman had arranged for more women to be with him while she was away. Whoever he was damn fortunate. That was about to be countered when Some kicked his ass for upsetting Mai, but for now he seemed to have some incredible luck. A small part of her mentioned that if they were comfortable with others, then Mai very well could slip in there and claim a piece for herself, but a much larger part of her argued that her Mai deserved much better than that. Even if Mai herself would disagree. Have you told him how you feel? There was a sense of loss just speaking those words, but whatever her relationship with Mai actually was, the fact that she cared for her was undeniable. If she decided she wanted someone else, then Some would support her completely. I invited him into my bed. Not exactly what Some had meant, and she was aware that the wolves seemed keen on sharing beds, so it could have been taken as more friendly than suggestive, but she guessed that was close enough. And have you spoken to him since? Mai just shook her head. I needed to get away. I spent some time in his office before coming here. Alright, now Some was pretty confident that it had been Naruto who had upset her Mai. As far as she was aware, Tsukiyomi didn't have an office in Naruto's apartment. Then again, Mai could have fled to the den to escape. Were you going to? Mai gave a bitter laugh. Good morning, Naruto. I know you slept with her instead of joining me in bed, but I wanted to let you know that I want to be the only one you sleep with. Yep, definitely, Naruto. His ass was grass as soon as Some caught him. Not how I'd recommend going about it, but I guess it's better than nothing. Mai gave another slightly less bitter laugh at that. They both sat there in a more comfortable silence for a time. You know you never answered my question, Some. I know. Are you sure you want me to answer? You just realize you want a Naruto. And I've already lost him, but I think I'd like to give us a try. Just this once. Normally Some might feel like she was being called second best, but she and Mai had never determined what their existing relationship was, and she couldn't find it in her to be mad at the girl for not knowing what they had wanted back when she and Some started it. Just this once? Some felt it was very important to clarify that point. Once, and we'll see where it goes from there. That was already different, but Some thought it sounded reasonable. They try it out and see what came from it. Isn't that how relationships worked anyway? Admittedly, it had been a long time since she had gone out on a date, though she and I had gone out to eat several times, but she was pretty sure they were skipping a few steps. She didn't mind too much if she was honest. So Some, if you had the chance, would you sleep with me? Mai was answered when a pair of lips met her own. He lay in the grass, chest heaving and body burning, and not for the first time he wondered if it would be a less painful death to just do normal training and squeeze in his work as daimyo between missions. Today's training had ended nearly 8 hours ago, and the sun was already well below the horizon. Unfortunately, it was more chakra exhaustion than physical at this point, so the colder evening didn't help as much. He could have used this breeze earlier, that was for sure. With a groan, he pushed himself back up. He had work left back in his office, and if he left now he could finish it, and be caught up for the first time in days, which would give him time to sleep. That sounded absolutely fantastic. He hadn't had any of that since he had been dragged to Kato-sensei after collapsing from chakra exhaustion. He was pretty sure that was 3 days ago, but he could have been wrong. His sense of time had been more or less shot to hell after the second day. But before he left, he wanted to try one last time. He was reasonably confident that after his little break he had enough to be able to walk back home under his own power afterwards. If not, well, there was a wolf in the trees. The cow'll always drag him back. Before he could try, however, a tugging at his hip interrupted him. Without a second thought, he reached down to untie the small silk pouch that held Karura's sand. It wasted no time in forming a familiar hand, one that immediately began waving a finger in his face. It looked like even Karura had decided he had trained enough for the day. Still, one more wouldn't kill him. Naruto-sama, he could practically hear the disapproving frown on her face. Please, there's nothing left for you to use. That was probably true, but it had never stopped him before. I'll be fine, Karura. I know humans can't handle much of it, but please take as much of my chakra as you need. I don't want you to hurt yourself. Thank you, Karura, but I'll be fine. Through the seal he could feel her concern for him growing, and he could picture her worried face. It was enough to bring him pause. He much preferred to see her smiling. Please, my lord. Do it for me. He didn't want to make use of her chakra, didn't want to rely on someone else for something he intended to use frequently, but if it made her happy, he'd do it. Very well, Karura. I'll use your chakra. The response was immediate. Even as he felt Karura's elation, her chakra surged from the seal and into his own chakra system. With a groan halfway between pain and pleasure, Naruto realized just how empty he had been. Maybe another attempt would have killed him after all. What an embarrassing way to die. Thank you, Karura. He probably didn't need nearly this much chakra for the technique, but it was probably a good idea to have some in reserve afterwards. As displeased as he had been with Kato-sensei and her team, she would be far more displeased to have him dragged in to see her by panicked wolves. Her pleasure at his words was far more than he thought was appropriate, but if that's all it took, he might draw on some of her chakra more often. Not too much though, because even as his chakra coils refilled, he could already feel them strain to contain the chakra of a biju. Humans were not designed to make use of such power. Moving his hands back into the seal that had taunted him for the last week, he announced his jutsu once again. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. A poof of smoke answered his call, but as it was blown away by the evening breeze, he laid his amethyst eyes on another him staring back. The only difference he could see were the golden eyes, most likely a result of Karura's chakra. He had done it, he had finally done it. Thank you, Karura. Thank you? Anything for you, my lord. Her response had been practically purred, and he was fairly certain that she was more pleased to have her chakra used than he was to finally succeed in the technique. Dropping to one knee before the clone, he could already feel a great weight lift off his shoulders. Tsukiyomi-sama. He greeted. His double blinked once in surprise before understanding dawned in its golden eyes. Rise, Genin Naruto. He smiled softly. You have done the House of Wolves proud. At long last he would be able to be both the shinobi he was born to be and the daimyo his wolves deserved. He couldn't even muster the strength to stop the relieved laughter that spilled from his lips to be joined by Tsukiyomi. They were going to do great things together, he could feel it. Rather than simply retiring to bed as he very much wished to do, Naruto and Tsukiyomi both entered their office and got to work. Sitting in one of the gust chairs, Naruto noted two important things. First, Kurenai had been right about his chairs. Second, he needed to get another office chair. Or maybe just a second office. The two of them continued to work through the remaining papers for over an hour, both gleefully aware of how much faster it was with two of them, before they were interrupted by a knock on the door. Seconds later, the head of a wolf popped in and froze. Back and forth they looked from one Naruto to the other, and after a moment they let out an almost pitiful whimper. Naruto-sama? Yes? Having answered simultaneously, both Narutos turned to each other. They were going to have to get used to being Genin Naruto and Tsukiyomi instead of trying to pull off both. It should be easier in the long run, but it was going to take some time before they could be certain they weren't about to blow their identity by accidentally reacting to something addressed to the other. Naruto cleared his throat, both of them, and the wolf let out another whimper. The clone inclined his head towards the original and lazily flicked his hand towards him in something resembling a wave. If Naruto knew himself, and he was pretty sure he did. Then he had just invited himself to be the one to speak. How kind of him. Huh. That was kind of weird. There was a part of him that really liked it though. It did seem a bit egotistical, but maybe that's why it was growing on him so fast. The original raised his hand slightly to catch the wolf's attention. Did you need something? Well. The wolf still seemed off balance from walking in on two of his lord, but did their best to remember why they had come in the first place. Have you seen Mai? The two Narutos shared a look. No, they hadn't seen Mai in several days now. Last he had heard, however, something important had called her away. It was a bit worrying that it had taken longer than the day, or so she had told one of the wolves it would take, but Naruto had every confidence that she could resolve whatever issue had caught her attention. She needed to attend to something, I was informed. He answered after a moment of thought. You may try asking one of her wolves. They were his wolves really, but he didn't have a name for her little group of favorites. He probably should. Of course, Naruto-sama. Thank you, Naruto-sama. The wolf gave a shallow bow before fleeing the room. The two Narutos shared another look before shrugging. They'd see about making it easier for the wolves sometime tomorrow after they had caught up on their work. Another 2 hours were spent finishing up before they could both look at the empty desk appreciatively. There were still stacks of paper around the room, but it had all been done. He'd call a few wolves in the morning to transport it back to the den. I do believe we can call it a night, Naruto commented to himself, who nodded in agreement. Reaching for the chakra that connected him to his clone, he pulled the lion taunt before snapping it to dispel them. With a blinding pain and encroaching darkness, he collapsed onto the neat piles of completed paperwork, unconscious. Shizen was sitting up as soon as her door was slammed open, bleary eyes able to use the light spilling into her room to make out the porcelain mask of the one sent to retrieve her. She took a second to look at her clock and practically growled. Someone had better have been dying where she'd make it so herself. And gods above, if it was Naruto again, she was going to tie the young man to a bed and watch him personally to ensure he got some actual rest before assigning him a watcher who would actually step in when he tried to work himself to death. Sadly, that might end up being her. Then again, Rusted was more or less her apprentice, and he had been rather bored as of late. That could work. I'm up. She waved off the wolf before she could be physically dragged from her bed. Grab my robe, would you? Following the orders of black-haired young woman was practically ingrained within every wolf these days, and he responded without hesitation, grabbing the robe hanging near the door and handing it to her as she walked briskly past. I'll assume they're in the workshop, she said, not at all looking for a response as she threw on the robe. They really needed to have it remodeled or something. It was not equipped to deal with patients of flesh. If it's Naruto, I'm going to need some rope. She didn't even have to look behind her to know the wolf had paused in the short hallway. Whether that had been due to confusion about the actual orders or surprise that she already knew who needed her attention, she didn't know. Even so, she quickly clapped her hands together to snap him back into reality. Go on, fetch. She knew it probably wasn't the wisest course of action, but it just seemed to fit too well to pass up on the opportunity. Regardless of how it was taken, the wolf took off to retrieve the rope she requested. Or she assumed that's what he was doing, she couldn't know for sure. Entering the workshop, her suspicions were confirmed. Once again, Naruto was laid out on the table, several panicked wolves around him, and Shizen rolled her eyes. Since becoming the head physician on the House of Wolves, the only person she had actually attended to was Naruto. She had to wonder if they hired her just because he kept doing things like this. Out of the way, she barked, but she didn't wait for them to move before she shoved her way to the edge of the table. All right, Naruto, what have you done this time? Green light sprung into existence around her hand, and it only took a second for her to see what was wrong. Mainly because the first thing she looked for was the reason he was in last time. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. She looked up from her patient to glare at the wolves around them. Even if you couldn't get him to stop, is there not a single one of you who could be bothered to give him a God's be damned soldier pill? They cowered slightly before her, which was strange considering they were all superior fighters, until one of them managed to gather the courage to speak. We found him like this in his office, Kato-sensei. Her glare lessened but didn't go away. I swear, for as much as you wolves seem to consider him important, none of you do a very good job watching over him. Most of their heads hung, but one of them raised their hand in protest. My Sama takes very good care of him. Even as she gave a pointed look between the wolf and the unconscious young man on her worktable, she made a note that it was Mai she needed to talk to about keeping Naruto from ending up back here again. Her brow rose at the wolf. I can see she's done a very good job at keeping him from requiring a medic. Her pause was accompanied by a flat stare. Oh wait, never mind. One of the other wolves pipped up. She usually does, but she had to take care of something. She's been away for a couple of days. Alright, maybe she did a good job keeping Naruto out of trouble. The fact that he ended up in her care twice even as soon as Mai was gone was somewhat troubling. She'd expect someone so high up in one of No Kuni's noble houses to have a bit more self-preservation. With the wolves, however, she couldn't assume. For all she knew, they had elevated him to that position purely because he had no sense of self-preservation. She wasn't a wolf, and she sure as hell didn't understand how they thought. Still, even if she knew what was wrong, Tsunade had pounded it into her head that you always did a complete check. Not only did it help make sure you were right, which stopped you from making stupid mistakes, but if you were already there, you might as well. No point in sending someone away only half-healed after all. Her hand continued to trail over the young man, looking for any other potential issues, and a frown found its way to her face. She had been right, of course, but there were traces of chakra that most certainly didn't belong. Following the chakra where its residue was most prominent, she found herself staring down at his left arm. More specifically, at a very large seal that completely covered the arm. Did he have a biju sealed in his arm? It was absolutely absurd, but that described the wolves pretty well. It was also something she'd have liked to have known about, being the wolves' physician and all. You know, just a friendly, by the way, one of your potential patients is a Jinchuriki, so they may require specialized care. Would have been nice. Then again, he might not be. There had been several individuals throughout history who had simply gathered chakra of biju and sealed it within themselves. It was a bastardized version, to be sure, but the kunoichi part of her could certainly understand that every edge could be the difference between life and death. The medic part of her argued that most of those people had suffered horrible repercussions years later because their bodies hadn't been intended to utilize such potent chakra. She'd have to wait for him to wake up to figure out which it was, as she highly doubted the wolves would be very helpful when they couldn't even keep one young man out of trouble, but until then she would treat what she knew was there. She did note that his coils seemed a bit stronger. Not in the sense that they had been healed, but that the damage caused by the biju chakra was also healed by the biju chakra, creating what was more or less scars throughout it. Structurally, they were great. They would, however, decrease the total amount of chakra able to pass through at a time. Taking it slow, he'd be fine, but if this kept up, he wouldn't be throwing out any jutsu that required a massive amount of chakra in an instant anytime soon. To be fair, jutsu like that were of the higher class and were usually encroaching army killer status, so he probably wouldn't get to that point anytime soon anyway. In fact, by her estimate, he should still be able to move most of his chakra at once through his network. That actually was strange. He should have much more chakra than he did. Were he to utilize the biju's chakra frequently, she supposed it didn't matter, but that came with its own negatives. Mainly that he wouldn't have to worry about his chakra system in a couple years, because it would either be completely shot, or he'd be dead. She would really have to stress the importance of using it sparingly, and even then just its presence was often harmful, because she could already see how seriously he took her earlier advice to take it easy. Continuing with the examination, she moved her hand up to his head. What she found in his torso supported her belief that it was chakra exhaustion again, but she didn't think he would have been training in his office where he was found. Well, he might have been. The wolves and their friends were weird. Regardless of that, there may have been something else that caused him to collapse there rather than on the training ground. You know, assuming he wasn't training in his office. The results were rather peculiar. Somehow, despite being on the edge of chakra exhaustion, he had managed to inflict minor damage around his brain using the chakra he well didn't have. It was like the chakra had suddenly become present within his head before bleeding off. She couldn't figure out where it had gone unless it had burned itself away doing whatever it was it had done. Shizen blinked in surprise before looking down at the young man before her in disbelief. There was only one jutsu she knew that would cause something like this, and she only knew it because she had studied under Tsunade for over a decade. Even then, it had only ever been discussed theoretically. There were few who knew the technique and less who could use it. Naturally, that left three possibilities. 1. He had been trying to learn the technique, and had failed horribly. 2. He had managed the technique by some miracle, and this was the result of its intended use. 3. She was completely wrong about the specific technique, and he was either messing about with other mental techniques such as a Yamanaka jutsu or suffering from one. She was pretty sure it wasn't the 3rd, but she had been very recently reminded that she was still very much fallible, so it would remain on the list. For now. Any of you see 2 of him recently? She didn't have too much faith in the wolves for letting him get himself into her care again, but maybe one of them had observed something that would allow her to confirm her suspicions. They all shared a look before one of them hesitantly raised their hand. She gave a sharp nod. Thought so. I don't know where he learned the technique, but with his chakra capacity it's not something he should really be using. She supposed that explained the Biju chakra. Ultimately, however, it had not been the chakra exhaustion that had caused him to collapse, though it certainly didn't help but the mental backlash of the dispelling clone. Fortunately, while she didn't have any practice dealing with the Kage Bunshin specifically, there were techniques to relieve the mental strain from patients. It wasn't a cure-all for such techniques, but it should bring him back so the wolves stopped panicking. He'd be up normally in the next 8 to 36 hours anyway, ready to go, but if she woke him now, maybe the headache would serve as a deterrent from future foolishness. Shizen could hope anyway. Before she did, however, she had to make sure he stayed in bed. Jabbing her finger towards 2 of the wolves, she gestured back to her bedroom. You grab him and get him into bed. They snapped off salutes and gently lifted their lord. Watching them, Shizen realized she probably didn't need both of them to carry him. In fact, she could have done it herself if she had been so inclined. Watching 2 grown men carry the young man as if he was a delicate piece of pottery worth billions was actually kind of amusing, but with how much she was seeing him recently, maybe he really was. The pottery part, at least. She didn't know how much he was worth, and she figured she was probably better off not knowing. Shizen was making a pretty generous amount as the wolves' head physician, but he was above the young woman who had hired her. She wasn't even sure what she would do with the money the young man must have at his disposal. As soon as the 2 had entered her room, the wolf who woke her returned a coil of high-quality rope in his hands. She supposed she could have asked one of the wolves for ninja wire, but they may not have reacted as well to that. They might not react to the rope well either, but it wasn't nearly as strong as ninja wire, so maybe they'd let it slide. If she had to, she supposed she could always just hold him down herself. The wolves had done a pretty good job holding him down the other day, but she couldn't count on them to keep him there when it would just take a single order to get them all off. She had experienced disobeying his orders at this point. What was a little more insubordination if it was for his well-being? That was after all her job. They'd have to see how long that remained true. Ah, perfect. She grabbed the rope and headed towards her room, throwing a thank you over her shoulder. Rusted chose that moment to peek out of his room to see what was going on, but she waved one hand at him dismissively. She was more or less done now anyway, he may as well get some more sleep. Maybe he could get a few hours for her too, because gods knew she probably wasn't getting any more tonight. Slipping into her room, she shooed away the wolves that had surrounded her bed. They stood around the young man as if he were dying. It was just chakra exhaustion and mental strain. He'd be right as rain by morning. Well, he'd be pretty uncomfortable until then, because she was waking him up now instead of letting him sleep until his body had recovered on his own, but he'd be perfectly healthy. Words hadn't gotten through to him, maybe the pain would. Untying the coil of rope, she tossed it over her patient and moved to the side of the bed. She secured it to the frame first, and then wrapped it around him a few times. As she worked, the wolves looked between themselves, trying to figure out what to make of the situation. She put a stop to that before they could decide they didn't like it. Come on, make sure it's secure. He's never going to recover if you let him run away as soon as he wakes up. They shared another look before shrugging and getting to work. Unlike Shizen, they were more concerned about ensuring he was comfortable in the bed, but so long as they were making sure he couldn't get out, that was fine. She'd make sure to kick them out of the room later so they couldn't untie him too. Shizen gave a satisfied nod when they had finished and turned to one of the wolves. Fetch me one of the chairs, please. I'm going to have to make sure he doesn't go anywhere. They gave a nod and left to carry out her order while the others resumed their positions, hovering over the young man. All right, get out of here. He needs his rest, and he isn't going to be able to relax with all of you worrying over him. They complied, albeit reluctantly, and soon it was just the 2 of them in the room. She turned on the lamp by her bed and grabbed her current book. Might as well make use of the time to catch up on her reading. When the wolf returned with a chair, she had him set it by the lamp before shooing him off too. She closed the door and set her book on the chair before moving to her patient and placing a glowing hand on his head. Moments later, and he was beginning to stir, so she cut the jutsu and took her chair, flipping to where she had left off in her book. If he didn't end up just going back to bed, maybe she'd even have an actual conversation with him. It may also be a good time to apologize. While he was tied up and everything. The rope would at least give her a few seconds head start should things go wrong. Chapter 80. A bit tied up, the first thing he was aware of was the blinding pain in his head, a series of hot knives repeatedly stabbing themselves at the base of his skull. The second thing he was aware of was the fact that he seemed to be restrained in some manner. The third was that he had finished all the work he had in his office. It was the last one that brought a small smile to his face despite his head's most valiant attempt to explode. It took him a minute to realize the first and third thing were probably linked, but he couldn't bring himself to care. If this was the price to pay for being able to focus all of his attention to the wolves and still be able to be a shinobi, he'd gladly pay it. I see. The voice was familiar, but not so much that he instantly recognized it. Moving his head as little as possible, he was treated to the sight of his physician sitting next to the bed with a book in her hand and a most unimpressed look on her face. Good, he strained his neck to look at the window behind his head. Evening, Kato-sensei. Is it? She asked. I can't imagine your head is treating you very well at the moment. She marked her place in the book and set it next to the lamp on the bedside table before crossing her arms over her chest. Not particularly, no. He was perfectly willing to stretch the truth when talking to his wolves to keep them from worrying about him, but what was the point in having a physician if you didn't let them do their job? I do believe that would be an understatement. She gave a sigh. I'm not sure where you learned an S-ranked kenjutsu or why you were using Biju chakra around the same time, but please stop trying to kill yourself. I'm not trying to kill myself, Naruto objected. I simply went a bit too far after succeeding. Using the Kage Bunshin for a couple hours when you had been running on empty before summoning it? Yeah, maybe not the best idea. Karura's chakra had helped and probably kept him from killing himself, but that just put more strain on his system in the end. He had experienced the result of too much strain firsthand now, and he had to say he really wasn't a fan. She blinked in surprise, and not a small amount of awe. So you did actually manage it. It was not an easy technique, and even ignoring the usual chakra requirements, most jonin would be hard-pressed to perform it. 1. He admitted, looking only a little embarrassed. I can manage to make 1. Kakashi could make between 3 and 7 with a maximum of 4 at a time, so making 1 wasn't very impressive. You don't have much chakra, she noted with a thoughtful frown. So your control must be incredible. Have you considered learning medical jutsu? No, he hadn't. Lifting one of his hands as much as he could against his bindings, he stared at it for a moment, trying to imagine using it to heal people. He couldn't see it. At the same time, it was a fool who didn't vary their learning. You never knew when a bit of experience in something might save your life. Perhaps I'll learn a few someday, but I can't see myself becoming dedicated to such a path. He finally admitted. She seemed mildly disappointed but nodded her head in understanding. There aren't many who do, which is a shame. She shook her head of the thought, turning her attention back to the patient currently stealing her bed. Now, care to tell me why I found that Biju chakra in your system? Not particularly. Her fists found themselves to her hips as she stared down at the young man, and one brow slowly rose. It was one of Tsunade's favored techniques for dealing with troublesome patients, and usually worked. When Naruto continued to look up at her completely unbothered, she realized it might not work quite as well on the people you outranked you. It was after all a technique rooted in intimidation. His own brows slowly rising, she found worked very well on her. Well then, at least be careful with it. The human body isn't designed for a Biju's chakra, so it puts a lot of strain on your chakra system. She frowned. Actually, yours didn't show as much as I would expect, but even so you should exercise caution. Naruto had a feeling that he had the fact that he was conceived in a body that constantly had traces of Mito's chakra in it to thank for that one. He also suspected that the chakra therapy he did a couple years ago with Yakushi-sensei had partially undone that. Considering it had been necessary for him to use his chakra on his own and that Mito was gone, he supposed it was a fair trade. Now, however, he would have been much better off without it because he had Karura. The warm tingle in his arms indicated she had been listening in again, and she obviously liked what she was hearing. Of course, Kato-sensei. She gave him a flat look. I'm pretty sure you said the same thing when I told you to rest too, and here you are again. A fair observation, really. With the jutsu figured out, there isn't as much urgency for the rest of my tasks. I'll have much more time to rest now. While she was sure having two of you could definitely free up time, in no way did it constitute as resting. Very deliberately she reached down and lightly smacked his head. As expected, it was not a fun experience for the young man. You're not resting if you're having another you working, especially if dispelling it is just going to land you here again. Through the pain that clouded his mind, he agreed that she was probably right. Didn't mean he'd listen, though. He had far too much to do. I seem to be resting now. Resting after you collapse completely disregards the point of resting. She continued to stare down at him with a frown for almost a minute before she gave a sigh and reached down to touch his forehead. Green light sprung into existence, and immediately he could feel the difference. Thank you, Kato-sensei. I may have to learn that one. You'll need to if you keep this up. He really couldn't deny that. The two fell into silence for a few minutes even as Shizen finished her jutsu, and it was some time until anyone interrupted it. Naruto, yes, Kato-sensei? The medic paused for a second, gathering her courage, before giving a deep sigh. I'm sorry, Naruto. I shouldn't have doubted you, and I shouldn't have discarded your work without looking further into it. Naruto gave a sigh of his own before shaking his head. No, don't apologize. The responsibility lies with me. My style of Fuinjutsu is not traditional, and to you I look like nothing more than a young boy. It is understandable and commendable that you did not trust my work. He gave another sigh. Thinking about it, I realize I would have been more disappointed to learn that you made use of a matrix you knew nothing about. If anyone owes an apology, it's me. He began attempting to get up, but both the restraints and one of Shizen's hands on his chest stopped him. Maybe we can just say we were both wrong? He thought for a moment before giving a nod. If you wish. Shizen gave him a smile. Good, maybe my team will stop worrying about being thrown back to Biki now. Oh? His brow rose. Learned that much, have we? Her arms crossed with a huff. In all the time I've spent around them, that's all I've managed. Didn't even know for sure until one of Kurenai's comments confirmed it. Naruto shrugged as much as he could in his bindings. To be fair, the goal was for you to remain blissfully ignorant, while they were coerced into following your every order. Not exactly to plan then, huh? It rarely is, but things tend to work out in the end. Like your training? He gave her a flat stare. Like my training. Do try to dial it down a bit. I'm getting tired of having panicked wolves bursting through my doors in the middle of the night. I'll do my best. They both knew that wasn't saying much, but it wasn't brought up. Naruto would continue being Naruto, and Shizen would be here to patch him up and tell him to be more careful. The silence that descended upon the room again was much more comfortable this time. After a few minutes, however, a restless Naruto began tugging at his bindings again. You probably want out of those, don't you? It would be appreciated. Tough you're staying there and resting. He stared at her for a minute before nodding in acceptance. I suppose that's fair. Shizen may have lost her bed, but she would still consider this a victory. Now, if only she could keep him from needing her bed in the first place. It had been fantastic, beyond fantastic even, but she couldn't shake the horrible empty feeling that pulled at her chest. He had done it first, her logical side argued, but her heart still screamed in utter agony. He wasn't hers, it countered, but she belonged to him. How could she betray him like this? She looked to the bed beside her where some blissfully slumbered. Only the thin white sheets hid the older woman's body from view, and Mai found herself tempted to remove them to drink in the sight yet again. She liked the woman a lot, probably even loved her to some degree, but the thought of doing it again was enough to churn her stomach with guilt. She shouldn't be here, should never have come here, and now she was probably going to end up hurting some the same way Naruto had hurt her. She ran her fingers gently through the Inuzuka's hair, and while it wasn't her intention, two brown eyes fluttered open to stare at her in what moonlight spilled through the open window. What is it, Mai? And nothing, some go back to sleep. Of course, that response only caused the Inuzuka matriarch to worry, and with a frown she pushed herself into a sitting position against the headboard. Don't do this again, Mai. What's wrong? That was my first, and it was wonderful, but Sim gave a sigh and leaned over to wrap the young woman in a hug. But you wanted Naruto to be your first, right? Mai couldn't bring herself to say it, settling for a nod. It feels like I've taken something from him, robbed him of a gift that was always meant for him. There was a pregnant pause for some time before Tsum finally asked, "Do you regret it?" "No." Mai was quick to object, but the answer she had wasn't as straightforward as she would have liked to provide. "I mean, I regret not being able to give it to him, but I don't regret what we did together." Tsum's frown deepened slightly at the answer, but she knew what she was getting into when she accepted this invitation. Just like Mai, she couldn't fully regret the decision she had made. It was still bittersweet. "So know us then?" She was pretty sure of the answer already, but knew better than to assume. She wanted them to both be on the same page for this. "No." Mai's mournful tone was filled with apology. "No, I don't think I can do this. Not right now. I'm sorry, Tsum." "It's okay, Mai, it's okay." She began to rock the girl in her arms comfortingly. "I understand. Thank you, Tsum. I don't think I deserve either of you." The Inuzuka immediately stopped reaching down to force Mai to look at her. "Don't you dare say that," she admonished. "You deserve happiness just as much as anyone else." There was no response for a minute or two, and Tsum didn't have any more to add. "Thank you, Tsum." The older woman smiled down at her. "I'm here for you, Mai, no matter what. If you need anything, I want you to let me know. You're too good to me." Tsum snorted. "Well, someone has to be. Naruto's obviously not doing a very good job. He'll be lucky I don't bend him over my knee when I next see him." The image was enough to get a giggle from Mai, but she also didn't want to see the two most important people outside her brother, of course, in her life fighting. She gently swatted the Inuzuka's shoulder. "Don't do that, you'll get us both in trouble." Tsum gave her a broad grin, the moonlight showing her slightly elongated canines. "Didn't you know, Mai? We Inuzuka love trouble." Kakashi was already weeping manly tears when Naruto arrived to Training Ground 7 with a bounce in his step 4 hours late. "My apologies, everyone. She had me tied to her bed this time and I couldn't get away." The Jonin let out a happy and completely masculine giggle as the two kunoichi went bright red. Mai, I think I might be able to learn more from you than you can learn from me, Naruto." Kakashi beamed. "I think I'd also like to know who your doctor is. I may need an appointment or two." Naruto gave an amused snort. "Like I'm going to let you try to steal her, she's mine." Kakashi gave a shrug. With what he was hearing, he couldn't blame the young man. "Worth a shot." "Gods," cried Naruto. "You're both horrible. Kakashi's excuses are bad enough. Can't either of you at least try to make up something believable?" One of Naruto's brows rose, and after sharing a brief glance with Kakashi, he held up one of his hands. The ropes hadn't been too tight, but they had been tight enough that he managed to get a nice red mark through the night. "Who said anything about making it up?" "Kato-sensei was very insistent that I not leave her bed." Kakashi gave another giggle. Sakura became even more red and Naruto seemed absolutely stunned. Washi, her stunned confusion quickly gave way to Uzumaki temper. "You're not old enough for that kind of stuff." Naruto blinked once and gave another small snort. "A little late for that, Naruto." Whether it was the news that he'd been at this for a while or the fact that he had actually said her name, Naruto's anger quickly vanished, and she simply stood there staring at him. Naruto was in too good a mood to pay it any mind. "All right," he clapped his hands together. "Now that we've covered my love life," he didn't bother correcting the obvious assumption everyone would have drawn between himself and Kato-sensei. "Let's proceed with training, shall we?" "Oh, in a chipper mood this morning, I see. Was it a good night?" On one hand, Kakashi's ego was a little hurt because he hadn't spent the night with a woman. On the other hand, he kept discovering new heights that his pride for the boy could go, and wanted all the juicy details. "Quite." Naruto's smile told them all just how much of an understatement that was. It had been a very, very good night. In fact, after the night he spent with Orochimaru, it was the best he'd ever had. He would definitely need to reward her when he saw her again. Deep in her base of Otogekure, Orochimaru felt a sudden burning desire to rush back to Konoha as fast as she could. Kakashi, still in Training Ground 7, felt a sudden surge in the hip. He knew exactly who had caused it, and was so proud of his pup he ended up crying for the rest of the day. He didn't care what anyone else said, he was promoting himself from brother to father. Gaara looked down at his family, part of it anyway, from the edge of the onsen. Gigi was in the corner still moping about Konoha's occupation of his beloved Tsunegekure no Sato. Kankuro-ni was tinkering with a part of his puppet while several tools and spare pieces floated around him. Temari, his beloved other Ka-san, was leaning back against the stone wall with her eyes closed, and one arm holding her towel to her chest tightly. He didn't know why they were all sharing the bath, why they all needed towels, or why one would submerge themselves in the water in the first place. What he did know was that he didn't particularly want to enter the onsen. When Temari cracked open an eye and beckoned him in before patting the spot next to her, however, he really didn't have much of a choice. Gaara never had been able to go against Akaza-san. Hesitantly he moved one foot in, and when she smiled at him for just that, found all the motivation he needed to submerge himself fully. Temari was pleased to have him join her, snuggled closely to her side, but Kankuro just about choked on laughter at the trail of sand that was washed behind him as he moved. Gaara wasn't a fan of the baths, but he loved spending time with both of his Kaza-san. He supposed Kankuro wasn't too bad either. Sitting in his corner, Raza continued to mope. There are leaves in my sand. Kankuro was personally of the opinion that he should be more concerned about the sand in the water the resort would probably charge them for, but in the end it wasn't the puppeteer's money. With a shrug he got back to work. Idly he realized that this was the first time they had actually spent as a family since Gaara's birth. He really didn't see the charm. It wasn't until later that morning that Mai realized exactly how long she had been gone, and with a sudden surge of panic she flew from the bed to gather her clothes. Mai. Awakened by the hurried movement, some peered out from under her blankets. She had to replace them when she wasn't able to find out which of the wolves had stolen the first set to watch the young woman dart around the room. Sorry Tsum, but I've been gone too long. I don't see why you're so panicked. The Inuzuka yawned. I'm sure everything's fine. Naruto's been there to take care of things, right? Mai started to move even faster. That's what I'm afraid of. Tsum's brow rose. He seemed plenty capable to me. In fact, he seemed more capable than someone his age had any real right to be. Uchiha Itachi had been a young genius, however, and even Mai here was very mature for her age, so she supposed it wasn't too out of the ordinary. To do the work, absolutely. Mai agreed as she slipped on her dress. But to limit himself? He'll work himself to death if we let him, and the wolves do nothing but enable him. She was suddenly reminded of the last order she had given her wolf, and her heart dropped into her stomach like a frozen stone. Naruto with his own work would have been bad enough, but she had been keeping all the paperwork in her room and sending it to him in more manageable chunks. Because most of it came from Nami no Kuni and had to be sent, it usually arrived in large quantities which might divide it across the days until the next delivery was expected. If he had access to all of it, she knew for a fact he'd done the entire months already. Fool probably hadn't slept either. Couldn't you just send a wolf? Questioned Sim. I could send an Inuzuka too if you'd like. The only problem with that is that he won't listen to them. I'm the only one there nearly as stubborn as he is. She would have said more stubborn, but that was a blatant lie. No one was more stubborn than Tsukiyomi. Sim gave an amused snort. Then go remind your man who's in charge, she suggested. You may pity him enough to let him know his ass is mine the next time I see him too. Mai rolled her eyes. Please don't, Sim, it won't end well. Maybe not for him. The moon's left hand, as far as Shizen and her team were concerned, turned to meet the older woman's gaze. Sim, please. He's very important to the wolves. How important? She never had managed to learn that, though she was aware he was important enough for Mai to constantly be worrying about him. Then again, that might have been more personal than professional. Important enough that they may very well cut ties with you immediately. Mai warned seriously. They love Hana, but they'll toss her back here in a heartbeat if they think her presence might offend him. Sim blinked in surprise from under her covers. That was pretty damn important. That was, she suspected, my level importance, and she was supposed to be Tsukiyomi's second in command. Were Mai and Naruto of equal rank then? It certainly explained why he was so comfortable speaking to her, as if they two were equals. The wolves were a noble house of Hai no Kuni, members of the Imperial Fire Court. Even if either of them were the head of the family, they could still be considered nobles, and not minor nobles either. In fact, with the wolves being the sole ruling family of Nami no Kuni, Naruto and Mai were essentially a prince and princess respectively. No wonder he wasn't intimidated when he spoke to a mere clan head. Oh well, damn. Guess she wouldn't be able to teach him a lesson for causing Mai so much distress. She'd definitely be giving him an earful about it, though. Making her princess cry, what a bastard. Still might want to at least let him know I'm not exactly pleased that he hurt you. Sim shrugged. Wouldn't want him caught too off guard when I give him a tongue lashing painful enough to make a Biju whimper like a naughty pup. Mai gave a laugh. I appreciate it, but I'd still rather you didn't. I don't want the two of you fighting. Some could understand that, but she'd still be having words with the boy. She just had to make sure Mai didn't find out. Alright, fine. A tongue lashing painful enough to make a jonin cry. I suppose that's probably as good as I'm going to get, huh? Mai shook her head with a smile. Thank you again, Sim. For everything. I'll see you soon. The Inuzuka matriarch lifted one of her hands from her nest of blankets in a wave before blowing a playful kiss to the young woman. Next time you stop by, I want to hear that you've got that collar back on your man, understood? Mai gave another laugh as she slipped out of the door. I'll see what I can do. Alone in the room, Sim briefly considered getting up for the day. The thought was quickly discarded. Maybe in an hour or two. Of all the things she had expected to walk into, Naruto leisurely sipping coffee at his desk had not been one of them. There were no piles of paperwork, no injuries covering him, and he even seemed very well rested. She attempted to dispel a genjutsu 3 times before she accepted what she was seeing as reality. Good morning, Mai. He greeted her with a soft smile. Is everything all right? He was obviously referring to whatever it was that had drawn her away for the last few days, and she hadn't come up with something on the way over here, she realized, but he didn't seem at all concerned. Because he has faith in you. Part of her chimed up. He knows you're capable of handling whatever happens. The thought caused her stomach to twist, but she did her best to return his smile. I'm sorry for the delay. He waved of her apology. I'm sure it was important if it drew you away for so long. Thank you for taking care of it. He hadn't even asked what it was, knowing that if he needed the details she would have provided them. You should get some rest, he commented as he drained the last of his drink. Anything that requires days of attention must have you exhausted. Oh no, I took a chance to rest before coming back. She had just woken up, she supposed. But thank you for your concern. Naruto frowned slightly at that. Of course, Mai. He actually seemed a bit insulted that she thought being concerned for her was anything noteworthy. He was always concerned about her well-being. Golden eyes peered closely at her. Are you sure you got some rest? You seem pretty tired. She had just woken up, but she hadn't been asleep for long. I'm fine. Copying his own gesture, she waved off his inquiry and immediately distracted him by offering one of her own. Did something happen to your eyes? The golden eyes blinked in surprise, almost as if they didn't know their own color, before he gave her another smile. Just a result of using Kurura's chakra. Do you like them? They were very pretty, she thought, but she much preferred his own amethyst orbs. Knowing the Biju might be able to hear her, she chose her words carefully. They're gorgeous, Naruto-kun, but I still love your eyes more. His smile grew. Thank you, my Kurura is very pleased to hear that. Yeah, the Biju had definitely been able to hear her. It's the truth. She was quick to switch the subject. Were there any issues while I was gone? There should be reports from her wolves waiting for her in her office that would tell her exactly what she needed to know, but she also wanted to hear it from Naruto himself. Some small part of her, the part that still questioned him, wondered how much he would actually tell her. His pause was not heartening. Naruto was silent much longer than she was comfortable with before he shook his head. No issues. Everything was just fine. He's lying. As much as she wanted to deny the seed of doubt that cried out from her heart, she knew him well enough that she was absolutely certain he hadn't just told the truth. Just how often had he done this before? Her inner wolf immediately came to the surface, trying to assuage her fears by reminding her that the Alpha didn't want her to worry, and that such lies were to be expected. It did little to comfort her. I see. Her tone must have conveyed something she hadn't meant for him to know, because his smile instantly turned into a frown. Is everything okay, Mai? Why, yeah. Just more tired than I realized. I think I'll retire to my room for a bit. And now she was lying to him. Her wolf raged in her chest while the little seed of doubt seemed to quiver in righteous satisfaction. Served him right for lying to her, it said. She found a traitorous part of her agreeing with it. His frown instantly vanished to show that small genuine smile she loved so much. Of course, Mai, I understand. Rest well. She had turned to leave when his voice stopped her. And Mai. With one hand on the door's handle, she turned back to him, a sudden dread pooling in her stomach. It was unfounded. It's good to have you back home. As she gave him a small smile and said it's good to be back. She had never hated herself more. Chapter 81 The Most Essential Iryo Ninjutsu. As soon as I left Naruto's Kage Bunshin, Tsukiyomi, as far as the two were concerned, let out a nervous breath. He had almost shared the fact that he had spoken with Shizen and settled their issues in a peaceful, mature manner. Well, as mature as one could when they had been bound to their doctor's bed anyway. The only problem with that, besides the fact that he had been bound to a bed, was that telling her would lead to why he had been speaking to Shizen in the first place, which in turn would lead to the fact that he had managed to get himself into her care twice while Mai was away. As attractive as her scowl could be, he did not want to be on the receiving end of her disapproving glare so soon after he had gotten her back. Besides, the wolves would probably tell on him soon enough anyway. Might as well relax for a bit and let Naruto deal with it when he got back from training. A day of training, assimilating the memories of a dispelled Kage Bunshin and an angry Mai all at once. Tsukiyomi winced. That was not a happy combination. Getting up from his desk, he made his way out of the room. The least he could do was see Shizen about learning that medical technique to help with the headache. That way Naruto only had to deal with two of those. Tsukiyomi always took care of his wolves after all, and even if Naruto wasn't exactly a wolf, he was still a part of the pack. He was also himself, so there wasn't any point to not helping him, but the whole pack thing sounded a whole lot more dramatic. As she suspected, there was a small stack of reports waiting on her desk. Technically, they were simply the activities of the wolves themselves, but considering each and every wolf tried their damnedest to spend as much time around their lord as possible, they also functioned quite well as reports on his activities. Just a few days ago, she didn't think anything of it. She was just keeping an eye on the young daimyo who had a tendency to get himself into trouble if she took her eyes off him for more than an hour. Now, however, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was spying on him. She looked down at the papers for over a minute, not even reading them, and wondered if this was some invasion of his privacy. Then she wondered if it was any worse than walking in on him and another woman completely naked. In the end, she figured the wolves had probably managed to keep their reports at least partially professional, and that it was her job to be aware of whatever was going on around Naruto. Slipping into her seat, she began flipping through the reports, her frown growing with each page. No issues her, as he had managed to work himself into Kato-sensei's care twice while she was gone. Not only that, apparently Chunin Nara had stopped by to inform him that he was now part of Team 7, and he had been training with his new team every day since. Briefly, she wondered why he wasn't with them now, but it was easily dismissed. He hadn't even told her that much, so something like training was cancelled, or it was a rest day, wouldn't make its way to her until the next set of reports, and that was only if the wolves deemed it important enough to mention. She doubted it would. The reports did mention him working late. In fact, the only sleep he had gotten was apparently on both occasions they had dragged him to Kato-sensei, so she needed to see just how much of the month's work he had actually managed to get through. The delivery from Nami had only arrived a few days before she visited, so there was most of a month left just days ago. She really hoped he had only done a week or two while she was away. Unfortunately, she was aware that there was a very real possibility he had somehow managed to get through it all. Not only did that mean he had been overworking himself while she was gone, but aside from any urgent things sent from Nami no Kuni by courier throughout the month, he wouldn't have anything to work on. Being part of Team 7 would probably help, but she had a sinking feeling he was going to be making a lot of work for himself in an effort to feel like he was still contributing. Oh, this was going to be a mess until she had more work to dangle like a carrot in front of him. The fact that she had to ration his work and use it to keep him from overworking himself was actually kind of ridiculous, but the fond smile that threatened to pull at her lips was quickly lost to the fact that these next couple weeks were going to be filled with both trying to keep him from making more work and trying to figure out just how much he had been keeping from her for all these years. Sweeping the papers into her desk drawer, she locked it and rose from her seat. She needed to stop by the den, which she really should have done on the way here, to see just how much he had done and what she could use to direct him for the next few weeks. If she was really lucky, there would be more important reports waiting for her there, because only the low-security reports were left here at the apartment. And despite having just returned, she already felt the need to spend some time away from her lord until she had managed to catch up on all the things he wasn't telling her. As she left the room, two of her favorite wolves watched with a frown. Sharing a look, they moved to the desk and picked the lock to retrieve the reports. Spreading them over the desk, they pored over them in hopes of some insight to what had their lady so upset. Evidently they had missed something important, and that wouldn't do. She was Tsukiyomi's favorite after all, and the best way to serve him was to serve her. So how long was I going to be here again? Hanabi swung her legs back and forth from her position on the counter, her chin resting in her hands. Until Tsukiyomi says otherwise, answered the wolf, leaning against the wall. They'd really prefer that was sooner than later, but they would continue to perform their duty until their lord said otherwise. Sometimes, though, he wondered if the young daimyo had simply forgotten about his guest. Hanabi gave an exasperated sigh. Well, can't you at least bring him back? I was able to talk to her. She's currently preparing for the next Chunin exams. The plan is to have her back here after she's promoted. Isn't that like another 5 months away? The wolf just gave a shrug and a grunt, earning another sigh from the former Hyuga heiress. Well, there's got to be something I can do, right? The wolf shrugged yet again. Maybe. What did you want to do? What can I do? Once again the shrug was her answer. It took all her Hyuga training not to let out a scream of frustration, and she was certain the bastard was smirking under that mask of his. If nothing else, it did serve to make her question what it was she actually wanted to do. It was pretty obvious she wouldn't be taking over the clan anytime soon, which sort of undid all her plans. So what did she want from life? Other than getting out of this gilded cage? She had some training, mostly in her clan's taijutsu style, but she didn't really see the appeal in doing missions for a living. She also couldn't see herself performing any sort of menial task for pay. So what the hell could she do? Hanabi supposed she could try her hand at something artistic, painting something or writing a book, but those seemed kind of lame. She needed something shinobi-focused that wasn't actually being a shinobi or those losers in the crypto department. Maybe a career in K.I.T or oh yes, that could work. She already had the chakra control for it. Hey, is there someone who can teach me to be a medic? Even thought she couldn't see it, she had a feeling the wolf had blinked in surprise behind his mask. Yeah, I guess there is. He rubbed the bottom of his mask in thought. And Tsukiyomi-sama did say we needed to have more medics trained. Hanabi perked up at that. Then can we go see them? She asked. She'd be satisfied with them coming here. It was better than just sitting around doing nothing, but she would love a chance to leave her little prison and spend some time somewhere else. On one hand, he hadn't exactly been given permission to do so, though he supposed he could just go and ask, but on the other hand, he hadn't been forbidden from doing so either. In the end, he gave another shrug. I'll see what I can do. The wolf pushed from the wall and peered out the door into the sitting room where 2 other wolves were lounging on a couch with magazines. Hey, either of you seen Ganju? The 2 shared a look before one tossed their magazine down onto the coffee table. I'll find him, gimme a sec. They cracked their back and vanished in a shunshin, only to return a minute later with a shorter wolf next to them. The shorter one, Ganju, was covered in no small amount of soot and plaster. Their mask hung at their waist, and a giant grin stretched across their face. Yo, somebody call for Ganju? Yeah, I need a new door. Sir Shrugs a lot pointed to one of the walls, and Hanabi peered out of the kitchen doorway just in time to watch Ganju crack his knuckles and give a bark of laughter. Yeah? No problem. The wolf crossed thick armored arms before his face and moved into a position that looked like he was readying himself to sprint straight at the O. Look out, coming through. Make way for Ganju. Like one of Yuki no Kuni's trains, the man took off and with comparable force crashed right through the wall like it had been made of rice paper. Ganju shook his head, plaster falling from his spiky hair, and took a stance with his fists on his hips before throwing his head back in laughter. As the dust settled, Hanabi wondered just who the hell she had entrusted her future to. There was something seriously wrong with these wolves. Evidently she wasn't the only one of that opinion. Ganju, huh? So you're the one who keeps knocking down my walls? The wolf's laughter immediately stopped the man's entire form going completely tense like an animal cornered by a predator. The wolves still in her cage froze too, one of them slowly moving behind the couch as if to hide. Slowly Ganju turned his head to the left where a thoroughly unimpressed Tsukiyomi stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Behind him a woman with dark hair peered curiously at the spectacle. Well, Ganju bolted for it back through the wall and into the safety of her gilded cage, but a black chain quickly wrapped itself around his ankle and dragged him back. Prey caught. Tsukiyomi looked through the wall to see who else had been involved and watched with satisfaction as the wolves all shrank back from his gaze. Any of you have anything to do with this? Ganju looked pleadingly towards his siblings, but the others vehemently shook their heads no. Really? The 3 in the room shared a look before he was offered a single shrug from the wolf near Hanabi. Maybe a little? Tsukiyomi's golden eyes narrowed. And what made you think this was a good idea? Sir Shrugs a lot immediately pointed towards Hanabi. She wanted to train as a medic, so we figured we'd let her try. Tsukiyomi pinched the bridge of his nose, counted to 10, and gave a deep sigh. And what was wrong with the front door? You didn't authorize it? And when exactly did I authorize this? Tsukiyomi gestured towards the hole in the wall. Ganju started to raise his hand but was quickly shut down. Request denied. The wolf slumped as noticeably as a man lying on the floor could slump, which wasn't much at all really, and Tsukiyomi gave another sigh before letting his chains slither back into his sleeve. Just make it look good at least. He sighed again and shook his head. Let's get to work, Kato-sensei. I think I'm going to need that technique for headaches earlier than I had expected. He ignored the salute Ganju gave from his position on the floor. You got it, boss. As the woman behind him gave a soft giggle. Of course, Naruto-san. Seeing that the wolves around her didn't seem all that inclined to move after earning Naruto's ire, Hanabi took the opportunity to cross through the wall and follow them. Headaches might not be the most exciting thing, but she had to start learning somewhere. Besides, he had the right idea. Anyone who spent a lot of time around the wolves needed to have a technique like that in their repertoire. She had been warned that her request needed to go up the chain, and due to its low importance may take some time to even reach Naruto, let alone be considered and approved. As tempted as Anko had been to just barge into his office and ask, she had ultimately decided to at least make an effort to do things properly. The Tokubetsu Jonin figured that if it took too long, or if her request was for some reason denied, she could always use that as plan B. She hadn't needed to resort to that, however, as either there wasn't a lot of important things going on, her request was more important than she or the wolf who had helped her realized, or Naruto had really been putting in the hours and had simply gotten that far in his work. Knowing him, she was more inclined to believe the third option. She should really go check on him, maybe find another kill contract for them to fulfill. It would be the perfect opportunity to let him see the uniform he had picked out in person. It was far more professional and practical than she had been hoping for, but it had granted her an exception to the standard wolf mask the other wolves had to wear. That alone made it worth it. Unlike standard wolves who were dressed primarily in dark grays, her outfit was a deep black accented by a purple that matched her hair. It made her stand out, but she figured that might have been the point. It wasn't like her hair was helping her stay incognito anyway. Her trench coat, unfortunately, was not part of the uniform. The wolf had said something about putting in a request for a Class B uniform that would include something similar, or a Class C uniform that was a bit more casual, but she had absolutely no idea what they had been talking about. She wasn't quite sure if losing her trench coat was worth avoiding the mask, but what's done is done. At least she could see now. Her shinobi sandals had been replaced by shiny black boots, steel toes, and far more flexible than they looked, which came up almost to her knees. Tight black pants were tucked into them, and purple straps held armored plates to her outer thighs. 3 different pouches had been offered to her, each designed to be easily attached to anchor points on the armor, and as tempting as the tanto sheath and general equipment pouches had been, there was a pocket on that second one that not only held her explosive tags but let her easily grab them without opening the pouch itself. She had gone with the standard 3 kunai holster on each thigh. Instead, the tanto she had been given, apparently standard issue for both the wolves and Root, was strapped across the small of her back right before the fishnet started. She had been really pleased that they included it, but was slightly disappointed that it only covered an otherwise mostly exposed back. The thin metal wire connected to 2 metal plates over her shoulder blades and a segmented line of metal that covered her spine. 2 more plates were on her waist on either side of the fishnet to cover the vulnerable organs, and her sides under her arms had been covered by an extended chest piece made of the same black metal. As the chest piece didn't cover her stomach, more fishnet went between it and her waist, but the black fabric of her shirt kept her from showing off those abs she worked so hard to maintain on a diet almost exclusively made up of dango and cheap takeout. The chest piece, like most flak jackets, covered the back and sides of her neck, but they had left the throat exposed, probably more to appease her than out of negligence, and a triangle of her upper torso from it down to her collarbone. Unfortunately, these exposed areas were just unarmored because the black mask they had given her extended from her sternum up to her nose and over both shoulders halfway down her biceps. That mask did have a grin of sharp teeth along it in purple though, so it was much cooler than those wolf masks the others had to wear. With fishnet sleeves connecting to the small metal shoulder pieces of her armor, and wearing both black fingerless gloves and umbu-style arm guards, she didn't think she had been this covered in many, many years. Despite that, she kind of liked it. It was certainly more aggressive than Umbu uniforms, and it was leagues above what standard wolves wore, which let her stand out, and warned any soul unfortunate enough to cross her that she was dangerous. The responses she had gotten back at K.I.T had definitely supported that, though Ibiki had seemed more exasperated than anything. He had been the one who got after her for exposing too much of herself for years now. You'd think he'd appreciate her new get-up more. Scare all the prisoners shitless, and he gets all but hurt. That was just like him. Of course, it may have been more of her interrupting ongoing interrogations to scare the prisoners, or the fact that she stabbed one of them in the neck after he made some suggestive comments, but they had so many prisoners at this point it had practically been a favor. She just had to hope he wasn't so annoyed he sent her to be stationed in Suna. They desperately needed more shinobi there, especially experienced ones, but there were very few there who wanted to stay in a city of people who absolutely despised you. Trying to get some sleep when surrounded by an entire city of hostiles you weren't supposed to harm was not a fun experience, or so she had heard. They probably hadn't sent her there already in fear that she'd ignore their orders and just start cutting down any civilians that pissed her off. As Anko wasn't really a people person, that would probably end up being most of them. She didn't see what they needed them for anyway. The demand for land in Konoha had shot up mainly because everyone wanted to be inside the walls for some reason in the last few years, so why not just get rid of Suna's locals and move some of their own populace over there? Not only did it sort the need for space, but it would be sold by Konoha itself, which meant a huge boost in budget. Admittedly, that boost would probably only cover the pay for all the shinobi stationed in Sunagakure, but at least they wouldn't be losing anything. See, this is why Anko should be in charge of everything. If they just made her queen of the world, all their problems would be solved. Then again, she had seen the amount of work Naruto put into the wolves, and they, despite what Naruto might think, were not the world. A shudder ran down her spine just imagining how much paperwork that would generate. On second thought, maybe she'd just stay around and give Naruto advice for when he eventually took it over. Then she gets what she wants, avoids paperwork, and gets to spend time with her favorite little genin. Everyone wins. Well, Anko wins, but in the grand scheme of things that was much more important, and speaking of her favorite genin, she needed to go find a suitable mission for them to go on. It had been far too long since she had last been covered in the blood of her enemies, and much longer since she had been able to have Naruto help her wash it off. What? As it turned out, there were no reports in her office when she got there. Nor was there any paperwork. Evidently Naruto had gotten to both and seen to them while she was away. Damn it all. She had been just in time, however, to receive the most recent report from Sai. It didn't look good. Naturally, this had to be just as she was trying to sort things out with Naruto. Part of her, that tiny little seed, specifically wondered if he had known something like this would happen. It was quickly squashed because no matter how much she might start to doubt her own interactions with him, she knew for absolute fact that he would never do something that would put his children at increased risk. It was why he had sided with Yagura after all. Why support the underdog and make things about even when he could just support the side most likely to win and lessen risk his wolves faced? It may have not been the most moral of choices or the one with the greatest possible return, but if there was one thing Naruto couldn't abide, it was his wolves being hurt. It was inevitable, unfortunately, so he did his best to limit the danger they were in. That had not worked this time, evidently, because they had not just injuries but deaths. Deaths. Naruto would fucking lose it if he found out. For God's sake, he had cut a man to pieces and fed them to his children the last time any of his wolves died. While she could admit he seemed to have more or less gotten a hold of his anger and pride, she didn't know how well that would hold up to this news. She didn't want either. Grabbing a blank piece of paper and the first pen she could find, she quickly wrote orders for her brother before turning to the wolf standing attentively in the corner. Round up all the wolves who aren't currently on duty and make for Nami no Kuni. You are to bring this and report to Commander Sai no later than 2,200 hours. Am I understood? She received a sharp salute in response. She'd keep this quiet for now until she and Sai had a chance to remedy it before she brought it to Naruto's attention. He had enough to worry about at the moment, and as much as she might doubt him these days, there was no denying how much she cared for him. If getting this taken care of without his knowledge spared him even the slightest distress, then that's what she'd do, even if the thought of hiding the death of his children from him had her stomach knotting itself in guilt. Tsukiyomi forgive her because she wasn't sure if Naruto would be able to. A good thing about his body having been so injured in transport, and didn't that make him sound like he was some sort of damaged good in the back of a caravan? was that Orochimaru had no desire to get it back into working condition herself. He was pretty sure Irika's lectures said they were supposed to be male, but whatever, and would much rather let him do it for her. Understandable, really. Now someone trying to be sly or cunning might continue injuring themselves in a poor attempt to delay the inevitable, but not only was he smart enough to not try being more cunning than a snake, but he was also very much thankful for the chance to stretch his legs. His body was mostly recovered by now but was still pretty stiff. The chance to leave his bed and take a walk was very much appreciated. As cooperative as he had been, however, he was not trusted to simply wander the base as he pleased. Then again, maybe it wasn't him they didn't trust, because some of the characters, and he had no other words for them anywhere near as polite, were more than a little bat's hit insane. And again, that was being polite. The sanest among them was probably that Gyurin woman, but she had been muttering something about Kyuubi pineapples the last time he had passed her in these halls, so it definitely didn't look good for anyone else here. Still, he supposed there were worse escorts than a troop of pretty young women who were going to be the future mothers of your revived clan. He spared a quick look behind him. Yep, still there and still very pretty. He really had lucked out with this whole abduction thing. Sure, he was about to die, but he couldn't think of any better way to spend his remaining time, nor a better way to see his goals come to fruition. Well, he wouldn't exactly see it, but he could entrust the revival of his clan to Orochimaru. How that actually sounded pretty bad. Before he could think too much about it, he encountered a familiar face in the hall and came to a stop. This wasn't just a familiar face he had seen around the base. He had been here for several days after all, but one he recognized from before his abduction. Standing before him, a group of women at his back, was Hyuga Niji. The two stared at each other for a few moments, stealing glances at the women behind them, and with a nod came to a mutual agreement. This had never happened. They continued on their way without a word, the young woman behind them greeting each other as they passed, and pretended they hadn't just met someone who could potentially help them escape back to Konohagakure no Sato. Plausible deniability, and all that on the off chance someone came to rescue them. They hoped not. Neither of them actually wanted to leave. She had managed not to kill anyone, so she considered the mission a success. She also considered it a giant waste of time. With a deep sigh, Kushina relaxed into the hot waters of the Uzumaki baths, feeling each and every muscle in her body slowly unwinding in a way that was as pleasurable as it was painful. The feeling of relief that followed the pain made it more than worth it. The Uzumaki head had already spent a good hour and a half scrubbing herself raw as soon as she had returned, desperate to rid herself of the feeling of sweat and sand that seemed to cling to her constantly while in Kaze no Kuni. She had no idea how they managed to live like that, because it had driven her crazy. Admittedly, that might have played a part in the swift negotiations. It had taken far too long for her liking, but even their representatives seemed to cut to the chase in an effort to avoid her ire. She was looking forward to seeing Naruto again, and if she was really fortunate, her daughter may have had a chance to meet with Jiraiya and her brother again. It would be good to know they were spending more time together, even if she wasn't a part of it. Kushina really did need to suggest they start meeting here at the compound, though. She could be away from it the first few times in case her presence was a deterrent, just the thought of which had her insides wrenching painfully, but after he was more comfortable she could leave a bit late, or come home before they were quite done. Her attempts to force herself back into his life had all failed miserably, but at this point just being able to see him regularly would be a blessing from the gods. She had to start somewhere. She wanted to try repairing the relationship too, so being able to interact with him for even a minute at a time would really help. She must have dozed off at some point, because a call of Kaa-san from the house had her blinking weary eyes open. "Are you back, Kaa-san?" "In the bath, Sunflower," she called back. Hurried footsteps heralded the arrival of her daughter, who burst into the baths with a curious mix of excitement and morbid apprehension on her face. "Kaa-san!" Kushina gave a laugh at the enthusiastic greeting, even as she made note of the dirty shinobi gear her daughter was wearing. Just back from a mission, or just back from team training then? In all honesty, she seemed too cheerful for either. "Good afternoon, Sunflower. Has it been a good day?" A bright grin stretched over her daughter's face. "Yeah. Did you hear? Naruto-ni is part of Team 7 now." Kushina blinked in surprise before a smile of her own slowly formed over her lips. "That's wonderful, Sunflower. When did this happen?" "Just a few days ago. We were just waiting at the training ground like usual." The smile slowly gave way to a frustrated frown. "When Kakashi finally arrived." He was only an hour late, which was incredible, but he just stood there bouncing up and down for another 3 until Nii-san showed up. Naruko's face took on a tinge of pink. He said that his doctor hadn't let him out of her bed that morning and apologized for being tardy, so I guess we have another to add to the list. Her frown grew bigger. He's really good, especially with his chakra chains, but he doesn't seem to have a lot of chakra. Naruko's expression brightened. He does have a lot of stamina, though he just keeps going even when we can all tell he's exhausted. While Kushina was very careful to ensure she maintained a small smile on the outside, she was frowning at the news of Naruto's supposed lack of chakra. She knew his chakra systems had been at risk, and Tsunade confirmed that when she had returned, but hearing that it was having a noticeable effect on his performance was troubling. Being a shinobi had always been his dream after all, and she didn't like the idea that he might be out in the field with any sort of handicap that could steal his life away one day. Still, it was good to hear he would be interacting with his sister more regularly, and they seemed to be getting along okay as teammates. How are Sakura and Sasuke reacting to him? Naruko's mood immediately fell. Oh, you probably wouldn't have heard. That raised flags immediately. Sasuke was abducted over a week ago. Sakura took it really hard. We did our best to go after them, but the first people were all high Chunin level at least, and they had Jonin backup. We just didn't have enough power to get past them. I'm sorry, Sunflower. Naruko just waved her off. It's fine, we did the best we could with who we had. She gave a sigh. With everything happening in Kaze no Kuni, we really should have expected someone to take advantage of the decreased forces here. I just don't think they expected anyone to use the opportunity to abduct a single genin. So Naruto is Sasuke's replacement then? Yeah. He understands teamwork better, so that's definitely a plus, but he acts kind of similar to Kakashi sometimes, with his bad enough on its own, but it always makes Kakashi really cheerful. And that's bad? Naruko shot her a flat look. He talks about starting a war for us to get some real experience whenever he's cheerful. If I didn't know better, I'd assume it's all talk, but Kakashi is exactly the sort of person who would do that. Well, she wasn't wrong. Kushina would have to have a talk with him. I'll make sure someone responsible knows, but I guess I'll have to invite your whole team over for dinner one of these days, Naruko perked up. Yeah, that sounds great. Kushina laughed again, glad that the atmosphere was brightening again. Maybe we'll even let Kakashi eat at the table instead of the floor if he behaves himself. Naruko curiously did not laugh at that. Strange, that was usually the sort of thing to at least get a smile from her. A quick look at her face showed the same morbid apprehension she had seen earlier was back in place. Kushina assumed she was about to learn why, but something inside her warned her that she'd rather not know. As usually, Kushina ignored that little voice. Uzumaki did not run from a challenge. Everything all right, Sunflower? It's just about Kakashi. Naruko paused, gathering her courage. Some of his comments, and the way he acts around Naruto while she looked her mother dead in the eye and asked the question that had been bugging her for days. Is Kakashi our father? The Uzumaki head very nearly died, choking on the air in horrified shock. Chapter 82. The Anko Express. He sat down just in time to be struck by the memories of Tsukiyomi. Despite the pain the sudden influx of information caused, maybe having him active the entire day had been a bad idea. He managed to remain conscious. Probably because he hadn't worked himself to exhaustion during training. He was very fortunate to discover his clone had possessed the foresight and had been kind enough to provide one of Kato-sensei's techniques to help him ease the pain. He could not deny how strange it was to receive memories of himself thinking about his own well-being in the third person, however. Pressing glowing green fingers to his brow, he gently massaged them for the next 20 minutes until both the pain dissipated and the memories were assimilated. How Hanabi as a medic? It was better than her just sitting around the safe house, he supposed. Probably should have shipped her off to Wave during the confusion of the invasion, but he hadn't wanted to risk it. He should also have been visiting her every now and again, but he'd been too busy. Tayuya had seemed kind of bored lately though, so maybe he'd have her spend some time with the girl. Hopefully they got along well enough. And Mai had finally returned. A fond warmth grew in his heart at the memory of interacting with her so recently. It was good to have her back, but from how tired she seemed, he really did need to recruit some to help him get that girl a vacation. He'd give himself a few days of being selfish before he did, however. He'd like the chance to spend some more time with her before she was gone again. What happened to gate duty? asked Anko as she strolled into the mission room to see Izumo and Kotetsu sitting behind the desk. When they spread umbu around the wall, they ended up placing 2 right by the gate. They kind of just took over, so we found something else to do. Couldn't you have just sat there and been paid then? Sounded pretty good to her. Yeah, but it was just so boring that we had to find something to keep busy. Kotetsu shrugged. I can only hit Izumo with little balls of paper so many times before it gets old. What? I knew that was you. Anyways, what can we do for Anko-senpai? Looking for something with decent pay, but more importantly lots of blood to be spilt. The usual then? Kotetsu shrugged again. As they had to check the mission scrolls of every shinobi leaving Konoha usually anyway, he was plenty familiar with Anko's preferred mission type. I think I have one like that, but I'm pretty sure it called for a full squad. He dug through the scrolls on his desk, briefly scanning each one until he found what he was looking for. Oh, just an experienced genin squad or a pair of chunin. You should be good solo, but it wouldn't hurt to have someone watching your back, he advised as he handed her the scroll and scribbled her name down onto his list of taken contracts. Will anyone be joining you? Who else? I'm going to go see if Naruto is free. That earned her a frown from Izumo. You heard he's on a team now, right? You'll have to drag him away from his sensei if you plan on taking him. What? Who stole my Naruto? She didn't give them time to answer. No, I know who it was. It was that bastard Hatake, wasn't it? Yep, that's him. Anko's attitude immediately flipped. Oh well, I guess there are worse sensei for him to have. Izumo and Kotetsu shared a confused look. Anko-senpai? Asked Kotetsu. Are you alright? I'm amazing, Kotetsu, as you well know. Now if you gentlemen will excuse me, she grabbed the mission scroll from his hands. I have to go have a talk with Kakashi about my favorite genin and how this is going to work. She practically skipped out of the office, both chunin staring after her, until Izumo finally broke the silence. She's going to stab him, isn't she? Yeah, probably. Anko usually only skipped when blood was involved after all. Ma. Easy there, Anko. I'm sure we can work something out. Hold still so I can stab you, damn it. Now why would I let you do that? Sai looked at the wolf standing at attention in his Nami office, noting idly that he probably should have used Tsukiyomi's considering how small his preferred workspace was. Mai had sent them in response to his report, which he was grateful for, but he was personally of the opinion that they should just pull out while they had the chance. Wolves hunted prey after all. There was no real benefit to going head-to-head with whatever predators the rebels had managed to recruit. There had been some disturbing reports of Konoha tactics sent back, but he really hoped those were just to throw off anyone trying to determine their identity. Then again, Konoha was the village most likely to support the rebels, even if in secret, so he should be too surprised to learn that Konoha had diverted some of the troops on their way to Suna to instead circle back and head to Mizu no Kuni. Whether it was just sympathy for the rebels or, gods forbid, solely because the wolves had chosen to support Yagura, Naruto wasn't going to be pleased. The young daimyo loved Konoha, his first home, and despite having his own country, chose to stay in a small, originally apartment instead of Gato's old mansion. Hell, one offhand comment from him would see a palace built here for him to reside in. When he received orders from Mai to keep this from him for the time being, he was slightly uncomfortable at the idea, but immediately understood why she would say something like that. There was no reason to cause him unnecessary distress when he had so much on his plate. They would do their best to solve the issue first, and when all else failed, they'd call upon him. In all honesty, that had already been the plan, but it felt nice to have that reinforcement, especially from someone who outranked him. Again, he'd rather they just pull out until everything settled a bit, and then if things weren't quite finished, pick whichever side was looking like they had the best chance. According to Mai, that wasn't acceptable now that they had been recognized by Hai no Kuni as a legitimate force. Or rather, it sent a lot of messages about them that would be detrimental in the long run. He really didn't care, honestly. They were wolves and they would be judged as such, but they would remain strong regardless of what the world wanted. Sai did realize that they were the primary representation of Naruto, however, and he wasn't a wolf. No, he was their god, a young daimyo with his fingers in every pie he could reach and doing everything he could to ensure his children were taken care of. He might not care for politics in the slightest, but the children of the moon would do whatever they had to do to ensure their father was taken care of. If that meant holding back so that more people would trust him, so be it. They would keep themselves muzzled for now. As soon as something rose up against him, however, the wolves would be there gnashing and snarling as was proper. Even Tsukiyomi's command wouldn't be able to stop them from protecting him. They would much rather have him angry at them, even so much that he cast them away, than lose him. Sai was well aware Naruto was just a young man, extraordinary perhaps, but human all the same, but he wouldn't keep the other wolves from their beliefs. In fact, he had played an own part in deifying the young daimyo both among the veteran wolves and on occasional visits to their future packmates. It was a good idea for them to know their leaders after all. Speaking of which, they really should have Naruto visit the next time he had a chance to slip away. As it was, none of them had ever seen the man they would be dedicating their lives to. Some part of Sai wondered if Naruto had done that on purpose, which made his gut twist uncomfortably. He couldn't even begin to guess why he would do such a thing, but the very idea had his instincts screaming that something was wrong. He really hoped it was nothing, but he'd bring it up to Mai just in case. "Alright, you've all been briefed already, so I'll keep it short and sweet." He addressed the assembled troops. "Naruto wants footholds in Mizu no Kuni. We've sided with Yagura, but someone else seems to have stepped up to aid the rebels. This is bad." Sai paused briefly, catching the eyes, or at least the eye holes, of as many of them as possible. "3 of your siblings have been slain already and more are injured. This is unacceptable. You're going in to support our remaining troops. Your primary objective is to ensure Yagura's success while minimizing friendly casualties." "Densuke?" Sai suddenly barked. "When I say friendlies, who am I talking about?" "Those working with Mizukage Yagura, Commander Sai, sir." "Wrong." The commander paced before them, hands clasped behind his back and a deep frown on his face. "I couldn't give less of a damn about Yagura's troops. Like Gato, he's a means to an end. When I say friendlies, who do I mean? Squad leader Katsuri?" "The pack commander Sai, sir," she answered with a salute. "Very good. I want to see each and every one of you standing back here when it's over, so I can go over each and every mistake you made. Am I clear?" They all stood a little bit straighter, but that wasn't good enough for the commander. "I said, am I clear?" "Hi, Commander Sai, sir." "Good, good." His voice returned to normal as he returned to a more relaxed position. "Perform a final check of equipment and supplies. You're heading out in 20. Squad leaders remain." "Hi, Commander Sai, sir." The regular wolves snapped off salutes and spun on their heels to carry out their final preparations while the squad leaders waited for them to vacate. As soon as it was just the commander and the squad leaders, they moved in closer to him, ready for their own instructions. "Katsuri, you're taking the role of High Captain for the remainder of the campaign. High Captain Kigo was one of those injured recently, so have him brief you and send him and the other injured back." She snapped off another smart Konoha salute. "Hi, Commander Sai, sir." "And this is for all of you," he continued. "The main goal is the same, but your secondary objective is to prepare everyone and everything to pull out of Mizu no Kuni should things go wrong. If we're forced to retreat, I want to take as much shit as we can carry, understood?" "Hi, Commander Sai, sir." They chorused. "Focus on getting your hands on jutsu, any valuable artifacts, and any supplies you have. Hard market value is better than perishables, even if they're valuable perishables. Go ensure your squads are ready to go. You are dismissed. May Tsukiyomi's light guide you." "Hi, Commander Sai, sir." "Tsukiyomi's will be done." They left the room and Sai gazed about the suddenly very empty office. "Tsukiyomi's will be done," he whispered. "Let's make him proud. Alright, team. Today we'll be going on a mission." Sakura and Naruto shared a look before turning back to their sensei. "Kakashi?" started Naruto. "Yes, not Naruto number 1? Normally she'd get upset about that, but are you okay?" He looked like he had just come back from a rather challenging mission minutes prior. "I had to fight off a rabid woman. Apparently she was not pleased that I had stolen Naruto from her." The kunoichi shared another look before pointing at the man simultaneously. "Liar!" Naruto shook his head in defense of the white dog. "No, that sounds like Enko to me." "I believe it." "You don't count." Naruto spun her accusing finger towards her brother. "The two of you are too similar for us to believe anything you say." The former Uzumaki prince just shrugged. "You don't know Enko." Kakashi nodded in agreement. "Oh, did I hear my name?" Enko more or less sashayed into the clearing, victory shining in her eyes. Beneath her half-masked, Naruto and Kakashi were pretty sure she was grinning. "Yes," Kakashi answered flatly. "I was just explaining what a waste of time it was for you to convince me to take Naruto on a mission. I was going to be taking them on one anyway, you could have just asked to tag along. The way her mask moved suggested her grin had turned to a pout. Asked to tag along with a genin team? She scoffed. Like I would stoop so low. I have standards, you know. Kakashi looked to Naruto for support, but his pointed look told him to drop it. Like a trained dog, he did. Anyway, Tokubetsu Jonin Mitarashi was going on a mission, and being the bleeding heart she's decided she'd allow a genin team to join her for the experience. Kakashi paused and looked over to the woman glaring at him for his stress on the word Tokubetsu. It wasn't her fault she wasn't given a promotion when her job with K.I.T only made use of her Jonin level skills. That's what you wanted the report to say anyway, yeah? No, the report should say the most kind Mitarashi Anko, benevolent mistress of the poor souls who aren't her, took pity on the inexperienced genin of Team 7 and poor genin Naruto who was forced to join them instead of spending plenty of quality time alone with her. Alright. Kakashi held up a hand in surrender. I'll just let you write it and add my signature at the end. The woman pumped her fist in victory before draping herself over Naruto's back in a lazy sloth-like hug. You hear that, Naruto-kun? I can write whatever I want in the report. This should be fun. Kakashi froze at that and looked like he was about to object for a second before he decided he really didn't care, and just gave a shrug instead. Do as you will. She shot the Jonin a grin. I always do. It tended to get her in trouble more often than not, but that was completely irrelevant. Anko. Naruto spoke softly. His teammates nearly missed it, but the slightest hint of warning ran through that single word. The response was immediate as Anko rose from his back to stand at attention, all playfulness gone. As much as she liked to be Anko, she was also a professional in her field and an experienced kunoichi. Even if she typically disregarded her orders, she knew how to follow them like any shinobi did. My apologies, Naruto Taicho. The young daimyo waved her off with a laziness that would have any Nara proud. It's fine, Anko, I understand. Try to contain yourself until we get to the mission location. You'll be able to cut loose then. Hi, Taicho. His teammates were beyond confused, but Kakashi found himself incredibly impressed. Had his son just brought Mitarashi Anko to heel? He didn't think even Ibiki could do that consistently, and he knew Kurenai usually had her hands full trying. Perhaps he had underestimated how close they were if she respected him that much. Naruto gave a satisfied nod before turning his attention back to Kakashi. You were saying, Sensei? Ah, right. The white dog cleared his throat. Like I said, we'll be joining Mitarashi for a mission, so follow her lead. He was cut off by her interjection. Nope, Naruto's the boss. Kakashi blinked at that, and he tried desperately to not think about what kind of relationship the two might actually have. He'd save those for later. Still, the pride he felt for his son was immense. At this rate, he didn't think he could ever be disappointed by him. Like I said, Kakashi continued as if nothing had happened, making a mental note to ask his son for all the juicy details later. We'll be joining Mitarashi for a mission. Naruto has command. Any questions? Two hands immediately shot up and were promptly ignored. No? Great. Grab your mission gear and meet at the main gate in 20. As soon as we pass through it, Naruto has control of the squad. He gave a small wave and disappeared in a gust of leafy wind. Naruto took a step closer to Anko, wrapping an arm around her waist and briefly squeezing her to his side in a half-hug. Very good, Anko. I'm proud of you. Sakura and Naruto, both of whom had paused to watch, were able to notice the red that crept up above her half-mask. The older woman wrapped one of her own arms around him and scratched the back of her head in embarrassment with the other. Heh. It's getting easier, but it's definitely not as fun, Naruto-kun. I know, Anko. I know. He gave her another squeeze. You'll be able to cut loose soon, just keep practicing for now. Anko pouted slightly. Do I have to? I'd appreciate it if you tried my fang for me. The red grew more prominent on her face, and suddenly the younger kunoichi were feeling a bit uncomfortable watching the two of them. When you put it like that, how can I say no? Thank you, Anko. She squeezed him to herself in response before a glint entered her eye. So I'm your fan, huh? How do you like the way this fang curves? Her hand moved from the back of her head, traced over her breast, and trailed down her side to rest on her hip. I think this new outfit really helps accentuate them. He trailed an appraising eye over her form. Aboard Tayuya and a couple of wolves had been instructed to come up with an appropriate outfit for the first outsider to be brought into the pack, which was more or less the same as giving restless children crayons and a coloring book, and he had to admit that they had done a fantastic job. He hadn't told them, but their final sketches had actually been put up on one of the fridges. He found it funny, but he did wonder how they would react when they found out. Well, the wolves would probably just be proud it was Tayuya he didn't quite know about. Regardless of how she felt about it, he was looking forward to whatever comment she would make about it. Girl could use her tongue to cut better than any blade he had ever encountered. You know, when she wasn't curling the paint off the walls with her cursing. It was probably more amusing that she did so well to refrain from it in his presence, but failed to account for the fact that the wolves gossiped worse than old women with nothing to do. Some of his wolves were real fans of hers, though he could do without hearing them attempting to cuss as well as she did. He should probably just be glad they hadn't started when he first exposed them to Anko and her own colorful vocabulary. It looks good on you, Anko. She gave a soft giggle. It does, doesn't it? But you know how it could look better? With a trench coat? I was going to say on the ground, but I'd be really appreciative of that too. Maybe if you get me one we can combine them? Sounds pretty good to me. Anko froze, wondering if she could have possibly heard what she thought she had. Did you just say you wanted to see me naked? It was more the fact that he had been the one to say it than anything else, because she was well aware that everyone wanted to see her naked. Well, except Ibiki. Creepy bastard. Wouldn't be the first time, he pointed out. Remember that mission the other month? Yeah, but I had to invite you to help me wash off the blood. Maybe I liked what I saw. You say the sweetest things. If my mask wasn't up, I could just kiss you. You can always pull it down. She seemed to be contemplating it when he turned his head to look at the two young kunoichi staring at them with bright red faces. I know Anko's ready to go, that might be in more ways than one, honestly. And I just have to grab my mission pack and change, but the two of you probably aren't packed for a mission yet. You should probably hop to it if you don't want to be late. Naruko managed a nod to thanks Nii-san, and pulled herself away from the sight, running off either to prepare for the mission or escape the image of her brother flirting with the older woman. Quite possibly both. Sakura, on the other hand, continued to stand there with a bright blush on her face. Well, just a bit more?" she asked. Both Anko and Naruto rose a brow at the girl before Anko gave a shrug. "Fine by me." The Tokubetsu Jonin pulled down her mask and grabbed Naruto's chin before claiming his lips in a quick kiss he was happy to return. Have you been practicing?" she asked when she pulled back. Maybe. He thought mentioning he had practiced with Orochimaru was probably not a good idea. "Well, whatever you've been doing, I approve, keep it up." Anko managed to tear her eyes from his amethyst orbs to spare Sakura a glance. "Did you enjoy that too, girl?" A thoroughly embarrassed Sakura nodded her head hesitantly. "Then get that little butt of yours going, you've only got 15 minutes until you have to be at the gate." Sakura scurried off, and a pleased Anko returned to Naruto with a grin. "You know 15 minutes is a lot of time, Naruto-kun. We could practice a bit more, as tempting as the thought is. I'd rather not be late." Anko gave her most adorable Anko pout, a terribly effective technique, and pressed herself against him as closely as she could. "Come on, you know you want to." After the mission, Anko. He stole another quick peck to her lips. "But if you're a good girl, I might reward you." "Oh, I'll be the best, and when we get back I'll show you just how bad I can be." "Is that a threat or a promise?" "Why, Naruto," she grinned. "Why can't it be both?" Once again he was struck by the similarities between her and her former master-mistress, but knew better than to say anything. He did have to wonder if there was a way to repair that relationship, though. He would much prefer it if his lovely snakes weren't fighting. When he had given them the tools and instructions to design Anko an outfit, he really should have expected them to make one for him too. Honestly, the thought hadn't even crossed his mind. Nevertheless, Tayuya and the wolves had made him something too, and now seemed like the perfect opportunity to wear it. Like Anko's, it was primarily black with straps and a bright crimson. Not the most subtle, but he hadn't exactly asked the most subtle of people to design it. Considering he was certain it had been done after Anko's, it also meant the motif hadn't exactly been styled with him in mind either. That did not, however, mean it didn't work. Judging by Tayuya's blush when he first tried it on, he looked rather good in it. His black pants were tied over his lower legs, tucked into black boots that came up to mid-calf and covered by black shin guards. They loosened a bit between his knees and waist but were kept close to him by dark metal plates just like Anko. His torso was kept more simple than his fawn's, a simple black top that hugged his skin and was again covered in similar metal plates. A chest piece that started at his sternum, 2 plates along his lower back, a metal spine, and 2 plates along his shoulder blades. Black fingerless gloves covered his hands going to just past his elbows, and umbu-style arm guards sat above that. His shoulders, unlike Anko's, were not covered. He had to wonder if that was Tayuya's attempt to balance how much was exposed between the two outfits, considering he wasn't missing the greater portion of his back. Also, unlike Anko, he did not have any sort of mask, but he was pretty sure that was just because Tayuya wanted to be able to see his face. His headband, while designed to be wrapped around one's head, had instead been used to cover his throat where his chest piece left it exposed. He couldn't look down as easily anymore, but it was the closest he could get it to his forehead without actually having to wear it on his forehead. He figured it was also probably more respectful than using it as a belt. Morio's tooth, very likely his favorite gift from Orochimaru, was sheathed along the small of his back. He had considered wearing the fur cloak she had given him too, but figured it was unfair to Anko, whom he hadn't given permission to wear a trenchcoat yet, and was also a bad idea when Anko at the very least was going to end the mission covered in blood. Even if he wasn't covered in blood, one hug from the woman would quickly change that. Best to keep it at home. Instead of his cloak, he grabbed a slim black backpack, its outer edges covered in dark metal plates to both protect the wearer's back and the contents within. It didn't work very well as a pillow, but that was usually the least of one's worries on a mission. Tying the longest of his hair into a loose tail, he was ready to go. He gave a nod to the wolf, who had his things ready for him when he had reached his apartment, and slipped out the door. They would have liked to join him, but there were already plenty of people on the mission. No reason to take an army for a simple extermination contract. Anko was waiting for him right outside the apartment, and gave an appreciative whistle as soon as she saw him. Looking good, Naruto-kun. If we weren't about to go stab people, I would be doing my damnedest to get you out of that. It wouldn't be that hard, Naruto shrugged. All you'd have to do is ask. Come on, I don't want to be late. A contemplative look found its way to her face, but as soon as his hand slipped into hers, she forgot what she had been thinking about. Shooting him a smirk he could only see because she had never bothered to fix her mask, she wrapped her arms around him and rested her hands on his hips. In that case, all aboard the Anko Express, he returned the embrace and shot her a smirk. Sounds like a fun ride. Oh, you'll learn all about that when we get back. That's a promise. I look forward to it. In a gust of wind and a swirl of leaves they vanished. Chapter 83 Blossom's Edge. It was only in hindsight that he realized they had no good way to get rid of him. Sure, giving him to Orochimaru's former apprentice was a great idea in theory, and really just a fantastic idea in general. The only problem arose trying to get the bastard into her clutches. They couldn't exactly frog march him there and present him as a gift. Well, they could, but then they had to explain who he was, who the people bringing him to her were, and why she should want to inflict unspeakable tortures upon them. It had the unfortunate consequence of telling Mitarashi Anko, the woman who wanted nothing more than to grind their boss into a fine paste and feed it to her garden, that they worked for him, her too. He still wasn't used to that. Sure, they didn't necessarily have to say that they too worked for Orochimaru, but you try hiding that from one of Konoha's top interrogators. She didn't just get that title because she loved torturing prisoners or because her reputation caused many of them to spill their guts before she even asked a question. Ibiki, the poor man, couldn't even perform most interrogations these days thanks to his own reputation making them unnecessary. Pity too, he heard it was a sight to behold. But he was getting distracted when he really needed to be getting back to work. So why was Dosu contemplating the difficulties he had faced getting that dumbass Zaku into Mitarashi's possession so he could serve out the remainder of his pitiful existence as her little torture toy? Mainly because he had finally reached the end of his very long rope and decided to just do things the Dosu way. Well, it was a pain knowing you. Dosu grunted as he tossed an unconscious Zaku from his shoulder and into a crate. But we found someone much more competent for the team. Hopefully your new owner will have some use for you, though I don't know how she feels about second-hand toys. He spared a glance to the jar sitting innocently on a nearby table. Well, as innocently as a table holding your former teammate's tongue could be. He had taken great pleasure removing it earlier. Unfortunately, he had also been forced to cauterize the wound to keep the idiot from bleeding to death. It would have been so much easier, but Orochimaru herself had already cleared the plan to deliver him to Anko, albeit before they left Konoha after the third exam, so he wasn't going to risk angering her by not following through. Late was better than never, yeah. Guess we'll find out. Slipping the top of the crate into position, he nailed it into place and gave it a solid kick. Yep, should hold nicely, he commented with an approving nod. He did good work if he did say so himself. Hopefully Zaku would still be alive if barely by the time Anko got a hold of him. If she wanted to, she could continue keeping him alive, otherwise she should still be able to have some fun before he expired. The note he had left within the crate had been simple enough, explaining that the cretin had been one of Orochimaru's little pawns but had managed to irritate them enough that even they didn't want them around anymore, so Anko, as the former apprentice, was more than welcome to use them as they saw fit. It was possible she'd take pity on him, especially because he didn't have a tongue to get him in trouble anymore, but Dosu was counting on Anko seeing red at the mere mention of Orochimaru, and simply getting rid of him. Either way, as soon as the crate was off, it was no longer Dosu's problem. Oh, he could almost taste the freedom from stupidity. Ripping the fragile handle with care sticker that had been on the crate, when it carried things of importance, he replaced it with one he felt was more fitting. With great satisfaction, he slapped the sticker on the crate and stepped back to admire his handiwork. Shake well before opening. He smirked behind his bandages. That should do nicely. It was just a pity he wouldn't be able to watch. So we have two there, Naruto pointed out to his teammates. Dibs. And 3 over there. Dibs. And I'm pretty sure, based on the number of tents, that there will be between 4 and 6 more currently sleeping. Dibs. So we might want to focus on them first because they'll be the easiest targets. We just have to get past a single guard to have access to them. He continued, admirably ignoring the way Anko was jumping up and down with her hand furiously waving through the air. Sakura rose a shaky hand and Naruto turned to her immediately. Yes, Jen and Haruno? Will we have to kill them? That is the mission, yes. I suppose if you're not quite ready for that, you can just subdue them and I'll execute them after the rest of the camp has been cleared. That didn't seem to give the girl any more confidence. In fact, she seemed to be turning a bit green, but she gave a shaky nod anyway. Oh, okay. Good, any more questions? Anko continued to shake her hand back and forth to get his attention, but Naruto ignored it in favor of Naruko's. What is it, Jen and Uzumaki? Are we all doing this as a group, or will we be going after our own targets simultaneously? An excellent question, thank you. Before I answer, I have one of my own to ask. He made sure to catch the eye of both teammates, so they knew he was asking them specifically. What would you ladies prefer? Huh. Either way can work. What are you two more comfortable with? Anko's waving became even more frantic, and she seemed to be only just refraining from shouting out and drawing the attention of the bandits. He didn't even bother asking her because he already knew what she wanted to do. He also found it somewhat amusing, not that he would ever admit it. No point in encouraging it. Maybe small groups. Like someone more experienced with someone less, just in case? Naruto thought about it for a second before giving a nod. That sounds reasonable. Naruko, you're with Anko. Anko, try not to put her in any excessive danger just because you're trying to get your rocks off. I'll take care of you after the mission. Anko only became more excited as the younger Kunoichi turned a bright red and Kakashi gave a giggle from his position leaning against a nearby tree. Sakura can come with me, we'll go after the sleepers in the back. Kakashi, book away. You'll be keeping an eye out for any returning bandits. We didn't see any additional patrols on the way in, but I'd rather not be stabbed in the back because we missed a few of the fuckers. While disappointed at having to pause his reading, Kakashi nevertheless put away his beloved book and gave a lazy salute. Hi Taicho. Naruto shot him a suspicious look, wondering just how long he'd be able to resist pulling out his book again, but ultimately decided to move on. If he was going to end up reading again anyway, they might as well take advantage of the time they had with the book away. Any questions? When no one said anything, though Anko looked like she was about to burst in excitement any second now, he gave an approving nod. Alright then, let's go. He crept forward silently, aware of the way the small hand on his shoulder shook with every step. Technically she was watching his back as he guided them through the camp, but he was certain she was really just following along and trying not to break down in a panic attack. So far she did not strike him as frontline material, and he wasn't sure if she had been given any training to fulfill a support role. Having her with him, however, was probably better than leaving her on her own as a lookout. He didn't have much confidence that she would be able to defend herself if she encountered any hostiles. It was painfully obvious that she had not really been given the attention she needed. He'd have to see about fixing that. With Anko and Naruto doing their part, he might even be able to start now. Reaching the first tent, he carefully removed 2 of the stakes, and used his chains to slowly lift up the side, keeping his hands free just in case. Morio's tooth, being a medium-sized blade, was left at the small of his back in favor of a blade more suited for the task at hand. The cuts were simple and swift, slicing through jugulars, and killing them in moments. A hand to the mouth ensured they couldn't scream, and a chain wrapped around their throat provided additional insurance. Her shaking, he noted, grew worse with every kill. By the time they reached the last tent, she seemed moments away from collapsing to the ground. Rather than entering the tent, he stopped by the side and guided her to the ground. "Breath, Haruno," he instructed. "You have an entire team counting on you, don't let them down." She gave a hesitant nod and took a few shaky breaths. Good. We're almost done, this is the last tent," Naruto pointed out. "Everything's going fine. You've made it through the others." She gave another hesitant nod, turning slightly green at having been involved so closely to those deaths. Sakura had been on the bridge when the wolves slaughtered Gato and his men, which had been horrible, but back then she was distanced from it. Rather than her or her team, it had been as if Gato's own men had turned on each other. Most importantly, it wasn't her fault. Now, however, it was her team doing the killing, and she was right there with the one holding the blade. Green eyes darted to the dark metal in his hand, and he must have noticed. Both the dull gray and the slight crimson that had managed to cling to it as they moved caught the light of the moon and the distant glow of the campfire where Anko and Naruto were taking care of their own targets. "Have you ever killed before, Haruno?" The pinkette shook her head in the negative, earning a frown from Naruto. "Typically you wanted to blood your shinobi early and in a controlled environment." Sakura and her team had gone through the Chunin exams recently, and they had all managed to get out alive. The fact that she hadn't been blooded yet was quite frankly a miracle. In this case, however, that was not necessarily a good thing. "No animals, no clones, nothing?" Again she shook her head. Clones were a favored technique of the first and second Hokage, not only because they were as human as they could be, but because they wore the face of someone you knew. It was slightly lessened by the knowledge that it wasn't really them, but the second Hokage had used Fruit Punch to spectacular effect in his Mizu Bunshin to scare the ever-loving shit out of a group of academy students once. They later went on to be one of the meanest unhinged groups Konoha ever had the pleasure of producing, much to a smug Nidame's great satisfaction, but that was completely unrelated. Clone killing, as it had been dubbed, became a favored technique of Konohagakure no Sato, though usually without the fruit punch for wetting a genin's feet before they actually took a life. Some sensei still preferred throwing them in the deep end and letting them sink or swim as their instinct dictated, but that was more personal preference than anything. With Kakashi's own ability to use Kage Bunshin, it should have been a trivial matter for him to have them perform a clone killing. Even if he had found the idea of getting back memories of his students managing to kill him distasteful, and Naruto couldn't really fault him for that, the man had plenty of other clone techniques in his repertoire he could have made use of. Then again, this was Kakashi. He was honestly more surprised the man hadn't marched his genin down to Ibiki so they could help with an execution or 3. It was just more his style. "Well, do you understand it at least?" She gave him a confused look that he supposed he deserved for such a question. "Let me rephrase that. Do you understand why we're killing and what that does?" She still looked confused, just slightly less so. It wasn't really the time for a lecture, but he was confident he could keep them both safe on the off chance that they were discovered by the sleeping bandits, or any of their friends. It would only take a moment to kill them anyway. He could spare a minute or 2. "I could go on poetically about how we're eliminating evil and helping to protect the people of Hai no Kuni, or how sometimes heroes have to descend into the darkness in order to fight it, but that would be sugar-coating it, and I'm not going to lie to you." His purple eyes caught her own green and held them fast. "We're here because we're being paid to kill them. At any point we could have simply walked away until the second we stepped into the camp. As soon as we did, not only were we being paid, but we had put ourselves in danger to earn it. We are in enemy territory, and regardless of the monetary compensation we might receive on our return, we now have to ensure we actually get back. The best way to do so is to remove the enemy. Coincidentally, that's also the mission. We could try sneaking out now, I suppose, but when we've already come so far, why would we give up?" There's no point to leaving, and we secure both our own safety and a paycheck by finishing this. So tell me, Sakura, do you think you can spend the rest of your life doing this work? She thought for a moment, eyes flicking back to the blade held loosely between his finger before ultimately shaking her head. An honest answer. He gave her a small smile. It's good to know yourself, Sakura. Before you give up on this aspect of being a shinobi, however, I want you to do one thing for me, okay? What? He wasn't sure if the whisper was because they were trying to be stealthy or because she was just having trouble getting the words out, but he almost couldn't hear it. Spinning the kunai so the blade was held towards himself, he offered her the handle. Before you say you can't do it, I want you to actually try it. Her hand started moving for it before her shaking worsened. Gently reaching out with his other hand, he guided her to the handle and wrapped her fingers around it firmly. Breath, Sakura. I'll be right here. She nodded, still nervous but noticeably more composed. He wasn't sure how long that would last, so they needed to do this quickly. I'll do it. He gave her another brighter smile. I'm glad to hear that, Sakura. Let's see if you can be the shinobi I know you can be. Actually, he didn't really know her at all, but if the wolves taught him anything, it was that anyone could be turned into a competent fighter. Whether or not they were competent when it came to anything else was up for debate, but he didn't have time to follow that particular thought at the moment. He had a kunoichi to make. Part of him wanted to remind him that he was no psychologist, and that his only examples of conditioned soldiers were the wolves. They also mentioned the fact that he had no idea what he was doing and that he was probably going to end up breaking the girl. He argued back that she would end up breaking anyway if he didn't try something. It countered that he had already brought the fact that she wasn't suited to this work to her attention, and that she had a chance to live a life of not being a shinobi, or not being a frontline shinobi at least, but he honestly couldn't see the benefit to a life of not being a shinobi. Really, death or madness might be preferable. A support-type shinobi was still a possibility, but that also seemed like a waste. There was no reason for her not to be a fully capable shinobi and posse's support skills for her team. If nothing else, it would help increase her suitability during missions, and he couldn't see the downside to that. The small part of him gave the equivalent of a shrug before falling silent. It tired at least, and what was the worst that could happen? If he did mess her up, she'd probably still fit right in with his pack, so it wasn't like she wouldn't have all the support she could possibly need. Whether it was his words or the smile, he didn't know, but something about that seemed to have given her much more confidence. Using a chain to lift up the side of the last tent, he was intent on having her make use of that confidence before it had the chance to vanish. Together they snuck up to one of the occupied beds and peered over the sleeping bandit. Carefully he made use of his chains to gently reposition the man to make him an easier target. At the same time, it would serve as restraints in case something went wrong. Unseen by Sakura, his chains also extended behind them, ready to take out the others in case they were awoken by her first attempt. Better safe than sorry, after all. She lifted the kunai to just above the man's throat, ready to plunge it down before her shaking resumed. It wasn't the best way to go about it, he noted, but it should work just fine. Stepping behind her, he placed his left hand on her hip and his right over her hands. Just one movement, Sakura. That's all this will take. You can do it. Evidently he was just a little bit too loud as two brown eyes flickered open, but by then it was too late. Guiding her strike down both to keep her from giving up and to ensure it struck with enough force to end the poor bastard, the kunai found itself buried deeply into the man's throat with a meaty thud. He continued to hold her hands there even as she stared with horrified eyes at the face of the man she had just killed. She tried to back away, but his body served as a suitable wall, and his hand on her hip kept her from going anywhere but closer to her first kill. Very good, Sakura. I'm proud of you. She seemed mere seconds away from giving a horrified wail, so his hand slipped up from her waist to cover her mouth. Through your nose, breathe. She was completely stiff, frozen in a mix of fear and disgust. Sakura, he stressed. Breathe. It was fortunate that the other bandits weren't close enough, or perhaps were simply too intoxicated to be woken by his voice. You just watched me do this in the other tents, there's nothing different about it. Everything was fine then, and it will be fine now. He waited until she was breathing again before he started talking again. Any disgust you feel, any fear, anything that might make you hesitate, put it away. You're a shinobi right now, you can feel those when we're done. Right now it's just you, me, and the mission. When she seemed to have composed herself, he relaxed his grip slightly. Good. Come on, we have work to finish. Her body tensed again when he said that, her head shaking in disagreement, and her hands desperately trying to escape his. None of that now. We started this, we're going to finish it. He guided her to the next bandit, and his chains immediately set to work, making it easier for them to proceed. Look at him, Sakura. Do you remember how easy the last one was? Just one strike, one single strike. In seconds you can be done with all of this, and we'll leave the tent. Sakura was shaking again horribly, but the promise of freedom was evidently too good for her to pass up. Raising the blade once again, she brought it down swiftly. See? Easy. From her continued shaking, she still didn't agree. Come on, last one. He led her over to the final bandit, but instead of just restraining him this time, his chains went to work gagging the man and squeezing tightly enough to wake him. Blue eyes opened in a panic, but there was nothing a normal person could do against such chakra constructs. Look at him, completely defenseless. There's nothing he can do against you. His hand moved hers across the man's torso, the kunai lightly trailing over the exposed flesh of the previously sleeping bandit, just enough to draw thin lines of blood. Don't you feel powerful knowing that you hold this man's life so easily in your hands, ready to crush it like an angered goddess? Before she could respond, he continued. Or maybe you can feel that sense of justice at putting a stop to a group of dangerous individuals who have been terrorizing the innocent enough that they banded together to call upon you for rescue? And here you are, the avenging angel, making them feel the same helplessness of their victims before you remove them from your world. Her shaking lessened slightly at that, so he held fast. Oh? You like that, don't you? As much as I say it's just work, it doesn't change the fact that this work is helping people. If you can kill these bandits, and it saves even just one family of innocents, isn't that worth it? She gave a nod, and he couldn't help the smile that stretched over his lips. He had found the chink in her moral armor, the little twist she needed to rationalize away her actions and do what needed to be done. He could work with this. Even better, because this is a job for Konoha. You're saving the innocent, getting paid, and helping support your home. It may be a dirty job, Sakura, but does that mean it cannot be noble? She thought for a moment, mulling it over, and he could see the gears in her head turning. Almost had her. This is also a good opportunity to get stronger. Not only will you be able to help more people, but maybe being stronger would have prevented the Uchiha's abduction. Her eyes briefly widened in surprise, and he went in for the kill. I'm sure the retrieval team could have used more help. I hear they very nearly died trying to get him back. So many people counting on your strength who need you to be strong. Can you be strong, Sakura? For them? He forced her to look into his eyes. For me? The surprise vanished as jade eyes hardened in determination and turned towards their target. The bandit's blue eyes spilled fear like an ocean, and he started frantically trying to escape his bonds. He did not succeed. With a vicious thrust, she buried the kunai into soft flesh and gave a sharp twist. Ripping it out ended up splattering the both of them in small droplets of crimson, but it also sealed the fate of the poor bastard. There would be no recovering from that unless Tsunade herself appeared within the tent in a burst of radiant light. No such thing occurred as the bandit rapidly bled out the chains holding him, slithering away to return to Naruto. Sakura stared at the corpse for a moment before her determination abandoned her, and she dropped to the floor. With his foot he moved his dropped kunai out of the way, and crouching down behind her he was just in time to pull back her long hair before her stomach began violently purging itself of its contents. He gently rubbed her back with his other hand as she continued to heave, noting idly that unless Enko had been playing with her prey she should be long done by now, and as soon as she had finished he used a nearby blanket to wipe the remnants from her lips. Good, Sakura, very good. He gave her a small smile. It can be difficult, but now do you think you can do this for all those counting on you? She gave him a hesitant nod followed by a more assertive one, and his smile widened just enough to be noticeable. I'm proud of you, Sakura, very proud. You did well tonight. He returned to his feet and helped her do the same. Come on, the others are waiting for us. It had been a genin who entered the tent with him, green and inexperienced despite the time she had spent as part of Team 7. It was a kunoichi who left with him, or she would be if he had any say in the matter. There would be no going back to the girl that had entered the tent. A job well done as far as Naruto was concerned. Naruto sat by the bandits, fire eyes towards the tents as she waited for any sign of her brother and their teammate. She was also trying to ignore a blood-splattered ankle merrily strip searching the pile of corpses that had previously inhabited the camp. She'd rather not dwell on the fact that some of those wounds on the corpses were inflicted after they had been killed. She didn't know much about this Mitarashi Anko, but from what she was seeing she didn't like her. She liked the fact that the woman was close to her brother even less. As there continued to be no sign of the rest of the team, she grew increasingly nervous. They should be done by now, having a lesser number of sleeping targets to eliminate. At the same time, there was no indication that something had gone wrong, because she was sure the bandits wouldn't think twice about shouting intruders or otherwise indicating the two shinobi had been discovered or captured. The only pother thing she could think of was that Naruto was getting a head start on the pilfering, though with Anko doing the same next to her maybe it wasn't considered so early after all, and would be back once he had taken everything of value from the tents. She didn't particularly like thinking of her brother that way, but he had shown himself to be well a wolf. He was a hunter who would go after any prey and take any advantage he could get. He was resourceful, clever, and dangerous when alone. He also had a pack, but as far as she was aware they hadn't joined them on this mission. Some part of her wondered if even for just a moment Team 7 and Anko she supposed were his pack. The thought was odd, but did bring a gentle warmth to her chest. It was probably the closest to being a family again they had been in years. She couldn't quite decide if that was sad or something to be really happy about. Eventually her musings were interrupted by the appearance of their subject, both Naruto and Sakura walking towards them sedately. Upon closer inspection it would appear sedately was not entirely correct, as Naruto's movements were simply being slowed by the kunoichi leaning against him. One of his arms was slung over her shoulder in a manner Naruto could only describe as comforting, and were it not for the fact that Sakura seemed pretty shaken and yet at the same time strangely resolute, she probably would have felt a bit jealous. By the time her teammates had reached the fire, Anko had finished picking anything of value from the corpses of the bandits. Was more than Naruto expected, honestly. She supposed they weren't likely to leave their own cut just lying around lest it be taken by someone else, and Kakashi had meandered down from his position in the trees, book in hand. Naruto shot him a disapproving look that earned a sheepish shrug as the man pocketed the book once more. With both Anko and Naruto present, he hadn't even been able to pretend the situation was in any way a serious danger to his team. Everything being under control, he couldn't resist the call of his book for even 5 minutes before it had found its way into his hand again. Good work, team, this mission was a success. Naruto praised them. We can take our time sweeping the camp now. If it was on one of your kills, it's yours, otherwise start a pile here, and we'll divvy it up when we're done. Naruto shot Anko a suspicious glare at hearing that some of the corpses Anko had looted were her own kills, but Anko was too busy giving Naruto a sly grin to notice. It seems to me that 2 of you already took your time, the Tokubetsu Jonin taunted. You weren't celebrating without us in those tents, were you? Distracted by thoughts of what Anko was implying rather than the memory of what had just happened in those very tents, Sakura turned a bright red and pushed closer to Naruto in a doomed attempt to hide. This, of course, only spurred Anko on more. Don't the 2 of you make just the most adorable couple? She grinned. It's just a pity your hair clashes so badly. And yours doesn't? Asked Naruto skeptically, one brow raising. Anko just gave her a grin before practically skipping over to Naruto. She could have gone to his free side, but that wasn't as fun. Firmly sandwiching the pinkette between the 2 of them was much more entertaining. She leaned down slightly and grabbed some of Naruto's red hair to hold up next to her own purple spike. Consequently, this had the added effect of squishing her breasts into the side of Sakura's face. See? Asked the Tokubetsu Jounin. Perfect match. She looked down to Sakura, who was just as red as Naruto's hair. How like this, I suppose it doesn't clash all that badly. Kind of cute, actually. You okay down there, girlie? Whatever she tried to saw was muffled by memory. As she's fine. Chapter 84. Moran Izumo and Kotetsu shared a look before returning their attention to Team 7 and its guest. Anko was bouncing in place, which they would have appreciated much more in her old outfit, even more excitedly than she had before she left. For the life of them, they couldn't figure out why. Sure, they understood she would be excited to go out killing and that she liked spending time with her favorite genin, but it had already happened. What was she so eager for? Thank you, Team 7 and Tokubetsu Jonin Mitarashi. Your verbal report has been noted. Please have your team leader submit a written report within 1 week for the official records. Payment for the mission will be released upon reception of the report. Hi. Kakashi waved them off, mentioning nothing about the fact that Naruto had technically been the leader during the mission. He just makes sure to pick it up from him to submit so they didn't look into it. He was sure someone would be scratching their head in the future when they found a report from a genin squad leader of a joint team including 2 Jounin-level shinobi. We're done now, right? Right. Enko was still bouncing but had moved to stand as closely pressed to Naruto as she could physically manage. Without even waiting for a response, she turned down to Naruto and gave him a pleading look. I was a good girl, yeah. Do I get my reward now? The eternal Chunin nearly had a heart attack when Naruto gently pulled down the woman's mask and gave her a quick peck on the lips. They were more surprised when she didn't react negatively. Sure, Enko. Head on home, I'll join you soon. Kakashi's perverse giggle was punctuated by Enko's victorious fist pump. In a swirl of leaves she was off, and the 2 Chunin shared another look. Naruto started Izumo only for Kotetsu to finish. I think you've just become our hero. Naruto just gave them a flat look. Do you have any idea how worn out she's going to make me? Tomorrow is not going to be fun. Wait, so it's more than just that realization dawned upon them both as the remaining kunoichi turned bright red. The young daimyo gave an amused snort. What? You think she'd be satisfied by a little kiss like that? I've got my work cut out for me. WYH, how are you so casual about this? That's Enko! Kotetsu exclaimed. He received a raised brow in response. Yeah, that's Enko. Izumo shook his head in disbelief. Do you have any idea how lucky you are? I'd kill just to see her in her underwear. 2 brows rose. I saw that years ago. I've helped her wash off the blood before we head to bed. It's Enko. Izumo and Kotetsu looked at each other again. He doesn't even know. As one they turned to Kakashi and bowed as much as they could from their position behind the desk. Please teach us your ways of the hip, Kakashi-sama. The man in question just shook his head, wiping away a single manly tear. I'm afraid his hipness might exceed my own, and he's not here anymore. Indeed, Naruto had already left. With Enko waiting for him, however, they really couldn't blame him. Naruto, while still slightly red, had managed to mostly force her way through her embarrassment. They realized that was her brother, right? She did not want to hear that kind of stuff about him. Hey, why are you guys still here anyway? We got a mission from you forever ago, shouldn't someone have relieved you yet? They shared yet another look, debating how they should respond before they turned to her simultaneously. We're the eternal Chunin, they answered as one. We're always present somewhere. Naruto was less than impressed. That's called existing, everyone is present somewhere. They shared a glance between themselves and another with Kakashi. You'll learn one day, Genin Uzumaki. One day. She stared at them for a moment, and even Sakura seemed to have gotten over her embarrassment enough to pay attention. You know, that would sound so much more cool and mysterious if it wasn't you two saying it. They returned to bowing towards Kakashi. Please, Kakashi-sama, you must teach us. The Cyclops gave a nervous chuckle. Oh, look at the time. I'm late. He vanished in a swirl of leaves just as Enko had, leaving an irritated Naruto to glare at the space he had vacated. What kind of excuse is that? He's always late. Izumo, take notes. To be one with the hipness, we must always be late. You two are morons. They looked towards Sakura in hopes of support, but were denied when she gave a nod of agreement. Morons. They tried to hold back the tears, they really did, but in the end they escaped all the same. Why couldn't they get any respect around here? Home already, Sunflower? Asked Kushina as she entered the kitchen. They had left the day prior, and she had figured she wouldn't be returning until at least later today. Yet it wasn't too far, and the actual mission only took like an hour, most of which was fighting with Enko about what portion of the loot was mine. Kushina blinked in surprise. Enko as in Mitarashi Enko? Yeah. That's her. Oh. How was that? The woman certainly had a reputation. Naruto gave a shrug, idly poking at her breakfast. Okay, I guess. Don't really like that she's always around Naruto, but she knows what she's doing. Are they friends then? Kushina didn't hear much about Naruto's friends or associates beyond the occasional mention of the wolves, so it would be good to know he did in fact have some. Even if they were Mitarashi Enko. His father had certainly gotten along well with the woman's former master. It was almost poetic in a way that his son was close to the student. A dusting of red spread over her cheeks. You could say that, but I'm pretty sure they're closer than that. Like siblings? A feeling of dread had already started at the bottom of Kushina's stomach. She really didn't have any say in the matter, but there were some things she just didn't want to hear about her babies. Which is why asking Jiraiya to look into her son's activities had been so uncomfortable for her. No, oh. Yeah. Kushina was interrupted by her daughter, who had given up on her food at this point. Can we please not talk about this? I don't want to think about what the two of them are up to right now. Now? Naruto shrugged. She was certainly eager for her reward last night when we got back, so I guess it's possible. Can we stop talking about this now, please? Why, yes, sorry. The two fell into an uncomfortable silence for a minute. Did he seem happy with it? Yeah, I guess. Oh. That's good. As uncomfortable as speaking about the subject was, however, she couldn't help but be just the tiniest bit curious. Is it bad that I kind of want to Ka-san? Fine, I'll leave it alone. The silence returned, but it didn't last long. Do you think Jiraiya would know? Naruto would very much like for the ground to swallow her. Unfortunately, like herself, it wasn't all that hungry. At some point during the night, his curtain had been completely ripped from the window, and managed to find themselves strewn about the floor. The only reason he knew this was because of the horrid light that chose to spill through the window and strike him in the face. Oh, how he hated mornings. With a groan, he surrendered himself to the fact that he wasn't going to be getting any more sleep, not that he had really managed any the night prior, and turned to the window just in time for one of the two wolves just outside it to move between him and the sun. He may have appreciated it a bit more if the two of them weren't standing there peering into his window instead of doing their jobs. He really didn't mind them staring at him, but his companion was a different story. Pulling the soft warmth closer to his body and trying to ignore the effect her satisfied sigh had on him, he glared at the wolves even as he reached for the first piece of cloth he could find to cover her with. By some miracle, it happened to be one of his sheets, and actually managed to cover her. Mine, he whispered to the wolves. They probably couldn't hear him, but the glare alone was enough to let them know he was less than pleased with them ogling his friend with very good benefits. They turned from the window sufficiently cowed, and Naruto turned his attention back to Anko to be met by two chocolate eyes. They can look if they want to, Naruto-kun. She gave him what was probably intended to be a short good morning peck, but instead ended up lasting a good few minutes. Just so long as they remember only you can touch. I'll keep that in mind, but I still don't want them looking. She went in for another peck successfully this time, and shot him a smile. Oh, you're so cute when you're possessive. He squeezed her to him again. Mine. And mmmm all yours. She agreed. I need to be a good girl more often if that's the reward. I'll keep that in mind, Anko. She gave him a pout that was already hard to resist, and she hadn't even asked for anything yet. Just Anko? After last night? I think I deserve at least a pet name now. Are you a pet? I can be your pet if you like, Naruto-kun. She gave him a wink, a snuck, and another quick kiss. How does that sound? He was silent for a few moments. Maybe if you're good. From her smile, he had a feeling she liked the sound of that. After a few seconds, however, the smile melted away. I'm late for work, aren't I? She asked. Naruto didn't have any idea what time she was supposed to work, but from the light spilling through his window it wasn't early. Probably. Ibiki's going to kill me. Anko sighed. And I guess that means I need to get out of bed too. A sly smirk crossed her lovely lips. Then again, if I'm going to die anyway, I might as well enjoy myself first. He's not going to kill you. I won't let him touch my ankle. She gave a pleased shiver and pressed herself closer to him. I'm not sure what I like more, you calling me yours or the idea of you threatening Ibiki. She gave another little shudder. Oh, definitely you threatening Ibiki for me. Can I watch? If you did, you'd never get to work. She just shrugged, which nearly dislodged the sheet covering her in a most tantalizing way. Even when she wasn't trying, everything she did seemed to be an attempt to tease him. Perhaps entice would be more appropriate word choice at this point, though. Would that be such a bad thing? Anko asked with another smile. I thought you had fun. I did, but there's no way I can keep up with you if you're ready to go already. She frowned at first, but then gave a sigh. I suppose that's understandable, you're still young. Her grin became positively wicked. When you're older, though, the things we'll do. He tried very hard not to imagine what she was talking about. The mind was willing, but the flesh was absolutely exhausted. So her tune changed from suggestive to curious, for which he was grateful. What are you going to get up to while I'm gone? I'm sure Kato-sensei would appreciate it if I took a chance to rest, and with Kakashi saying we don't have a meeting today, it's the perfect opportunity, he shrugged. But I think I'll visit Yugao to work on my kenjutsu. I'm getting a bit rusty, and I'm sure she'd be happy to knock the rust off me. Probably kick my ass for slacking while she's at it. I'm sure she'd like to see you again, but she's been pretty busy with the whole invading Kaze no Kuni thing from what I hear. He frowned slightly but gave another shrug. I guess that's understandable. In that case, I'll see if Hate is free. She's always spoken highly of him, and I know he's semi-retired, so he's more likely to be available. Anko frowned deeply. Didn't anyone tell you? She asked. Naruto's brow rose. Tell me what? That Hate was killed right before the invasion, less than 12 hours before the start of the third exam. He what? He had never considered himself close to the man, in fact he had never actually met him, but he knew how important he was to Yugao, and as far as Naruto was concerned, Yugao was as much a part of his pack as anyone else he associated with. That he hadn't had anything was troubling, but that he hadn't been there for Yugao was unforgivable. How is she taking it? Even as he asked, he was already rolling out of bed and heading to his closet to get dressed. Enko shot him a fond smile, recognizing that his attention would now be firmly on making sure Yugao was okay until he was absolutely certain it was. Maybe a little one-tracked, but his dedication was certainly attractive. She had benefited from it last night, after all. About as well as can be expected, I suppose. The closest Enko had ever come to losing someone was when she almost pushed Naruto away completely, or back when Orochimaru, and it had actually been easier to think of that bastard without flying into a rage which she couldn't tell was good or not, had abandoned her all those years ago. She's been throwing herself into her work, but I don't know how much of that is by choice and how much is just her position is being called on as we try to hold Kaze no Kuni. That only caused his frown to deepen. He knew very well that he had done exactly the same back when he had lost Tatsuki and again after losing Mito. One of his pack would not go through that without him there to support them, not if he could help it. Throwing on formal attire of pure black, he was heading towards the door with a black tie loosely thrown around his neck and his shirt still completely unbuttoned. Poking his head out, he gestured to the first two wolves he saw. You two put on something nice. We're paying a visit to Yugao. The two shared a look. They knew of Yugao and her connection to Naruto, but why did that need them, and what did he want them wearing? Something nice, my lord? Formal black. I've just learned that Hate was lost back in the invasion. The House of Wolves is offering their condolences. That they understood. With twin salutes and a high Naruto-sama, they bolted towards their rooms to change as instructed. Within a minute, and right as he was starting on his tie, they returned. Naruto took one look at the sharp suits they were sporting and cursed, turning back towards his closet only for the male wolf to stride past him to retrieve it. Before he could tell him to stop or resume struggling with his tie, the female wolf began tying it for him. Enko did nothing to stop her laughter at the defeated look on his face. You'd think they could at least trust me to dress myself. He mumbled, certain a dusting of red had spread over the top of his cheeks. Oh, let them take care of you, Naruto-kun. This is one of their only chances to spend time with you. Her words, while intended to help, just made his frown deepen. She was right, he wasn't dedicating enough time to his wolves these days. He'd have to fix that. Anko as she was could still tell exactly where his thoughts had gone and ended up rolling her eyes. Stop that, you're going to make them worry more. He gave a nod and a sigh. Yes. You're right. Taking a deep breath to center himself, he managed a small smile in her direction. Thank you, Anko. Oh no, she smirked. That's not how you thank me, not anymore, so don't even think about saying that unless you intend to rejoin me. I thought you had to be getting to work. You're late, aren't you? Her eyes widened in alarm at his reminder, and she scrambled from the bed. Shit. Her new wolf uniform, or fong as he liked to think of her, wasn't conducive to quickly dressing, so she instead reached into his closet for the first shirt she could find and a pair of loose pants she could get over her hips. As she buttoned up his shirt, or at least half of it anyway, he couldn't help the thought that she looked really good in his clothes. He was, however, surprised that she managed to get into any of his pants. His very good friend with even better benefits was not lacking in the hip department, after all. Dressed more or less, she stopped next to him to steal a quick kiss before she darted out of the room. I'll see you later, Naruto-kun. He shook his head at her antics and looked down at his completed tie. Thank you, dear. His wolf seemed elated at his words, or as much as one could when wearing the face of a snarling wolf, and took a chance moving said mask just enough to expose her cheek. With an amused sigh he gave her a peck on the cheek before grabbing the suit jacket began handed to him by the other wolf. Throwing it on, he gave that wolf a pat on the head and took a second to examine himself in a mirror. Black on black on black on black on black. Perfect. The only thing that really stood out was his crimson hair, but he figured he was due for a splash of color anyway. Briefly dipping into Karura's chakra and earning a pleased purr from the woman as he did so, he made a familiar hand seal to summon his golden-eyed counterpart. The clone gave him a nod, knowing they were to assume the duties of Tsukiyomi for the day while the original saw to other matters. Certain he was leaving his home in good hands, who's better than his own. He started towards the door, beckoning his wolves to follow. Come, children. We have a friend to look after. The two wolves eagerly obeyed. While she still didn't like the idea of keeping anything from Naruto, even if he may have been keeping things from her, Mai had to trust in Sai and his ability to handle the situation. Even so, she couldn't help but worry about what could happen to their efforts in Mizuno Kuni. She didn't exactly care what they were doing there or who they were supporting, but she did care for her fellow wolves, and she most definitely cared for Naruto. If he wanted to support Yagura, then by Tsukiyomi, they would support Yagura. Mai also knew, however, that simply mentioning that his choices had caused the death of 3 wolves would see him either immediately pulling out or going to Mizuno Kuni himself to ensure his children's safety. The first option was good for everything but their reputation, but it would come at a cost. She did not want Naruto blaming himself for their deaths or becoming too cautious in future choices. They were wolves, they thrived in the wild, and as much as they enjoyed the attention of their devoted father, she couldn't let him coddle them too much. So for as long as she could, she would keep this from him. Were they to successfully regain control of the situation, then the death of the wolves would make their way back to him in the form of training accidents or unfortunate encounters during scouting missions. If she had her way, he would never be given the chance to shoulder the blame. And just like she shielded him from the blame, she had to shield the wolves from his need to protect them. Right now, he was still willing to let them run free, directing them towards Mizuno Kuni to fulfill his purpose while they stretched their legs, but if he realized they were actually getting killed because of it, they would be rounded up into the den and kept there safe from the outside world. That was not a proper life for a wolf, so she would see to it that they did not lose what gave them their strength. More importantly, she would ensure they didn't lose what made them useful to Naruto. He would never toss them away, but she could think of few worse fates for his children than being in his presence, but not being able to prove themselves worthy of it. She would if need be become Amaterasu to his Tsukiyomi to ensure their children were taken care of. Those were dangerous thoughts, actually, both making the wolves their children and trying to elevate herself to an equal level of godhood. She should probably abandon them, letting them slowly fade away, but they were just so tempting. It would be easy too, making herself into a goddess, but she would have to be strong. Unless he brought it up, she would have to refrain from doing anything of that nature lest she risk fracturing the pack and earning his wrath. But there was nothing to stop her from dropping a hint or two, she supposed. A knock on her door, polite but urgent, drew Yugao's attention from her working breakfast, who knew there would be so many reports for her to look over when she returned. And with a small frown she rose from her table. Kurenai had visited twice to check up on her, but had been easily satisfied by the fact she wasn't bawling her eyes out. The Genjutsu mistress should have known she was stronger than that. Enko had been a bit more understanding, or possibly just oblivious, and less than sensitive, inviting her to join the Tokubetsu on some missions to blow off stress. Or get their engines revved, you could never quite tell with Enko. A fond smile started at the thought of the purple-haired woman, but it quickly melted away as another knock sounded at the door. Definitely something urgent, or so her mystery visitor would believe, but Yugao wasn't in any hurry. If it had been an emergency, the other Anbu knew which window they could crash through. Hana hadn't been around, but she hadn't been to Konoha in months as far as Yugao was aware. Maybe she'd track the Inuzuka heir down and pay her a visit the next time she left Konohagakure. Actually, had anyone told her about the invasion? She's assumed Hana had heard regardless of where she was or what she was doing, but hearing about it from fishermen off the coast of Kaminari no Kuni was different from receiving word from home about old allies turning on them. Then again, she hadn't come running home, so it was probably safe to assume her mother had sent word that everything was okay. A third series of knocks, exactly the same as the first two, carefully measured but carrying urgency, broke her from her thoughts just as she reached the door. Taking a moment to ensure her robe was secure and setting her best irritated commander face, she cracked open the door to glare at her uninvited guests. She was more than a little surprised to be greeted by the sight of a somber Naruto flanked by two bowing wolves. Bent so far over their torsos were parallel to the ground, she idly wondered if they had held that position since he had first knocked. The presence of the wolves and the fact that Naruto seemed upset was enough to help her maintain her frown, but the presence of her pseudo-student made it impossible for her to keep up the glare. "Uzumaki-san, I hope we are not disturbing you." Naruto folded into his own deep bow, holding it far longer than she thought was entirely appropriate. As long as she had known Naruto, however, and it had been years now, he had never called her Uzumaki-san. "Naruto?" she questioned. "What's going on?" "To my deepest regret, it is quite late, but I have come both as your kohai and as a representative of the wolves to provide our condolences for your great loss. News of Hyatt's misfortune only reached me earlier today." She had not expected that. Not at all. Yuga was sure the surprise was clear on her face, but she couldn't even bring herself to care. She hadn't even considered the fact that Naruto had yet to check up on her, but between his association with the wolves and the fact that she wouldn't exactly consider the two of them especially close, she hadn't expected that he would. But here he was, and the mixture of shame and apology in his eyes was unmistakable. She knew he must care for her to some degree, and it was heartwarming that he had stopped by to check on her late as he was, but were those emotions for being so late with his condolences, or because he knew the wolves had a hand in her lover's death? As much as she wanted to believe in him, the wolves had allowed the Suna shinobi to do as they pleased within Konoha's walls despite knowing of their treachery. Yuga was unable to convince herself that it was anything less than deliberate on their part, though a nagging voice in the back of her head wondered what they had to gain from his death. "It's fine, I hadn't thought to share his passing with you." Even as she spoke those words, there was a stabbing in her chest. What a way to tell him just how close she considered them to be. She steeled herself by forcing herself to remember that he was an enemy at the moment. Even if he did care, and she was certain he did, she had known him long enough, he had set that aside to go through with whatever scheme the wolves were currently up to. Even so, her words seemed to hit hard as his shoulders slumped just enough for her to notice like some great weight had suddenly settled itself onto his back. Yes, of course, a heavy silence followed his soft words, carrying with it his regret, and the sudden realization that they might not have been as close as he believed. It left a bitter taste in her mouth that no amount of rationalization was washing away. This was her kohai, her little student who had grown into a shinobi, even if he was more often than not dealing with something for those damnable wolves. He played the side that got him what he needed, she knew, and that was the kind of thing that had convinced her that he would be worth whatever effort she poured into him. She couldn't hold his decision to ally himself with someone powerful against him, but she could hate what he had done for them by association, and the fact that it wasn't Konoha he had sided with wasn't her. Even if he did make poor decisions, like even entertaining the idea of quitting the shinobi life, she did care for him. Hurting him hurt her too. "The ceremony has already been held then?" he finally asked, his voice only barely audible. From his tone he already knew the answer, but had asked nonetheless. She didn't like the answer, or that he knew it, but she was going to hate saying it even more. "Yes," she admitted. "Weeks ago." He nodded in understanding. "I see." Naruto gave a soft sigh, collecting himself before shooting her the smallest of smiles she had ever seen from him. It also held more sadness in it than she thought him capable of expressing. "My apologies for not attending then." Her chest twisted painfully at those words, and his smile-purple eyes trying to be as truthful and sincere as they could without revealing their newfound realization. She knew he cared, she knew. She had not realized how much. That had been foolish, she thought with a growing dread, because she had reached out to him back when he had no one. She had taken him under her wing, even if only sparingly, and helped him hone the skills he would need to stay alive in the world of shinobi. She was obviously much more important to him than he was to her, and the realization brought with it a crushing wave of guilt. It also brought with it a doubt far too powerful for her to banish, as she had so many others. If he cared this much, was it possible that they wouldn't have had anything to do with Hyatt's death? That maybe, just maybe, it had occurred beyond their sight despite their every effort? The wave of guilt settled, but left in its wake an ocean of horrifying realization. "I know we may not be close," those words had taken some effort to say, she noticed, and it made her chest tighten painfully. and that you may have no association with the House of Wolves, but I want you to rest assured both that should you come to us we will do everything in our power to aid you and that our every available resource will be utilized to find the one who stole him from you. He paused to swallow the words stuck in his throat. It may not bring him back, but perhaps I can at least give you closure. It's the least I owe you. Having their friendship reduced to a mere debt caused her stomach to twist, and not but it was knowing he did it for her sake so she wouldn't feel pressured into pretending their relationship had meant something that caused a cold emptiness to spread through her body. With a final bow he and the wolves took their leave. She couldn't find the voice to stop them, or even to offer her gratitude for their offer. Even inside her own head there was only one thing she managed to say. What have I done? Chapter 85 Amaterasu. With a quick knock on the door she saw herself and two golden eyes looking up from their work to offer her a gentle smile. Good morning, Mai. He greeted her. Good morning, Naruto-sama. She returned the greeting but wasn't sure if she had managed the smile. While she had come to terms with her feelings for him and the fact that he was going to keep things from her, she was still less than pleased with the fact that he was doing so in the first place. It wouldn't change how she felt about him, but it would certainly make it harder for her to place her trust in him. She could, however, rest easy knowing that no matter what he was hiding, that the intentions would always be for the benefit of the wolves. The only problem there was that not all of his ideas were necessarily good ideas. Which again made it somewhat difficult to ignore the fact that he was hiding things. What was the next mess he was going to end up involved in? Peering into those golden eyes, she thought she had a pretty good idea. It would be just her luck that something went wrong with his utilization of Kurura's chakra. She also made note that he typically referred to the biju in his arm as female, and she wondered if she should feel jealous of a mass of destructive chakra. It after all got to spend all of their time with her lord. Anything I should be aware of? Her question earned her a raised brow and a look of slight confusion that had her cursing internally. Normally she was the one who brought things to his attention, but the fact that she'd been away focusing on trying to get his Mizu no Kuni situation under control meant she hadn't been paying much attention to anything else. She was also hoping that if he did hear something about Mizu no Kuni, which she was very intent to prevent, he would mention it so she could try to keep his attention away from it. Mai did not want him worrying over their deal with Yugura, though some part of her argued that maybe learning the consequences of his actions would put a stop to future mistakes. Naruto turned his attention to the papers scattered over his desk, frowning in thought before shaking his head. No, nothing really stands out. Just the usual reports. This time she knew she gave a small and relieved. He still didn't know they had time to fix things. That's good. Have you almost finished already? It wasn't very early in the morning, but normally he ended up spending more time on paperwork than this. She had also heard he was on a team now, so why was she finding him just sitting in his office again? Surely they had missions or at least some training? There was a lot. For a while he shrugged. And I'm not sure where it came from, but after I finished it the volume really slowed down. She had forgotten that he had ended up with access to an entire month's worth while she was away. She had briefly hoped that his team would keep him occupied while there wasn't much work for him to do, but it looked like she was going to have to come up with work to keep him from getting suspicious. Last thing she wanted was him looking into things too closely and learning about the trouble in Mizu no Kuni. In fact, he continued, all I have here are yesterday's reports from the wolves here and a letter from Hana. Naruto riffled through the papers, double-checking. I know it looks like there's something here about our newest packmates. He took a moment to look over it while Mai wondered how she could arrange a visit for him to keep him busy. Might be difficult now that he was on a team. Progress is good apparently, Naruto said with a pleased nod. Everything seems to be going as planned. Oh, how she wished that was the case. That's fantastic, Naruto-sama. Did you have any plans for the day? She hoped he had something just to buy her time to come up with more for him. A restless Naruto was almost as bad as a restless Anko. With a lazy wave at the papers on his desk, he leaned back into his chair and gave a mighty yawn. Just this. He shrugged. And please call me Tsukiyomi when I'm working. I need to get more used to it. He felt like he was forgetting something but dismissed it easily enough. After all, if he had forgotten something, Mai would remind him when it became important. One of Mai's brows rose at that, but it offered an opportunity she just couldn't pass up. Only if you call me Amaterasu. He stared at her for a minute, making her worried she might have overstepped her bounds, but eventually he gave her an amused snort and a small smile. Amaterasu, huh? He mused. I suppose it's fitting. Just don't introduce me to any of your friends if they intend to provide lunch by regurgitating it. I'll keep that in mind. He had accepted that more easily than she had thought, and she was aware that the wolf standing guard in the corner had perked up at the name. She was sure it will have made the rounds through the Konoha ranks by tomorrow. From there she just had to wait for it to spread to the rest of the pack. She gave it a week before she had every wolf new and old calling her Amaterasu. So no plans for the day? She was going to have to make up something to keep him occupied before he did, otherwise he'd start a project he had no hope of finishing. No, he gave a relieved sort of half laugh. And after last night, that's probably for the best. Even if he was a clone, the original had been completely worn out when he performed the Kage Bunshin, which meant Tsukiyomi, even if he technically wasn't exhausted, having not used any of the energy given to him by the original, or Karura was feeling as though he had just spent the night trying to reward Enko. Most definitely a good sort of exhausted, but exhausted all the same. One of Mai's brows rose even as she tried to squish a sudden wave of jealousy rising in her. By Tsukiyomi she didn't even know what he was referring to yet. What happened last night? She asked, hoping that it would be anything but a woman's name. She was disappointed when that was the very first thing out of his mouth. Enko joined us on a mission he started. That alone would be reason enough for his desire to rest. It was not easy keeping up with that woman doing anything, but she had a sinking feeling she was about to hear more she wouldn't like. And by some miracle managed to behave herself around the genin mostly. Neither even noted the fact that he was also a genin. She did? There was genuine surprise and curiosity in her voice. Enko was known for many things, but her restraint was not one of them. The fact that she had managed to behave was indeed some sort of miracle. Yeah, Naruto nodded. And I promised her that if she was good I'd reward her, might have helped. A sudden realization dawned upon Mai as she deduced exactly where this was going. He gave her a tired look and an even more tired smile. By the gods, does that woman have a lot of energy. She was even ready to go just a bit ago, and I had to turn her down. Oh. Mai kept her face carefully blank and professional, a bitter taste of lost chances filling her mouth. So first a master, and then her apprentice? She was referring to Orochimaru, of course, and Naruto took a moment to blink in thought. Oh, I suppose that is how it went, isn't it? He gave a light shrug. I should probably be more surprised it's taken so long for either of them. Enko made her intentions known almost a year ago now, and Orochimaru has even less restraint than her former student. Two things about that immediately stood out to her, the first being that he made a very good point. It was easy to see how obsessed Orochimaru was. She'd cancelled her invasion of Konohagakure in fear that it would displease him after all, and the fact that she had managed to hold off long enough for them to actually get to know each other a bit was amazing. The second thing that stood out to her was the fact that Enko had been waiting almost a year for last night. Mai had only figured out what she wanted a few days ago. To be fair, while she didn't know how long Orochimaru had wanted the same, the woman hadn't even been around him for 2 months before she had stolen his first, so perhaps the whole time thing was irrelevant. Still, it remained that the intentions of both women had been well known before either of them were given the chance to be with him. I don't recall you mentioning that she was certain she would have remembered. When did Mitarashi let you know? Remember when we blew up that casino and I used my half of the funds to get the wolves' uniforms? That night. He answered, fondly remembering one of his most notable missions with the Tokubetsu Jonin. I see. She frowned slightly in thought, wondering if it was as easy as simply asking him before she shook it from her head. You enjoyed yourself then? He gave her a soft smile. I always enjoy spending time with Enko, you know that. That was not what she had expected to hear. Talking about how much he had enjoyed it, or how wonderful it was, would have made sense to her, as would have him trying to avoid the subject. From the way he answered, it was as if sleeping with the former student of Orochimaru was no different from chatting with her over dinner or curled up on a couch with books. A sudden thought struck her with more strangeness than she thought possible. Did sex even matter to him? As impossible as it seemed, she couldn't help but suspect that was the case. One half of her was somewhat disappointed in the idea that he didn't feel it was important, as she did. The other half thought it was an explanation as to why he had never tried anything with her. Enko and Orochimaru had told Naruto what they wanted, and he had provided from them as Naruto does. Maybe it was as easy as asking him. She was very, very tempted to find out. That's nice. She managed to force a small smile of her own using that tiny hope. Maybe he wasn't as lost to her as she thought. So you've been with 2 different women now, what do you think about sex? He raised a brow. Curious, are we? She blushed lightly, but perhaps not for the reasons he suspected. It's certainly a nice way to spend time with those you care about, and it seemed to make them both very happy. And what about you? Did it make you happy? He seemed almost puzzled by the question. I enjoy spending time with them, yes. She stared at him in disbelief before pinching her brow and giving a groan. It really shouldn't be a hard question to get an answer to. She sighed. Of course, this was Naruto, things couldn't just be simple. You enjoy spending time with them, right? Mai confirmed. Yes, I always enjoy time with my girls. She had a suspicion that despite not having been one of those to sleep with him like that, she was still part of the group he was talking about. Mai felt a pleasant tingle travel down her spine at the thought. She could certainly get used to hearing him call her his. So would you say sex would be one of your favorite ways to spend time with them? Mai could see the understanding dawn in those pools of molten gold. It was quickly followed by a large grin and a faraway look. Oh, definitely. So it did matter, it just wasn't a focus. Should have expected that, really. The only thing he ever focused on was the wolves and those he considered pack. What he actually did with them was unimportant so long as they were happy. Knowing Anko as she did, Mai had a feeling she was very, very happy at the moment. Not that she could blame the woman. Moving closer to Naruto's desk, she found herself sitting on it much like the Tokubetsu Jonin might. So you said you didn't have any more plans today, right? Maybe it wasn't making up work for him to do, but she had a wonderful idea on how to keep him busy for a while. He enjoyed spending time with his girls, and even if he was hiding things from her, she knew she was one of them. She was sure it wouldn't be too hard to convince him to agree with her idea of how to spend the rest of the morning. And maybe a bit of the afternoon too. One of Naruto's brows rose and he looked back down to his papers. No, I'm done for the day. Which really was a very strange thing for him to say, an opinion shared by Mai, who paused briefly in surprise. Their eyes met, and an unspoken agreement was made between them they would not speak of this unnatural occurrence. At least until it was more common in Mai's case. She'd still work towards it, but there was no point in jinxing her efforts by acknowledging it. In that case, maybe you'd spend some time with me too. Of course. He hadn't been able to spend much time with her over the last week or so. In fact, he had only seen her once, so the chance to spend time with his favorite wolf was most welcome. What would you like to do? Slipping from the desk, she took a bold seat straddling his lap. Leaning in, she enjoyed his smell and the way he immediately placed his hands on her hips. I have a couple ideas, Naruto-sama. He gave a groan, half enjoyment and half disappointment, which confused her until he explained. As tempting as that is, my Anko's completely worn me out. There's no way I can take care of you right now. She just smirked. It looked like it really was as easy as asking. She should have done this months ago. In that case, just sit back and let your favorite wolf take care of you, my lord. She wasn't really sure she was still his favorite, but he made no protest to her words. Nor did he protest anything else she did that morning. And Maid Tsukiyomi's will be done. Their instructor ended the day's training session. You are all dismissed. Tenjin and Haru, 2 individuals who until very recently would have considered themselves Otogekyu shinobi, shared a look as their peers started dispersing. They certainly heard a lot about this Tsukiyomi. He was their new lord according to Orochimaru, but neither had ever so much as met the man. The wolves, however, were more than happy to go on about his greatness. Maybe it was just them, but some of the things they were hearing were just too far-fetched to be true. Sure, they were shinobi, but the enslavement of an entire Konoha clan and the creation of the Eyazahrid because he was insulted by a fisherman's wife? That was to say nothing about the mountain ranges he had apparently created so he could better survey the world that belonged to him without returning to his throne on the moon, just so he wasn't too far away from his beloved children. At the same time, they couldn't deny just how effective the training had been so far. Otogekyo had nothing like it, and they could already see the results of their work. And really, how can you go wrong both joining an imperial house of the strongest of the elemental countries and escaping the direct command of Orochimaru? It was win-win. They would just have to wait until they met this Tsukiyomi before they could determine just how delusional their new packmates were. They had a feeling it was but it was still better than ending up on one of the overseer's operating tables. Orochimaru's most trusted were almost as bad as the woman herself. She was going to fucking kill him. Really. Mikoto had fantasized about it often enough during her stay here in AIM, but she was going to fucking do it this time. She couldn't blame the little shit for staring at her mask or know she was damn attractive, and she knew it. She could understand him wanting to peek on her in the showers. Again, she was attractive, and he only needed one look with those damn eyes of his. Even snooping through her room was somewhat understandable, though admittedly she had not expected him to stoop to a panty raid. Then again, with Kisame there, she had a pretty good idea who had come up with the idea, because again she was an attractive woman. It did not help that there was only one other like her here in Akatsuki, favored by the boss man who wasn't really in charge, that had the other S-ranked rogue shinobi here terrified enough to behave well somewhat. She, despite actually being higher up the hierarchy than he was, did not have the benefit of protection because the knowledge was not public. So being the most vulnerable of the two, she should not be surprised that they were all desperate to get as close as they could. Again, because it couldn't be said enough, she was an attractive woman. Hell, she almost felt a bit bad for them because they were all well-known S-ranked rogue shinobi, and even most civilian women were cautious enough to avoid them. Most civilian women avoided shinobi, period, which wasn't a bad idea. They were crazy, and they were usually far more powerful, which was not a good combination, but someone known as a traitor or murderer, or who had stolen some precious relic from their home? Yes, she had a feeling none of them were getting any, which must have been terribly frustrating. All that aside, there were things she couldn't overlook. Finding a mannequin dressed up in some of her missing clothes and wearing a poor imitation of her own mask being one of them. It was bad enough when he had just stolen her underwear, but who knows what horrible things that poor mannequin had been forced to witness. That was simply taking things too far. Well, there were Sasori's immortal pieces of art featuring her, but she didn't mind his lewd drawings nearly as much. She had confiscated them, of course, because she wanted them for herself, but she was kind of looking forward to what he might draw of her next. The mannequin was simply unacceptable, though she was immensely relieved it had been some other sort of doll she had stumbled upon. She was most definitely not just using it as an excuse to stop putting off the desire to kill him she had been harboring since the little shit had slaughtered his entire extended family. Maybe she should have let Fugaku beat him when he was a kid. No, she was thinking of Sasuke. Itachi was already a murdering little psychopath. When he was younger, he probably could have killed the Uchiha head by the time he was 6. Maybe that should have raised more red flags than it did. That didn't make her a bad mother, did it? She hoped not. Naruto still needed her. And speaking of needing her, she had to let him know that the Akatsuki was finally going to be making moves. Not major moves, that's not how they like to work, but pain, which really meant Setsu had decided it was now the proper time to start going after the Jinchuriki. Beyond the fact that his sister was one, it didn't really concern him, besides the fact that a group of infamous S-ranked shinobi were planning on being in possession of 9 destructive chakra beasts of immense power, but she finally had valuable information to provide, and gods be damned, she'd make sure he received it as soon as she possibly could. Apparently they were going after the Ichibi first. She thought they'd be better off getting the Jinchuriki, who had the potential to become the most powerful, out of the way before they had a chance to realize what was happening, but she sure as hell wasn't in charge, and they hadn't bothered asking her opinion. The only real problem, no one was quite sure where they were. Hai no Kuni's invasion of Kaze no Kuni had seen to that quite nicely. It was also one of the reasons they were taking it slowly. Iwa had recalled its Jinchuriki to who knows where in preparation of any attack on their own borders. Mikoto had a suspicion they were lazing about the Imperial Earth Palace about now to make the daimyo of Tsuchi no Kuni feel protected while keeping them out of the Wagakure no Sato, but again no one had asked her, and Kyumo had. Well, Kyumo was Kyumo. Those paranoid militaristic bastards were already hard to get information on. Luckily there was a fine balance between information security and efficiency, because otherwise they'd be bogged down by security procedure and get nothing done, or there would be a joke to infiltrate but be always on the move. The balance was good for them, but it also kept them limited and provided opportunities for things to leak. So pretty standard, actually. You didn't think average when talking about Kyumo, but she supposed they were just well organized. Still, they had managed to keep a tight lid on all the information pertaining to their own Jinchuriki. Considering the fact that Jinchuriki were supposed to be a village's most powerful assets, it made a lot of sense. It also made sense for their Jinchuriki to be properly cared and provided for as you would with any weapon. Why places like Iwa and Taki pushed them away, she'd never understand. Kiri had that whole bloodline war excuses they could use, as no one could blame the Jinchuriki from staying away until things had settled down, and Suna's Jinchuriki kind of brought any treatment upon himself. when he started slaughtering people. Some blame definitely rested upon the Kazekage though. Letting it get to that point was bad enough, but not doing anything to stop it. They probably would have been better off just giving the kid the hat and letting him do as he pleased. It had practically been the arrangement already, and it got another useless person from out of power. Win-win as far as Makoto was concerned. But village treatment of Jinchuriki aside, there was now a large portion of them that Akatsuki no longer knew the location of, which made it hard to perform any coordinated captures. They would just have to work their way up and hope that the disappearance of the lesser Biju would prompt them to move the greater. They were also banking on that movement giving them something to follow, or cluing them into the new location. Probably not the best idea. It also didn't account for the fact that the Nibi was under Kumo control, and Kumo was one of the villages who had managed to mask the identity and current whereabouts of their Jinchuriki from the outside world. Either Pain wasn't very good at plans, or someone had chosen poorly when they put the plant man in charge. Working from the ground up was the kind of thinking a plant would have after all. Gaara knelt upon the floors of the room draped in the finest silks the resort had to offer. Before him sat a small wooden table masterfully carved in the design of twisting dragons, and where the artist had roomed tiny Nishikage. The entire thing had been stained a dark red, just opaque enough to show color without removing the natural beauty of the wood. As far as he was concerned, however, a table was a table. Had it not been available, he'd have used Kankuro's back. It was all the same to him. The only reason he hadn't gone straight for his brother's back beyond the fact that the table was closer was because what he was working on was important. Very important. So important, in fact, that he wanted to at least try to do things properly before simply asking Temari to do it for him. Part of that may have been because he wanted part of it to be a surprise for his other Ka-san, but he also wanted this to be special. It was his first letter to Tu-sama after all. Taking the clean paper, he began trailing the fine brush over the field of white, occasionally removing it for more ink. His strokes were smooth and controlled, flowing like a shifting sea of sand, and when he was done he carefully washed the brush before putting it away. He cleaned off the table, packing away the supplies he had liberated from the resort, and once everything else was done he gazed down at his completed work. It was glorious. Before he could fully appreciate his work, Temari and Kankuro returned to the room, both wearing robes and with hot towels wrapped around their heads. Something about a spa day, if he recalled, and the only reason his brother wasn't covered in his war paint. Kankuro stretched with a yawn as he entered the room, while Temari went straight for Gaara and wrapped her arms around him in a hug. Settling her head over his shoulder, she peered down at his work and squeezed him even more tightly. "Oh Gaara, it's adorable." This naturally caught Kankuro's attention, and he ambled over to see what his brother had been up to while they were out. He had considered the fact that there were no panicked masses, pools of blood, or pillars of flame on their way back to be a good enough sign, and he was terribly curious about what had distracted his brother for so long. Peeking over Gaara's other shoulder, he had to stifle the amused snort that had threatened to escape him. It was knowing whose work it was that had him restraining himself more than the challenging glare his sister was shooting him. Staring proudly up at the Suna siblings was a picture of 4 figures, 2 female, and 1 male, standing on a hill, or maybe it was a dune. The whole thing had been done in black ink with the moon overhead. The figure with 4 spiky ponytails was obviously Temari, and the woman on the other side, Kankuro guessed, was probably Mother, leaving the 2 male figures between them. Gaara was easily identified by the gourd by his feet, and the tiny love written on his forehead. Kankuro would admit to being impressed by that, judging by the thickness of the other lines. The brush had not been thin enough to make that easily, so he took a wild guess that the figure in the back with their arms wrapped around the waists of the women next to him was probably that Naruto his siblings were so fond of. Right between the 4 figures and the moon was the word family, but Kankuro was far too amused to be upset about being left out. As great a job he had done on the love on his forehead, and as incredibly lifelike the moon looked, gods above knew Gaara had stared at it enough over the years. The rest of the picture, while maybe Gaara could have saved himself a lot of trouble just using crayons. 4 stick figures looked up at them all with large smiles on their faces, and Kankuro thought it had a very strong argument to being the greatest thing he had ever seen. And as his sister had said earlier, it was pretty damn adorable. Squinting at the background, a large grin spread over his face when he managed to make out a tiny puppeteer next to a grave that said Gigi. Standing back up, he ruffled Gaara's hair, something he had never dared to do before, and started towards his room to work more on what remained of his puppets. "You forgot my war paint," was the only comment he made as he slipped through the door. Gaara shared a look with Temari, wondering why Kankuro was suddenly in such a good mood, but she just gave him a soft smile. This is fantastic, Gaara. Did you want to get it framed? Gaara just shook his head. I'm writing a letter to Tsu-sama. She almost refrained from glomping him. Almost. You are just the most adorable little tanuki ever. A moment later she followed up with a very important question from the floor she had tackled him to. Are these the curtains from the front lobby? Kankuro had been moments from leaving his room in search of a tool he had misplaced. It was probably still floating in the baths when he heard that, and covering his mouth with his hand did his best to keep from bursting out in laughter. Maybe he'd search for that tool later, preferably after the resort staff had given up finding their curtains. Gods above, he needed to start writing this stuff down. He could probably make a killing using this in a story. Chapter 86 Blood Bouquet. Her soft warmth was curled into his side as they lounged in one of his sitting rooms. Normally he'd be a bit irritated by the fact that he hadn't even known where this one was, but after this morning and most of the early afternoon he was in much too good of a mood to care. In fact, he was half tempted to credit and thank Ganju for making one a bit more out of the way. Not that they really needed to worry about anyone stumbling on them. The wolves were well aware where they were and had been careful to ensure they were given their privacy. For the most part anyway. His purple's eyes slid almost unseeing along the wall until they hit the doorway where two smiling faces greeted him. Apparently two of his wolves. Actually, this pair was part of Mai's favorites, so they might as well be her wolves. Hadn't been able to help themselves, and the two women had done their best to observe as unobtrusively as possible. Not that they had in any way been secretive about their presence, they had just kept their distance and stayed out of the way. He may have been less accommodating if they were there in the beginning, but by the time their curious faces first appeared in the corner of his eyes, he and Mai had been taking a break and enjoying the presence of the other. She had been well aware of their presence when she started another round of fun 10 minutes later. Naruto was probably more surprised they had stayed there watching their leaders cuddle for 10 minutes instead of leaving to tell the others, but if they were Mai's favorite, they were probably aware that the wonderful young woman wasn't quite done yet. He couldn't shake the feeling that Mai had taken some enjoyment out of their presence, like she was finally staking her claim, and wanted someone to witness it. It was an odd thought though, because the wolves were his children, and he would never take advantage of them like that. Then again, he also had a feeling that if anyone was to be taken advantage of, it would probably be him. Wasn't he supposed to be in charge around here? He was answered by a sleepy Mai attempting to burrow further into his side, and found that it really wasn't all that important who was in charge so long as everyone was happy. He couldn't exactly answer for the sleeping young woman next to him, but he was certainly very happy with the results, and the smiles on her wolves said the same. Naruto found himself blinking in surprise when a head of red hair popped into the doorway above the other two wolves and shot him both a smug smirk and a thumbs up. I'm next, right? Her question had him chuckling, his attempts to muffle it only serving to make his chest vibrate more deeply, much to Mai's approval, as she moved from mostly next to him to tightly wrapped around his torso. He didn't know what Orochimaru started when she decided she couldn't wait anymore, but by the gods he was going to have to reward that woman. If she had known just how much posturing and administrative work headship was going to be, Hinata probably would have just publicly declared Hyuga fealty to the House of Wolves. As it was, she was sorely tempted to anyway. Let Kyuubi deal with the running of the clan. She just wanted to make sure the branch family was safe. They weren't exactly the branch anymore, considering the main family had all but been wiped out during the rebellion. Crew just felt off to her, though it was probably more accurate. She wouldn't mind the work so much if she knew how Hanabi was doing. Her sister hadn't been in the compound that day, and no one had found her corpse after the invasion, which probably meant Naruto had done something, and if she was still seeing Naruto regularly. She understood that he was busy. She knew how busy she was, and he had been the one to get her into the position, so he must have much more he was dealing with regularly, and part of her argued that it was in part due to him also seeing to her sister, but she couldn't help but be a bit bitter about it. Hanabi escapes this and gets to spend time with Naruto? If she hadn't been deified by her clan, she tried to dump it all on her sister and return to just being a genin. If nothing else, it had helped her confidence, she supposed. What Hinata was really most disappointed about, however, was that her hair had grown out, but Naruto wasn't coming over to brush it like he promised. He hadn't seen her since it got long, and her attendants were taking good care of it, but she still wanted the opportunity to spend that time with him. She had to wonder if he'd mind terribly if she just popped in for a visit sometime. Even if he wasn't brushing her hair, she hadn't had any sort of hug in a while. She could use a cuddle. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I can no longer lead the operation. She gave a respectful bow, long purple hair falling like curtains on either side of her face. It was somewhat strange to see her out of uniform, but the simple dark clothes could have spoken for any off-duty shinobi who wanted to relax as much as possible without compromising combat readiness. It was also suitable for a mourner who couldn't find the energy to throw on anything more. Sarutobi Asuma was well aware that the woman before him was both. He stared at her for a moment, noting that she refused to look back up and meet his eyes, and finally he spoke. I see. Is there a reason you've changed your stance on this matter? She paused, hesitating before she gave a small sigh. I'm sure you're aware of Genin Naruto's connection to the House of Wolves, Hokage-sama. She started. I'm not sure if you are aware that I've been training him sporadically over the past few years. Asuma blinked in surprise, realization of her current position dawning on him. He had known that she was in a position to relay information about the House of Wolves, but he hadn't questioned it when the information she provided proved to be accurate. He thought perhaps an Umbu's spy or a friend she had made, maybe even a wolf who wanted to defect. He had not known she had close ties to the wolves' only known face in Konoha Genin Naruto. He didn't know what the information she had gained through the young man had resulted in, though, which meant he could understand why she was having a sudden change of heart. It was regrettable, but Asuma would not force her to further betray those she cared for, even if he personally wanted those same people out of his village as soon as possible. He was the Godame Hokage, and he would take care of his people. If that meant having less information on a potential threat who had yet to act out on the village, so be it. He'd find another way to keep a close eye on them soon enough. It wasn't worth risking one of his most skilled Umbu agents. I understand you, Gao. I hereby relieve you of your command over the Bloodline Support Group currently operating on a long-term mission in Nizu no Kuni, and reassign you to your regular Umbu duties here in Konohagakure no Sato. Konoha thanks you for your service. Thank you, Hokage-sama. It was all she could do at this point, but it wouldn't undo the damages she had already caused. She just prayed Naruto never found out, and if he did, he could find it in him to forgive her for her mistakes. She didn't know if she'd ever be able to. A pouting Tayuya and her two new friends had left an hour ago, but Naruto found himself in no rush to get up. More awake than she was earlier, was of much the same opinion. Completely worn out, huh? She purred teasingly. Didn't seem like it to me. Naruto could only shrug from beneath her eyes, trailing the idle circles she was tracing on his chest. I recover quickly, a benefit of my blood, I suppose. I think I quite like that benefit. She gave him a smile, but it soon melted away into a frown. Everything okay, Mai? Yes, no, she shook her head. It was wonderful, but it should have been more. More? A brow rose. He wasn't sure he'd be able to keep up if she needed even more. Even Orochimaru had eventually had her fill. Well, that or the Sannin had taken pity on him. He still wasn't completely certain, though he felt he had a good idea. It was supposed to be my first, she admitted, turning away from him. She missed the look of confusion on his face as his brow rose even higher. While there were some parts over the last few hours that were just blurs of pleasure and warmth, he quite clearly recalled what happened back in his office when she first began to take care of him. Oh yes, he remembered that well. It wasn't your first? The confusion in his voice must have been enough to catch her attention, bringing her gaze back up to meet his, and she blushed deeply in both shame and embarrassment. And no, oh. He tried not to pry, really he did, but he was also terribly curious. Already his mind was coming up with possible ways that could be the case, but for the life of him he couldn't think of who it could have been. Tsum? That was a mental image he could very much appreciate, and his body reacted in kind, catching Mai by surprise. You and Tsum? He voiced. Any confusion she had at his reaction to her words vanished instantly as understanding dawned on her, and her blush deepened. Yeah, me and Tsum. As much as he'd enjoy getting those details, there was a much more important part of this new knowledge that he needed to address first. With one hand he gently cupped her jaw to ensure she couldn't look away, and caught her gaze with amethyst eyes. Did you enjoy it? That was not a question she had expected, not at all, and she was sure her face was brighter than the sun. Why did she think bringing up her night with Tsum would be a good idea? The temptation to lie was there, telling him that it had just been okay and maybe even reassuring him that he was better, but she had a feeling that he wasn't asking because he was worried about his own performance. She settled for the truth. He might keep things from her, but she'd do her best to remain completely open with him. Besides the incident in Mizu no Kuni, of course. She'd continue protecting him from that. I did. Good, he nodded in satisfaction. Otherwise I would have had to kick her ass. She was struck by the similarities between Naruto and Sim and couldn't help herself, leaving Naruto to watch with a fond though certainly confused smile as she began laughing. She scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed. Why wouldn't the red wash away? Troubled green eyes stared down at small delicate hands. So fragile, so weak, and yet they had stolen away life after life on that night, plunging cold steel into the warm, soft flesh of sleeping fools who would never wake again. She needed to be strong, could be strong, she was strong for the sake of her team, but why did that mean she had to deal with his red always on her hands? She could feel it warm and sticky as it dried and flaked, only to return again over and over and over. Why wouldn't the red wash away? Her nails, which had for so long been carefully maintained, now scraped furiously at the skin of her palms, desperately trying to rid them of the red that had stained them. It didn't work. She paused above the sink, watching as the running water turned red and lazily drained away as if it didn't matter at all. A drop followed by a second, and a third dove swiftly to join the lighter red of the sink, splattering against the porcelain bottom in blooming flowers of crimson. It was kind of pretty, actually, now that she thought about it. Really pretty. Essie looked to her bleeding hands and the long gouges her nails had cut into the flesh, trailing the drops as they slid together, and jumped away to join the rest. Curiously, she ran a nail against the cut, ignoring the stinging pain that shot through her hand, or the shiver that snaked its way up her spine. The aggravated wound wept more strongly at her actions, crying out in anguish, but she only cared to see the blood as it fell away from her to make more pretty flowers in her sink. At this rate she would have a whole bouquet soon. She couldn't wait. From beyond the bathroom door, Haruno Mabuki heard a single giggle and felt her blood chill. Something was very wrong with her daughter, but she had no idea who to turn to. Naruto had gone to the den right after visiting Yugao, entering an office he hadn't made use of in months. Despite that, it was immaculate, as always carefully maintained by the wolves who called this den their home. He thought he was in for a bad day when he learned of Hyade's death, but he had not been prepared for just how bad it was going to be. Yugao's admissions, intended or not, hit hard because she was one of the first people to help him back when he had no one. Even if he didn't see her often, she was important to him, and he had considered them close. Now he was aware that she was still very important to him, but they were nowhere near as close as he had thought. Part of him wanted to blame her for that, but he couldn't even delude himself that much. He was never around, he never visited, and he didn't even know her lover had died until long after the fact. Considering all of that, how could he possibly call himself close to her? Hell, he didn't even know her favorite color, for God's sake. Even so, he would still do whatever he could for her, just as he would for any of his pack, and even if she didn't know it, she was a part of his pack. Which is why he was here. His wolves had been more than happy to catch fleeing Suna shinobi. He was holding on to most of them in case anyone interesting showed up in Ibiki's grasp, in hopes he might be able to manage a trade, and he knew some of the wolves had taken interrogations upon themselves. He wasn't sure if they just felt it proper, wanted to please him, or had simply been bored, but regardless, they were here and the interrogation reports were here too. With a bow, one of his wolves placed the stack of folders he had requested on his desk and was dismissed with a smile and a quiet thank you. His paperwork may have been finished, and there hadn't been any team training today, but there was still plenty of work to be done. At the moment, that meant finding out who stole Hade from Yugao so he could make sure they ended up in her hands. Not only was it the least he owed her, it was also something he was more than happy to provide for his senpai. She would get the closure she needed, even if he had to cancel every other project they were working on to dedicate the house's resources solely to tracking that fucker down. If the poor bastard was still alive, and he would march his children down into the bowels of the spirit world to drag him back. If he wasn't, then they would find him. The moon saw the entire world, they would not remain hidden for long. She would have him, or he wasn't. Screamy. Niji, I need a favor. While they had first avoided each other, they quickly found some need for fellow male companionship and had taken to spending a few hours each day to at least be in the same room. Both were beginning to suspect that this entire base was occupied by only Odogekyo Kunoichi and themselves, and while they didn't really interact much, they still liked to remind themselves that they weren't completely alone. Though they were certainly outnumbered. It was only going to get worse for the Hyuga, Sasuke knew. Poor bastard. Niji rose a brow and turned from his book more for courtesy than anything else, but with his Byakugan active it was just as likely he was still staring at the old pages of whatever treasure Orochimaru had secreted away from the world years ago. Figuring that was the best he was going to get, Sasuke continued. My girls, watch out for them when I'm gone. That caught Niji's attention. Gone? You're leaving? The Hyuga didn't particularly see why either of them should want to leave, which was incredible considering they were here at the pleasure of Orochimaru, but at the same time he didn't even know that leaving was a possibility. The Uchiha had to be damn confident that he could manage it too if he was going to say it so openly when some of the girls were no doubt nearby to keep an eye on them. No doubt because his Byakugan had been used to keep an eye or two on them as well. He tried not to think too much about the fact that the future mothers of his children, the mothers of the new Hyuga clan, were his jailers too. Thoughts like that invited way too many uncomfortable interpretations of the situation. Sasuke gave a bitter laugh. Things were finally starting to go right and he was about to lose it all. Yeah, I'll be gone soon. He shook his head sadly. I know Orochimaru has promised that they'd be looked after, and I'm reasonably certain she's telling the truth because she wants her own Uchiha clan, but I still worry for them. It really said a lot about how far he had come from the angsty young man who obsessed over killing his brother, but resigning yourself to death to accomplish one of your goals had a great effect of giving you a new perspective on life. I'd feel better knowing there was someone to check in on them, Sasuke admitted. His eyes narrowed as he gave Niji a pointed look. Just don't touch them, I don't want there to be any confusion as to which clan the children are a part of. Niji returned his pointed look with a flat look of his own. I can barely find the energy to take care of my girls, he pointed out. And even then I think half the time they're just taking pity on me. It was Sasuke's turn to raise a brow. Don't tell me you're trying to satisfy all of them every night. Sasuke gave a snort of amusement when Niji turned away from him. You are, aren't you? Shut up. The room fell silent for a minute before Niji broke it. So how do you take care of them? Each girl has a night. Rotating schedules for morning, mid-morning, and afternoon slots. Slots? Are you the Uchiha clan head or a prostitute? Shut up. It was an odd camaraderie, but it worked. What do you have for me? She strode into his office as if she owned the place, which was not entirely inaccurate. Jirobo barely managed to keep himself from jumping up from his desk and giving a bow to his Odokage. He was an overseer now, damn it, and while he would continue to show the woman respect, he didn't need to be acting like some new recruit. Orochimaru-sama, he greeted with an inclination of his head. Your timing is impeccable. He actually thought it was just as likely she had heard from some of the labs that a project he had authorized had been completed and had come to check it out personally, but if she was just randomly checking in, then he needed to thank the gods with some offering tonight because he had only had this particular project in his possession for about an hour. I was just doing a final check to ensure it would make for a suitable gift. His task had been to find legendary items for her godson the prince, but progress was slow, and he was no fool. It may not have been a legendary item with mystical properties, but it was a hell of a lot better than being empty-handed when Orochimaru came calling. It looks like it may have paid off. She stopped by his desk and peered over. Unlike the rest of the room, which was dim, his desk was well illuminated by a series of lamps that made it easy to see what he was working on. A stack of papers leads to the objects he had actually been tasked in tracking down were off to the side, but the majority of the desk was left clear, providing plenty of room for the unique piece he'd had made for her prince. Golden eyes looked down almost lazily, but quickly found themselves blinking in surprise. Is that bone? She asked. Without waiting for an answer, one of her hands had already picked up one of the gauntlets, while the other drew a finger across it. Bone. A gauntlet of bone. She could admit that she was impressed. Not only was the idea something she was sure her little prince would adore, she did after all, but the piece itself had been masterfully done. Light but strong bone plates were kept as thin as possible over a base of black cloth. It only took her a touch to confirm her suspicions about that too thin black leather folded over a woven mesh of high-grade shinobi wire. Usually just called shinobi mesh or sometimes even shinobi mail, it would stop most bladed attacks. In this case, the leather also served as some protection from blunt force and made the piece look much better. Function without sacrificing beauty, oh, it suited her prince so well already. Even though he knew she had found her answer already, Jirobo was smart enough to keep from looking like he was ignoring her. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. Human specifically. She found her grin widening. Human? How wonderfully delicious. Her eyes followed a finger, as it trailed over the segmented fingers to the tips which curved over the wearer's fingers. There was more mesh on the other side, providing some measure of protection but allowing the undersides of one's fingertips to feel the texture of anything they touched. The rest the underside was more of the black leather and mesh with a few small plates in the palm and around the wrist leading up the forearm. How did you get human bone in such shapes? She looked up from the piece as she asked, curious to see the methods her newest overseer had employed in her service. Kimimaro was most generous, was his answer, but he quickly followed it up with, but we made sure to take it slow as to not aggravate his condition. Just in case. Kimimaro was one of her favorites, probably just after the prince, so it was best not to let her think they had put him in unnecessary danger. How kind of him. She turned to the piece again but threw out a comment that made him well aware that he wasn't completely off the hook. I don't recall any legends about these, however, and I'm very sure I'm older than Kimimaro, so they can't exactly be ancient. She trailed off, looking back to Jirobo for an explanation. Our search for suitable items for the prince continues, Orochimaru-sama, but I saw no reason the labs couldn't keep occupied by making other things for him. Good answer, Overseer Jirobo. I look forward to what you find and what you come up with. She placed the gauntlet back on the desk and turned to leave. See to it he receives these with utmost haste. We're still terribly behind on gifts. As you command, Orochimaru-sama. Yep, definitely paid off. Ibiki, as she suspected, had not been very pleased when she finally made it to work that morning. Not that he should have known she was missing. She was Mitarashi, ankled, the shadow in the night, the whisper of the wind, the creeping death, the sexiest Kunoichi, the goddess of blood, devourer of dango, and many other titles she couldn't be bothered to list at the moment, so she should have been able to slip past him with no issues and pretend to have been working on something all day. Then again, he was Ibiki, and in the shinobi world his name alone was a title. Sometimes she forgot that, like when he was breaking into her apartment late at night, and somehow wasn't turned on by her very presence, or the fact that he was alone with her in her home at night. The thought alone was usually enough to have rookie chunin needing to change their underwear. It usually had more experienced chunin needing to change it for a different reason, but that was besides the point. Names and titles aside, he hadn't been all too pleased by her tardiness, but he did seem somewhat surprised that she had even bothered to come in, so he limited his reaction to a disapproving scowl and a "you currently exist, don't make me change that" nod he was so fond of. She didn't know why his damn nods were so expressive, but she had heard him talk to an older man. She was pretty sure it was his father, and nothing but a series of grunts before, so maybe it was a learned skill. Or some sort of bloodline. Probably didn't matter too much in the end. So with as close to approval as she'd probably ever managed from the man, she got to work doing something. It wasn't that she didn't know what she did because she did, it was more because it sounded better than what she did, which was nothing. Well, unless you counted spinning around in an office chair, something in which case she spent the day doing something. Good paycheck earned. Hard work too, she probably deserved a vacation. After last night she knew exactly how she'd like to spend it too. So that was two things she had done today: spinning around in her chair and daydreaming about spending more quality time with Naruto beneath the sheets. And on them. And on the floor. And the kitchen table. And the couch, all of them really. And maybe if they were feeling really daring, on the Hokage's desk. That one might be fun, though it would probably be more fun if they got caught. Not by Asuma, though that wouldn't be any fun, but maybe a secretary or something. Anko was fairly certain he must have an attractive young secretary working for him, considering how much time they would spend working together, and the fact that he was the fucking Hokage. Gods above knew she would. Knowing him, he probably just had an umbu sitting behind the secretary's desk determining who got to see him. That was a job Anko could do, but it also seemed kind of boring. She was sure she could think of ways to spice it up. Better stay where she was, though. They desperately needed her in KIT after all. She probably had a bigger penis than the others working there, Ibiki excluded. He adjusted his left sock too much for her to believe otherwise, but without her beautiful breasts it would be a complete sausage fest. Oh, the sacrifices she made for the good of Konoha. It wasn't just her of that opinion either, or that's how she was taking the large crate left by her doorstep. Evidently someone appreciated her. It was too bad Naruto already had her. They didn't stand a chance in hell of tempting her away from her cute little genin. Well, maybe not little, and there were probably more apt words to describe him than cute, like gorgeous for example, but the sentiment stood. She had almost lost him once already. She wasn't going to risk him letting her go now that she had him. Or he had her. It probably worked anyway. She wanted to change that order around, but the image of him standing there holding her purple hair, as she was on her knees, had her giggling in delight. She was going to need to pay one of her favorite shops a visit soon. She was sure they had all sorts of new goodies since the last time she had popped in. The kind of goodies she'd be happy to try out during that vacation she should be owed for all her hard work. And speaking of goodies, she still had a crate to open. Unlocking her door, she kicked the crate into her apartment, relishing the pained groans that came from it as it tumbled through the doorway. Oh, this sounded like a fun present. It's a good thing she had come back here tonight instead of back to Naruto's, otherwise she might not have had the chance to enjoy this. Her tools, well, they belonged to Konoha, but she had taken them home with her years ago, had been maintained recently, and she was pretty sure they were clean. It was going to be a fun night. For her at least. With a grin, she locked the apartment door behind her, and she could have sworn the box began shivering in terror. Good, the goddess of blood should be feared. Or maybe Empress of Pain and Pleasure was a more accurate title to use at the moment? She gave a shrug. She just asked Naruto. That's how she solved most of her dilemmas. Maybe if this poor fool had asked Naruto for help, he wouldn't be currently stuffed inside a crate in her living room. Too late now, unless Naruto was about to drop by for a visit. He should really start praying that was the only thing that had a chance to stop her. Then again, he liked to indulge her almost as much as she liked to indulge, so maybe not the greatest hope for the box. If she was really lucky, Naruto would show up as she finished so they could continue last night. That would be absolutely fantastic. She gave a naughty giggle at the thought, and the box shivered once more. Whether that was out of fear or arousal, or even both, the world would never know. It was the super sexy Mitarashi ankle though, so it was probably just aroused by her presence. Chapter 87. Duty of the Eldest High Captain. Kigo winced as his movements aggravated his broken ribs and tore open wounds that had almost managed to heal. He should just be lying there like a burnt log, but this was a task that needed to be seen to immediately. With all the gentleness he was capable of, he lifted 3 white masks from his bag, slowly turning them over in his hands before placing them in a small box. 3 snarling wolves looked back up at him. One had been caught near the eye, shattering the upper corner, and another had been splattered with blood as she managed to cut her opponent's throat just as his sword pierced her chest. Only one of them was still pristine, but their former owner was not, having been cut cleanly through at the waist. Whatever swordsmen the rebels had managed to recruit to their cause were not to be underestimated, though their style had been eerily familiar. Having been trained by Shimura Danzo in his root program, all the wolves had been taught Konoha Kenjutsu. What their opponents used was slightly different, but they were also more advanced techniques. He'd have to discuss it with Raiki later. She was the most Kenjutsu-focused wolf he knew. With the masks in their place, he carefully draped a red cloth over and between them to ensure they wouldn't become more damaged during the journey. Satisfied that he had done what he could for them, he turned to the more difficult part. Telling Tsukuyomi. It wouldn't be in person, as Commander Sai had ordered his return to Nami no Kuni, some crap about healing or similar nonsense, but he had been in command when his siblings had been slain, so it fell to him to inform their father. The duty of the eldest siblings. He reached into his bag and retrieved some of his good paper. Normally he might want to write up a draft or 2 before touching the good stuff, but he had been going over this report in his head every waking moment since it had happened. With slow, deliberate movements he prepared the ink and readied his brush. With a sigh filled with all the guilt and regret from his failure, he began writing. It would be 7 pages long by the time he was done, and when he sent it off with one of the other wolves, he would have no idea that his commander and Tsukuyomi's favorite had been working hard to ensure their lord wouldn't be troubled by such news. To be completely honest, he had kind of expected it to take longer to find Hayate's killer. He supposed having a good number of already interrogated Suna shinobi in his possession was bound to expedite the process, but this was a bit ridiculous. Of course, he wasn't completely certain he had found the one who had ended one of Konoha's premier Kenjutsu users. As soon as the man realized where the line of questioning was going, he had become uncooperative. Normally this might be considered an amateur move for a shinobi to make, practically announcing that your interrogators are correct, but when compared to alternatives it was a much better move. If your interrogators can somehow tell if you're lying, for example, you may give more information than you realize by trying to deceive them. In a village that had spawned shinobi like Ibiki, truth detecting shinobi weren't too far-fetched. Even so, everything else seemed to point to him being the one, which was kind of a pity because of all his prisoners this one was probably the most valuable. How unfortunate. Valuable, or not, however, it was a small price to pay to give Yugao a more solid sense of closure, and one he was happy to surrender. Before that he had to make sure he was right, because it would be a terrible waste if he was wrong, and it would be unbelievably cruel to subject an innocent of this crime at least man to Yugao's wrath. More importantly, it would probably destroy the woman if she managed to avenge her lover only to learn that it was actually someone else years later. Not only would that open up many old wounds that may have finally healed, but then the possibility of losing the opportunity could very well spell the end of the kunoichi who had taken him under her wing. He couldn't do that to her. Which meant he needed to figure out if Baki really was the one to kill hate, and the best way to do that was with Konoha's own Yamanaka clan. He really wasn't on their good side, but he did have some measure of pull on the clan. Or at least with those who did anyway. Part of him had been sorely tempted to throw a sack over Baki's head and simply march him down to the compound to get some answers, but his more cautious half had prevailed. Instead, he now stood before the compound flanked by two wolves, wondering just how hard it might be to find someone suited to his needs. Naruto-san? Not hard at all, apparently. Turning to his left, he was greeted by the sight of Yamanaka Ino, heiress to the clan, who appeared to have just returned from her team training. Good afternoon, Ino-chan. Good afternoon. The kunoichi returned with a suspicious squint. What brings you here? Around them, other Yamanaka members were starting to take notice of their heiress, and the very much unwelcome company she was speaking to. His wolves hovered over their blades ready to draw them, but a single raised hand from their lord had them brought to heel. I found myself in need of services only a Yamanaka can provide, he admitted with a shrug before using both hands to vaguely gesture the entirety of the compound. So I decided I would just come straight here. Like we'd ever help you. One of the clan members cried, spitting on the ground. He was quickly cowed by a glare from the young heiress. None of that, you moron. Ino's fists found themselves resting on her hips. Get your ass home before I tell your wife you've been out causing trouble again. The man gave one last glare at Naruto and the wolves before slinking off. It seemed to be a cue for the others to do the same as the gathering group slowly dispersed. None of them completely turned their attention from them, though. They'd be damned if they left their heiress alone with their enemy. Naruto rose a brow at the interaction but otherwise didn't react. The wolves, on the other hand, had crouched low to the ground and drawn their blades halfway, ready to burst into action at any moment. Sorry, some people just don't learn. The heiress apologized. Would you like to come with me so we can discuss this in private? Certainly. Naruto turned to look at his crouched wolves. I think it may be best if you head back to the den. I don't think we're very welcome here. Ino would probably like to argue against them being unwelcome, but the wolves would argue against leaving him alone when surrounded by hostiles. He cut that off quickly, for the wolves at least. You can stay across the street if you like. I should only be a few minutes. The two of them shared a look before offering resigned nods. It was better than him actually ordering them to return to the den. At least this way they were still relatively close. As his wolves retreated from the compound, Naruto turned back to Ino with a small smile and invited her to proceed with a wave of his hand. After you? Her first thought was naturally how foolish it would be to show one's back to the wolves. It wasn't like he even needed her to guide him either. He had been here before, both invited and otherwise. Nevertheless, Ino turned and began guiding him back to the main house. The trip was uneventful, with clan members greeting Ino respectfully before noticing who was following her and shooting scowls. Maybe he had been too lenient in his dealings with them. Or maybe they had just forgotten. He considered reminding them, but suddenly had an idea that wouldn't require his wolves to actually do anything. Say, Ino. He was purposefully both louder than strictly necessary and perhaps more familiar than proper. You don't think I was too easy on all of you, do you? She froze at that hesitating mid-step, and nearby Yamanaka members immediately turned their full attention to the duo. And not at all, Naruto-san. I don't know. A lot of your clan members don't seem to have learned their lesson very well. We may have to remind them. He was aware of those listening and bolting off to warn their clanmates. Hopefully it would be enough of a deterrent. You don't really think they need to be retaught, do you? Depends, Naruto shrugged. He hadn't paused, and the 3 steps he was trailing behind quickly vanished. He looped her arm into his own without hesitation and continued towards the main house of the compound. Maybe mentioning it will help their memory. Ino took that to mean it had been a warning, and she didn't think she had ever been more grateful to Naruto than right then. Aside from the whole giving her father limbs back thing. He had been the one to take those in the first place though, so she wasn't sure if it counted. There were no more glares or scowls on their way, Ino noted, so maybe they were in the clear. Naruto still had their arms entwined by the time they had reached the main house and didn't so much as pause before opening the door and guiding the two in as if he owned the place. She would not admit to being just the tiniest bit jealous of that kind of confidence. For being fully laced boots, he removed his footwear rather swiftly, setting them neatly to the side of the door almost before she realized he had stopped. He continued on as soon as he was done, a sense of purpose in every step, and Ino found herself tossing her shoes off haphazardly to make sure she wasn't dragged through the house in them. As she suspected, she didn't need to tell him where to go as he navigated the hallways like he had grown up there. She wasn't quite sure what to make of that. Either he had a really good memory from the few visits he made, or the House of Wolves had access to more information than she'd like to believe. The wolves being in possession of her compound's blueprints was not hard to imagine, it just wasn't a pleasant thought. It was near the stairs that he finally paused, staring curiously as Inoichi spun his wife around an open room, dancing and laughing. A small smile tugged at his lips for a moment, but was carefully disciplined back into a resting position. This is what he had taken away, this is the true damage he had done on that night. Remedied or not, he had no right to find enjoyment in what he had nearly destroyed. Sparing them a final glance, he began his ascent to the second floor where he knew the clan head's office was located. A sitting room would have sufficed, but he had no desire to ruin the couple's afternoon when they looked like they were having so much fun. He could still remember clearly just how wonderful it had been to dance with Mito all those years ago. Ino shot him an odd look when he stopped, and frowned at the thoughts that flashed through his eyes. She may not have been able to read them, but she could tell that something about watching her parents troubled him. For the life of her, she couldn't fathom what it could be. The two genin were soon after within the spacious head office, Naruto taking a relaxed seat on the desk itself. He blamed his 3 snakes for that. Orochimaru, Enko, and Tayuya were always sitting on his desk. He didn't see the charm in it, but having already seated himself, didn't bother getting up. He'd be leaving soon enough anyway. Ino was tempted for a moment to take her seat at the desk just to force him to turn back towards her, but ultimately decided there was no real benefit to being so petty. That, and she didn't think she could manage to make it all the way around her desk while he stared at her without blushing. Those purple eyes were a dangerous weapon. Resting most of her weight on one hip, she crossed her arms over her chest and gave him an expectant look. He just seemed amused. As he leaned back slightly, resting arms on the desk behind him, he also seemed much more comfortable. Gods be damned, she should have gone for the seat. Well? She asked with an arched brow. Were you going to tell me what you needed a Yamanaka for, or did you just want to stare at me? Even as she said it, she knew she had made a mistake. His hum was practically a purr, and it may have exceeded his eyes in danger. She was well aware she hadn't actually interacted with him in some time, but something about him had definitely changed. He was relaxed, comfortable, and possessing confidence without that pride that had made them butt heads years ago. He had become more since she last knew him, for as much as that was, and despite how impossible she would have found the idea back when they were enemies, but perhaps it was simply age and experience that had tempered the ravenous mongrel into the dangerous wolf that lounged on her desk with no fear of danger. It was the apex predator after all. Then again, maybe he was simply in a good mood today. Ino couldn't really say one way or the other. It's certainly a tempting offer. If I had more time, I might take you up on it. He smiled at her, and she admitted that she really had no idea what part of him was the most dangerous. Instead, she simply settled for all of him. He was dangerous. She was more than a little unsettled by how attractive she found that to be. Unfortunately, I'm quite busy recently, and won't be able to enjoy such an opportunity. Naruto drummed his fingers on her desk. I suppose I'll get straight to the point then. I need a mind walker to retrieve a very specific piece of information from an individual that may or may not be in my possession. She gave him a flat look. And what exactly might you be looking for? This had better be good, because if he thought he could use her clan to further his agenda against some other group, he was in for a rude awakening. I need to make sure they're the right person. That alone told her it was probably someone who had gone against him, but for him to check meant he wasn't quite sure. Coming to them to make sure he had the right person was a comforting thought. At least he wasn't just acting against people first, and asking questions later. That as if she was anywhere close to what was really going on. And this right person, she asked? Would be whom? The Suna shinobi who ended the life of Gekko Hate. Ino blinked at that. Yes, it was someone suspected of doing something by Naruto, but as far as she was aware, Naruto didn't have any connection to the man. Why would finding his killer be of any importance? Especially if he was as busy as he claimed to be. Gekko-san? She frowned. Were the two of you close? No. Naruto shook his head in the negative. I've never really met him, to be honest, but I do know Yuzuki Yugao. This is for her. She would admit she was more than a little surprised to hear that. He was doing something for someone other than himself? And even someone who wasn't a wolf? Well, she didn't think the woman was a wolf anyway. You never could be completely certain, though their unique behavior was a pretty good tell if you had any experience with them. At the same time, she also didn't understand the connection. And this Yuzuki-san was close with Gekko-san? Ino asked for clarification. She assumed as much from his words but had learned better than to rely on assumptions. One of Naruto's elegant brows rose smoothly. Considering they were lovers, I'd say it might be difficult for them to have been any closer. Oh yeah, that would do it. So you're just doing it for her? It still seemed strange to her. His brow ascended further, as a smirk spread slowly across his lips. You're asking a lot of questions about this. You aren't feeling jealous, are you? She knew her face had gone red, but she liked to think it was more out of anger than anything else. No! Her head shook in vehement denial, her hair whipping behind her like a tail. I was just curious why you were helping someone else. He frowned at that. Was that really how people saw him? That isn't what he had been aiming for at all. Naruto thought back to his most recent interaction with Yugao, and came to the realization that he had perhaps been thinking far too highly of himself all this time. People didn't think he was just some genin connected to the wolves, which meant he probably didn't come across as some amicable lord when acting in his capacity of Tsukuyomi. He also wasn't nearly as close or important to those he had believed himself to be. It was not a pleasant revelation, but he set aside those thoughts for another time. It didn't clear his mouth of the bitter taste that had filled it, nor did it stop a slight ache from blooming in his chest. He had to wonder what other grievous errors he had made based on his belief on how others perceived him. Maybe it was time to stop trying to fill some sort of role to outsiders and retreat his focus solely to his wolves and projects already in the works. I see. His voice was no longer playful and relaxed, cooling down significantly, and hiding away his emotions behind an impassive wall of iron. But she was a Yamanaka. His sudden withdrawal from improper familiarity to formal distance told her as much about his thoughts as his unguarded voice had just moments before. Ino felt a sudden pang of regret stab at her heart, as those sparkling purple eyes dimmed to settle into the weary eyes of a man who had just looked behind him to gaze at all his past mistakes. It didn't fit him at all, she decided, and she certainly didn't like it. But it was her fault. Somehow. She'd need to figure that out first before she could try getting those beautiful eyes back. Briefly, she wondered why she would ever consider that to be an important goal, but the thought quickly abandoned her. It was such a shame for those eyes not to be bright and playful. The strangeness of my actions aside, I am still in need of a capable Yamanaka to aid me. Naruto continued. I was wondering if you knew one whom I could trust. Her first thoughts was to answer me. But he quickly reined that back in. She was decent with her clan's techniques, and she would consider herself trustworthy, but there were better options for him, both more skilled than she was and who didn't need to worry about knowing things they shouldn't. Running the clan as she was, plausible deniability could prove very useful should something go wrong. Few who fit those criteria would be willing to aid the House of Wolves, and even fewer would be honest with them. On the short list of those who would deal with them honestly, there was one man who stood far above the others. Yamanaka Inoichi, her father. The man who lost his limbs to the wolves for his actions against them, and was gifted them back better than ever. He was a man who held the respect of one of their highest members, Naruto, even when most of his clan turned away from him in bitter resentment, when he was proved to be right about the threat of the wolves. They hadn't wanted to believe the young Naruto was dangerous, but they had been wrong. Inoichi, the one who had tried to warn and protect them, shouldered the responsibility, and stepped down to let his daughter take his place. They had agreed with her more, but when all her advice came from her father, she knew just how pointless the charade was. Despite that, his love for the clan had never wavered, and he had put everything on the line trying to ensure they'd be safe. If there was a man more trustworthy and dedicated than her father, she didn't know them, and Naruto had gifted him back everything he had taken when the Yamanaka were content to let him fade away into obscurity as a cripple in the main house. Inoichi had never said it, but Ino had a feeling that he respected the young man quite a bit too. Which honestly she thought was a bit strange. Naruto had waged his own private war against the Yamanaka and brutally removed Inoichi's limbs, and yet Ino had never heard her father say a single negative word about him. Well, after they had cleared up the misunderstanding about her Aunt Tatsuki at least. She would never understand men. Yes, I believe I have just the person. She was sure he wouldn't have any problems doing this for Naruto, even if it was just as thanks for his new body. I'll be sure to see if he's willing and send him to you. Ino was aware that her father was currently below them dancing with his wife of 15 years, but she thought better of telling Naruto that she was going to go downstairs for a moment to ask her daddy. It most certainly didn't have the professional image she'd prefer to project, and the thought of looking so childish before someone like Naruto brought with it shame and embarrassment she didn't think she'd ever be able to wipe away. A little voice in the back of her head tried to remind her that she had probably looked pretty childish in earlier interactions with him, but she ignored it. She was sure he could see how much she had grown since taking on the responsibilities of clan head. Gods above knew that she felt far more like an adult now, like an actual kunoichi, even if a lot of her time was spent seeing to the clan. Kushina taking over was actually somewhat advantageous because it meant she could pass on a good chunk of it to the Uzumaki clan for her to deal with. It was probably the only reason she was still an active kunoichi, unlike Hinata, who had apparently removed herself from active duty in order to lead her own clan. Then again, Hinata had just gained power through a coup. Who knew the girl had it in her? Either Naruto was to blame for that, or he had seen it in her back in the academy days, so perhaps things were a bit different for the Hyuga. Regardless, Ino was a kunoichi now, not some little girl playing ninja. Her trials had forced her to grow, and for that she was grateful. She was not going back to being that little girl by embarrassing herself before the young man who had set in motion the events that had made her into the young woman she was today. She also needed him to take her seriously in case the Yamanaka needed anything from him, or the House of Wolves in the future. Naruto gave her an understanding nod. Very good, thank you for your time, Yamanaka-san. He stood up to leave, and Ino fought down a wince at the formality. It just didn't seem right coming from him, not after everything he and the Yamanaka had gone through. It was strange too, because he was the kind of person who not only wielded formality like a weapon but could wear it like the most elegant kimono. She could admit that it probably didn't suit him now because it had been aimed at her. When she went to ask her father about helping out the wolves, maybe she could get some advice for fixing this too. It's no trouble at all, Naruto-san. Her attempt to return the formality, which wasn't really formal either. She was using nothing more than what would be expected for an everyday meeting. Naruto was not the kind of person you felt comfortable using formalities with. Perhaps because he was informal with those he favored and you didn't want to be standing against him left a bitter taste in her mouth. I'm sure you're busy, I'll see myself out. With one last parting nod, he strode past her through the door and down the stairs. She watched him go, wondering if there was something she could say to make things right, but she didn't even know what was bothering him. His mood seemed to have deteriorated first when he saw her parents dancing, so maybe he had simply thought of Tatsuki? Her father hadn't managed to get the full story, but from what they understood, the two of them had been close and her death had never been intended. That made sense, she supposed. She just didn't know how she could make that better for him. It also didn't explain his reaction to her comment, but she could understand that it had perhaps been lacking in tact. Why it seemed to hit him so hard, however, she had no idea. She'd just have to ask her father for insight later. They were still dancing when he descended back to the main floor, he noted, and he spent a moment just watching as they twirled across the stained wood. He had evidently spent too much time doing so when the two of them stopped in surprise not far from him. Inoichi seemed more curious than anything, but his wife was quick to hide behind the larger frame of her husband of 15 years. She had every right to be terrified of him, he thought wryly, but at least she gave him an honest idea about how he was seen by those outside his pack. He hadn't realized how much he'd appreciate such honesty until today, nor did he realize how much it would hurt. He was a fool. Inoichi-san, Okasama. He gave the pair a respectful nod. Please don't mind me. I was just on my way out. My apologies for interrupting you. Now before Inoichi could say anything, Naruto's long strides had taken him across the house, where he stooped down to grab his shoes almost without breaking stride. He was out the door in seconds. Inoichi frowned towards the door, wondering what could have earned such a response from the usually very polite young man. For him not to stop long enough for just basic pleasantries was strange. Behind him, his wife gave a relieved sigh as soon as the former Uzumaki had left the house. I think I'm going to go work on the garden. She twisted around him to plant a quick kiss on his cheek, a reward perhaps for serving as her human shield, and scurried away. Naruto's presence had apparently taken her out of a dancing mood. Inoichi gave a grunt in response, acknowledging what she said but remaining focused on his own thoughts. Even if either he nor his clan were the source of whatever was troubling him, it still wasn't good for anyone when the Prince of Wolves was agitated. He was joined moments later by his daughter, who also shot a concerned look to the door. That told him both why he had been in the house and that he wasn't imagining it. Good, he was worried his skills might be a bit rusty. So you know what has him like that? He asked without looking to his daughter. From the corner of his eye he could see her shake her head, a frown on her face that he'd very much like to wipe away. No, I was going to ask you, she admitted. Inoichi gave a grunt and shook his head. Well, come on then. He turned away from the door and started up the stairs. Let's sit down and talk about it. Maybe we can figure out what's going on so we can fix it. Ino nodded at that. Seemed like a sound idea to her, but as soon as she saw him climbing the stairs she rolled her eyes. You know we don't have to go upstairs, right? We have a sitting room down here that will work just fine. Inoichi only hesitated slightly. No. This is important, so it should be discussed in your office. She wasn't convinced. You just want an excuse to climb the stairs now that you're out of that wheelchair. Inoichi did the mature thing. He ignored her and bounded up the stairs, taking 2 at a time. She rolled her eyes again, but they were filled with humor as a fond smile tugged at her lips. He could be such a kid sometimes. Maybe that balance is why he got along so well with Naruto. Chapter 88 Cuddles. Now his office had been cleaned recently, he noted. It wasn't too uncommon, as a pair of wolves usually came in every Sunday to tidy up, but for them to come in today was a bit strange. Well, it would have been more strange if he hadn't used it at all today. Tsukuyumi had been here today, so maybe something had been spilled or one of the wolves had knocked something over, so they just took care of the entire room. Tsukuyumi was still out and about based on the fact that he didn't have the memories yet, so he could probably find him and ask. Seemed quite bizarre to have to hunt yourself down so you could ask yourself a question. He could wait until Tsukuyumi felt it was an appropriate time to dispel. There was no hurry. Unless there was an emergency, of course, but he thought Tsukuyumi would be considerate enough to inform him in that case. Then again, knowing himself, the bastard would probably stay around for as long as it took to resolve the issue before involving him. He didn't know how to feel about protecting himself against his will. This Kage Bunshin thing was going to end up driving him crazy, he just knew it. Maybe Orochimaru wasn't so bad after all, Anko thought, even if the gift was second-hand. Sokka, naked and bound, was thinking the exact opposite. Oh, I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Anko grinned down at him. He wasn't completely sure if his shiver was from fear or arousal. He thought it was probably arousal. Still, what a way to die. By the time she was finished with him, he would wish he had never thought that. Of course, by then he would be dead, so it wouldn't matter all that much. Naruto looked up from his book. When was the last time he had an opportunity to just relax and read? With the opening of his office door. Honestly, he had half expected it to be Tsukuyumi, considering they both gravitated back to the office they spent so much time in. Instead of being greeted by the sight of a beautiful young man, however, he was instead treated to the visage of a pretty young woman. Headship had done her well. From what he was seeing, she had carried herself with much less confidence before. Not that she was a pillar of it now, she still seemed a bit hesitant to walk into his office, and the dusting of red on her cheeks was adorable. When she saw him, however, that confidence seemed to skyrocket. With the longest strides she could manage, which wasn't much because she was still rather short, she went right around his desk to stand before his chair. She frowned at him, which looked like more of a pout, and placed her hands on her hips, waiting for him to say something. When he simply raised an inquiring brow at her entrance, she took one of her hands off her hip to poke him firmly in the chest, her face burning a bright red both at the contact, and as she tried to muster her courage to be authoritative with him. Cuddles now. He blinked at her, amused. That had to be one of the most adorable things he had ever seen. He made sure she knew it too. You are absolutely adorable, Hinata-chan. He had not been aware that she could flush any deeper. Evidently he had been mistaken. Ah. Her finger left his chest to meet its cousin on her other hand as she resumed her nervous tic he had become familiar with years ago. Why you think so? His answer was to pull her into his lap, discarding his book in favor of wrapping his arms tightly around his captured prey. Her eep of surprise seemed oddly pleased. So did she really, burying her head into the crook of his neck immediately, and relaxing into his embrace. She gave a satisfied hum at the arrangement, and already looked like she was only moments away from drifting off into sleep. Long day, was it? He rose a brow at her, but she didn't open her eyes to see it. He wasn't sure if she was nodding her head against him in agreement, or if she was trying to nuzzle his neck like a cat. Long day, she eventually agreed. And you never visit anymore? No, he supposed he didn't visit his little shepherdess much these days. He simply hadn't had the time. Purple eyes flickered over to the book he had dropped. No, he had time, evidently he was just wasting it. Having Tsukuyumi to lessen his workload didn't excuse him from the work of being Tsukuyumi. There were simply two of them now. But Hinata wouldn't even know him as Tsukuyumi either. She knew him as Naruto, and Naruto hadn't taken the time to visit lately. That was inexcusable. You're right, my little goddess. I'm sorry. Her pale eyes opened to peer up at him, and a frown pulled at her lips. Stretching up within his grasp, she planted a quick innocent peck upon his cheek and returned to the spot she had claimed. It's okay, I forgive you. She nestled her head back into the crook of his neck. You're far too precious for this world, Hinata-chan. He smiled down at her fondly. The gods must be jealous of us mortals to have such a gift. The Hyuga head opened her eyes again and briefly stuck out her tongue. I'm not jealous at all. He gave a deep chuckle as delicate fingers began running through her long hair. Of course you're not, but how do the others feel? Doesn't matter. She mumbled, pushing her head towards his hand. You're definitely like a cat. I'm the most important. He gave another chuckle. That position is really doing you good, isn't it? He was fairly confident that she was joking and hadn't really developed such an ego, but just the fact that she had gotten to the point where she could make jokes like that was fantastic. The only downside Tsukuyumi could see was that the more confident and assured she became, the less she'd rely on him and the House of Wolves, which lessened their control. Naruto, on the other hand, thought it was just what she and her clan needed. He wasn't going to be around forever after all. She looked up at him with a pout and one of the cutest glares he had ever seen. Gods help him if she ever taught that to Mai. She was already pretty when she was angry. If she wielded such a weapon, he wouldn't stand a chance. It's not doing me good, it's horrible. She buried herself back into his neck. If I'm not sitting through some pointless meeting that I don't even need to be a part of, I'm going over mountains of paperwork. He understood that very well, but if she thought she had a lot as a clan head, she would be horrified by everything an entire country generated. Fortunately, he had a team that did a very good job in reducing that. For the most part anyway. He still had to redo a lot of size work, and so did Mai probably, but at least he reduced some of Nami's paperwork. And Hana? Girl was a gift from the gods. He rarely received more than a report about the work she had done, and when he did receive something from her, it was simply something big enough that she didn't feel comfortable making the call for his country. He was going to need to do something nice for her soon. He still had to go through all the reports the wolves made though, and that certainly ate a lot of his time. That was to say nothing of the abstract requests that somehow made it all the way up to him. He still harbored the suspicion that it was a joke from Mai or Sai, possibly both, or some way for them to make it seem like he had done more work than he really had. Naruto wouldn't put it past them. But his own paperwork troubles didn't matter right now. Gently rubbing her back, he placed a small kiss on the top of her head. It seems like you're doing well to me. He hadn't heard anything about the Hyuga clan lately, which meant no negative response for the uprising. Him sounded a bit better than Ku, and even if that was just luck because Konoha was busy taking over Suna, the credit still reflected on Hinata because she was in charge. Glory was odd like that. I would be. The pout was back, as was the finger poking his chest. But someone promised me they'd be over every night to brush my hair, and they haven't even visited once. He turned his gaze from the pale orbs glaring adorably at him to the silky curtain of hair that framed her face. It really had grown quite a lot, hadn't it? Delicate fingers reached up for a few strands next to her cheek, deliberately brushing up against skin nearly as pale as his own, and he idly twirled them around. He was not unaware of the pleasant pink that began spreading across her face. I was right. He placed another kiss to the top of her head. It looks fantastic grown out. Why, you know that if you were helping me brush it. You're right, he admitted. I haven't been taking very good care of you, have I? The pink on her face quickly darkened to a deep red. Let's correct that. A chain dropped from one of his sleeves, landing heavily on the floor, and like a large snake began slithering out the door. It took only a moment of beckoning for a wolf to spot the chain and hurry into the room to see to their lord's needs. The female wolf paused at the sight of a young woman on their lord's lap but quickly saluted anyway. It was easy to believe Kyuubi really was a god when every single one of them knew he had spent the entire morning and a good portion of the afternoon wearing out their lord certainly was insatiable. Yes, my lord? It was hard to keep track of who knew his identities and who didn't, so this was safer. I need a brush, a good one. Hinata no Mikoto here deserves the best we have to offer. That made sense, kind of. Maybe this wasn't sexual at all. Of course, as soon as she had thought that, the wolf's imagination started going through all the other things the brush might be used for. Punishing the goddess? Oh, that was a naughty thought indeed. I'll find something suitable. She paused briefly. Does it need to be large at all? Maybe a flat back? She was very glad for her mask. She was sure her face was burning just as brightly as the goddess on her lord's lap. Naruto gave her a confused frown and rose a brow. A decent size would probably help. There's quite a lot of area to be covered. The wolf couldn't help it as her eyes immediately went to Hinata's hips. Yes, she was already starting to develop nicely. She had never expected her lord to have this side to him, however. She kind of liked it. Oh, of course, my lord. I'll see to it at once. She needed to get out of here before her thoughts got too out of control. Or before she tried calling her lord master. She was sure he wouldn't mind too much, but it was obvious his hands were full at the moment. Maybe some other time. With brisk steps and perhaps just a bit of extra swing in her hips, the wolf left in search of a brush. Naruto continued to watch her go, his brow raised, and wondered if he had missed something important in that exchange. He was probably just imagining things. Well, we don't have a brush quite yet, but I suppose I can still get started. Hinata didn't have time to question his statement before his slender fingers started combing through her hair, and she melted back into him with a purr. She acted like a cat, but everything about her was as soft as a lamb. Either way, she really shouldn't be so comfortable around the wolves. His little pet was certainly interesting. Curiosity alone had him moving his fingers to just behind her ears where they gently brushed the skin. She was sensitive there, apparently, judging by the meal that left her lips. A cat, then, an especially soft one. You, Hinata-chan, are simply too adorable, he muttered softly. He could feel her blush against the skin of his neck, and it brought with it a certain satisfaction. How her clan let her out of their sights enough for her to make her way to his lair, he'd never know. She was just too cute. He continued to play with her hair, making sure his fingers danced behind her ear every so often, and just when it seemed she might fall asleep on him, his wolf returned. Naruto couldn't tell if Hinata was more disappointed that her imminent nap on him had been interrupted or excited to finally have him brush her hair. The brush the wolf presented him was a dark lacquered wood accented with a deep crimson. The back had designs of thorny roses, and each thorn grew from the brush as semi-precious stones. He supposed it looked pretty enough, but he didn't see why they needed to raise from the wood like actual thorns. Certainly flat gems could have been used to convey the same image, right? Strangely enough, his wolf had also removed her mask, and despite her bright red face, green eyes gleamed with barely restrained excitement. Will this be suitable for your needs, my lord? He gave her a smile that had her blushing even more, something he didn't even think possible. He had no idea why she was in the first place either. Yes, this will do perfectly. He beckoned her closer so he could pat the top of her head. You've done well. The excitement in her eyes seemed to be fit to burst. He could have sworn he had seen that look from Anko recently, he just couldn't place it. Thank you, my lord. She squirmed for a moment, knowing she should leave. Her lord master sounded so much better now that she had thought of it, to his fun with the Hyuga princess, or was it queen now? But she still had a request of her own she'd like to make. If nothing else, it would let him know that she was open for fun too. After that, it was all up to him. As it should be. And my lord? She managed to muster up the courage to ask. Yes? Was there something you needed? Oh yes. She thought. There was something she very much needed, and she hadn't even been aware of it until a few minutes ago. Still, she could be good for now. This was Hinata's time after all. She wouldn't earn any favor with Naruto by being greedy, and any punishments probably wouldn't be the kind she was looking for. Well, sometime later, could you, yes? His delicate brow arched a command to tell him her every dirty secret, and she almost forgot what she was trying to ask. See, could you do it for me too? His purple eyes blinked in surprise before moving to the hair of his wolf. The raven hair only came to just above her shoulders, and looking behind her he couldn't see anything to indicate she had longer hair in the back. He hadn't seen any when she left earlier either, he recalled. But if brushing the hair she did have was something she'd like, he'd be happy to spend time with one of his beloved wolves. Naruto gave her a gentle smile. Of course, Chizuru, my lord. It would be my pleasure, Chizuru. She disagreed. It would be hers. Come to my room later and I'll take care of you. Chizuru was sure he'd take very good care of her indeed. Thank you, master. She gave a quick bow before scurrying from the room in excitement. Naruto wondered if he had heard her correctly while Hinata's blush continued to warm his neck. He had most definitely missed something and had a feeling that he would figure it out tonight. That was then, though. He could worry about it later. Right now he had a goddess to pamper. And Naruto-kun too rough. Sorry. It's fine, Kei, keep going. My pause mid-step just outside Naruto's office door, her head snapping to stare at the wood as if she would be suddenly granted the ability to see through it. Standing beside it was one of the wolves, a large blush on her face and a dreamy look in her eyes. She had just been with Naruto only minutes before, so what was she hearing? A pit of dread settled in her stomach as she crept closer. He had been with others, she knew that already, but they had only just slept together. Had he really moved on so quickly? She shot a quick glance back to the wolf. Leave. Mai received a disappointed frown in response, but her orders were followed nonetheless. As soon as the wolf was out of sight, she slowly opened the door, her imagination already running rampant. Naruto's chair was turned away from the door, but his red hair was unmistakable. The long dark hair of his companion was also pretty familiar, but it took a second for her to place it. She should have recognized the voice after all the times she had come to her for advice. Hyuga Hinata, goddess of fate, squirmed on Naruto's lap. Mai wasn't able to see much with the chair in the way, but with what she was hearing and the movement she could see, she knew she really didn't want to. I'm really not any good at this. Naruto's voice sounded honest, but Mai knew that was a complete lie. For as much as she hated not being his first, the snakes had seen to it he was no bumbling fool in the bedroom. Or the office as it had been for her, and now Hinata. No, I like it. You don't have to lie to me, Hinata-chan. Well, why could you use some practice? Thanks. His dry answer earned a giggle from the girl, and Mai wondered how she could simultaneously find this cute, while absolutely loathing it in its entirety. She also wondered why she hadn't managed to tear herself away. Surely there was something better she could be doing with her time than standing in the doorway watching them? Something that would distract her from thinking about what she had stumbled on. Naruto, or maybe it was Hinata with her squirming, moved too much as the chair turned slightly. Her view of them was still mostly blocked, but evidently Naruto was now able to see her from the corner of his eye. Turning his head more towards her, he shot her one of the most helpless looks she had ever seen from him. Mai. He greeted pleadingly before the chair rotated again to show a brush tangled in Hinata's long hair, and both occupants fully clothed. Help? She couldn't describe the feeling of relief that swept through her body, and she certainly couldn't stop the laugh, half amusement, and half exhaled tension that escaped her. Hinata turned an even brighter red at her laughter, but Naruto's frown, he was spending too much time with Anko if she could describe his frown as pouty, earned another wave of melodious laughter. So is that a no? He eventually asked. Mai managed to compose herself after that, but her smile refused to be wiped from her face. She sashayed over to her hopeless lord and planted a fond kiss on his cheek as she wrapped her hand around his. I'll help. Mai turned to catch as much of the Hyuga's eye as she could from her position. Don't worry, Hinata-chan, Mai's here to save you from him. The young goddess remained bright red but shot the smallest of relieved smiles at her rescuer. Thanks. It took Mai only moments to undo the damage her lord had caused, and a minute later both young women found themselves on one of his legs. Having Mai brush her hair hadn't exactly been what Hinata wanted, but she still thought this was nice. I can't believe you don't know how to brush hair, Naruto-kun. Mai teased fondly. Your hair's probably longer than Hinata-chan's. One arm wrapped around the waist of each girl and squeezed them gently to his chest. It's not like I've ever brushed it, he defended. I've had you and the wolves to look after it for me. Well, then it's definitely time for you to learn. Here, I'll guide you. Loath as she was to do so, she moved his arm from her waist and placed the brush in his hand before moving it up to Hinata's hair. It proved to be easy when he started near the bottom instead of the middle. See? Not hard at all. I guess not. Naruto agreed. Should make it easier to get myself ready. That thought, and his hand was quickly slapped down. No, Mike turned to meet his eye to make sure he knew she was serious. You're only allowed to use what I taught you on Hinata-chan's hair. The young woman turned bright red again, while Naruto blinked in confusion at his favorite wolf. And why might that be? He was more amused than anything else. She usually only got like this when he was trying to steal her paperwork. Because you're not stealing that from the girls. She poked him firmly in the chest. Was that where Hinata had picked it up from? And gave him the sternest look she could muster. When Hinata did it, it was just adorable. When Mai did it, he very much wanted to attack that sexy frown of hers with his lips. They like spending time with you, so don't you dare lessen the things they can do with you. The reminder that he didn't spend enough time with his children definitely put a damper on his mood, but he did his best not to show it. I don't see why my brushing would keep them from brushing it again, but if that's what you want. She gave him a bright smile at his response before leaning in to peck his lips. That's a good answer, Naruto-kun. He was a little confused at her actions, but if she wanted to steal a kiss from him, he wasn't going to deny her. She was his favorite after all. I have those from time to time. He turned his attention back to Hinata. Had your fill of cuddles yet, Hinata-chan? She shook her head. This was hair time, those cuddles don't count. Says who? Your goddess. Hinata stuck out her tongue impishly, and the other two shared an amused look. I'm blaming you for that, you know. Mai didn't look all that offended, but she did raise a questioning brow. Oh? And what exactly are you blaming on me? Her confidence. He squeezed them both to his chest again. She definitely gets that from you. Mai gave him a flat stare. Says the boy who decided he could take on an entire clan of shinobi by himself. Naruto stared at her for a moment before inclining his head in surrender. A fair point, really. He paused. I'm still blaming you, though. Hinata giggled softly while Mai gave him a fond smile. Oh, how will I ever live with the guilt? You could help me sate her hunger for cuddles. He suggested, only to earn a bright blush from Hinata and a suspicious gaze from Mai. You're just hoping to spend time curled up with two beautiful young women, aren't you? Naruto shrugged with a grin. I already am. He squeezed again. And are you really going to try to say you don't want to? Look at her, she's all soft and cuddly. Well, my mock pondered this new dilemma. I suppose she does look nice and soft, and she's just the cutest shade of red I've ever seen. She makes adorable little sounds too. Naruto added helpfully. Oh, in that case I'm sold. Looks like you're not going to be getting out of here anytime soon, Hinata-chan. That's fine. As red as she was, Hinata was loving every bit of attention the two were lavishing onto her. She was also really looking forward to more cuddling. What were the chances? Tsukuyomi gently shut the door to one of the many sitting rooms, leaving the three occupants to continue cuddling on the couch. He had taken a book from here earlier, and it had been an absolute pleasure to have the time to read again, almost as enjoyable as his time with his favorite wolf, and had intended to return it, but there was no point in disturbing them. He just set it aside for Naruto to return when the three were done using that room. Tsukuyomi supposed he'd head to the office if Naruto wasn't using it at the moment. He was pretty confident they had managed to keep up with all of their daily work, but there were still future projects that could use more refining. He still hadn't decided how he wanted to obtain Yuki no Kuni's trains after all, and he really wanted some of his own. They already took over a country, and he had alliances. Maybe he should try espionage or bribery next. He could try just asking too, but that didn't sound as fun. Whistling as he walked back to the office he shared with his creator, he was completely unaware of the awestruck looks the wolves he passed gave him. He had just passed them with a young woman on each arm. How on earth had he satisfied them both already? It was a few hours later that Hinata had to regretfully leave. To be honest, it was probably a miracle she had managed to sneak away for as long as she had. If any of her clan had noticed her absence, the entire compound was probably in a panic right about now. Considering they could see through walls and worshipped her as a goddess, there was a good chance they had noticed. With their little cuddle bunny, a cat, and a sheep, Hinata was really just anything cute and cuddly. Leaving them, I had managed to regain enough of her willpower. It was really hard to resist those large pale eyes, especially when paired with a pout to drag herself away. She had mentioned something about some work she had to do back in the den, but Naruto hadn't felt the need to ask for specifics. It was probably important, but it probably didn't need his input either. He trusted her to take care of whatever came up and when necessary to bring it to his attention. If she hadn't told him something, it was because she had everything under control. But with both young women gone, he hadn't had any reason to remain in the sitting room they had relocated to. Walking back to his office, he was aware of the confused stares being sent at him by his wolves, but he didn't pay it any mind. Naruto could honestly say he got along better with the wolves than he did any normal person, but even he didn't fully understand his pack or the way they thought. If they needed something, he was sure they would tell him, and he would do what he could to provide, but until then he wasn't going to play guess what the wolf is thinking. Probably had nothing to do with him anyway. Reaching his office, he was able to make out the end of a hushed whisper between two of them, and could only shake his head in amusement. Old you, he was a god, or maybe it did have something to do with him after all. Like he said, he really didn't know how they thought. Well, not completely. He liked to credit himself with having a pretty damn good idea most of the time. Good evening, Tsukuyami-sama. He greeted as he entered his office. The clone addressed looked up from a small stack of papers with a surprised blink. The confusion of the wolves he had overheard made sense now. It must have been terribly strange for your leader to walk by you twice without having left his office. Ah, Naruto-kun. The clone gave him a smile that reminded him a great deal of Orochimaru, and Naruto realized for the first time exactly how the rest of the world saw him. Were his features really that feminine? Naruto shook his head clear of those thoughts. He could wonder about his physical appearance later, and moved closer to the desk to peer at whatever was being worked on. Tsukuyami started to move as if to hide them, but managed to catch himself as Naruto rose a brow in his direction. Sorry, habit. Are the purple files then his personal projects? No one, not even Mai, was privy to those files. They were his and his alone. Any fresh ideas? He asked without looking up. Tsukuyami had used a red pen to write new notes between existing plans, and the entire page seemed to be covered in them now. New? No. Tsukuyami shrugged despite Naruto's inability to see it. But I managed to develop some of them more. Here, see for yourself. Rather than hand the original the rest of the notes, he instead placed them back in their file, snatching the paper out of Naruto's hand and dispelled himself in one smooth motion. He had at least possessed the courtesy and foresight to perform a replacement with Naruto before doing so, however. As considerate as that had been, it didn't really lessen the irritation caused by the unexpected influx of a day's activities. Gods above, Naruto groaned. I'm an asshole. 10 minutes and a generous application of his new favorite technique from Shizen. Later he understood why Mai had been so bold earlier. They had done quite a bit more than kissing back in his office. And in that sitting room. He really needed to remember to tell her that he had a clone running around at some point. He'd get to that after he figured out how he had never noticed that he seemed like the illegitimate son or perhaps even daughter of Orochimaru and Kushina. That was an idea that was going to take some serious work to remove from his mind. The Kage Bunshin was seriously going to be the end of him, or at least his remaining sanity.
Thank you for your views, likes, subscriptions, and overall support of my ongoing efforts to bring great content to all of you. Check out my Patreon for more mature fanfiction. The link is in the description and like everywhere on my channel.